addendum be adopted, and I ask for a roll call.
The Secretary will take the roll.
Will you speak a little more directly?
Yes.
We can't hear you when you're not.
I can't do much to do that.
Here we go.
Members, we are under a roll call to adopt the committee reports in the addendum. I have Senator Konesh to report on those voting remotely.
Thank you, Madam President. Port votes aye.
Port votes aye.
Morrison votes aye.
Morrison votes aye.
Mayquade votes aye.
Mayquade votes aye. Senator Jasinski? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. I report Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and 16 nays, the motion prevails. The next order of business is second reading of the Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 1090 and 528.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House File number 28 be taken off the table and ask for a roll call vote.
There will be a roll call. Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Kunesh is reporting the vote of those who are voting remotely. Senator Kunesh.
So Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Morrison votes aye.
And Senator Mayquade votes aye.
Senator Mayquade votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator
on
Miller
those
votes
who are
aye.
Voting remotely. Senator Miller
Votes aye.
votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 42 ayes and 22 nays, the motion prevails to take House File 28 from the table. Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you, and thank you to the members that House File 28 is back before the body. I stand for any additional questions from the body.
Further discussion of House File 28. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. As we begin to revisit this issue, I would like to introduce the A13 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend House File Number 28, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, line 11, before N, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Limmer will wait just a moment for it to come up on the computers. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. When we last were visiting this issue, there were a number of issues that were raised about the complexity of criminal sentences, as well as the intensity of some versus others. I presented a number of amendments that recognized more serious crimes, and they would be reason to make an exception to the felon voting proposal before us. The A13 amendment recognizes a category of crime considered violent crime outlined in section 609.1095, subdivision 1, paragraph D, as in dog. For those of you who don't know what that area of law is, it recognizes a number of particularly violent crimes according to the definition. Starting, and I'll just review some of the titles of them outlined in that provision. Methamphetamine-related crimes involving children and vulnerable adults. Murder of an unborn child in the first degree. Murder in the first, second, and third degree, manslaughter in the first degree, criminal vehicular homicide, assault, great bodily harm caused by distribution of drugs, kidnapping, and false imprisonment. Those are areas of law that are considered a violent crime as outlined. And quite honestly, I believe that when we get into some of these more heinous crimes, Madam President and members, these are areas of law that I believe should not grant someone an automatic right to vote until their probation is completed. As I introduce this A13 amendment, Madam President, I would like to amend the A13 amendment with the A14 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A13 amendment to House File Number 28 as follows. Page 1, line 4, delete everything after of. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. The A14 amendment recognizes in the same manner an exception to allowing a felon to vote during their probationary period. It recognizes the area of assault in the first degree. And for those of you who don't know, that's charged to those who are assaulted, who have assaulted another and inflicts great bodily harm to another. The use of deadly force is categorized separately against police officers, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and a correctional employee, one who creates great bodily harm of those same individuals. Use of a dangerous weapon or deadly force resulting in great bodily harm, again against those categories. And that about sums it up for the A14 amendment to the amendment. I'll ask for a roll call vote, Madam President.
Senator Klein.
Madam President, I just want to make sure we do a roll call both on the A14 and on the A13 underlying.
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up louder. On which?
Request a roll call not only on the A14 but on the underlying A13, Madam President.
There'll be a roll call on the A13 and the amendment to the amendment, the A14. Senator Limmer.
I'll stand for any questions.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I am standing in opposition, or one who opposes, the A14 amendment, and then when we get to the A13 amendment, I also oppose that. Madam President, let me explain why. You will hear on this floor a lot of conversation that's pretty provocative. There's always some proposal, Madam President, that's put forward for carve-outs. And individuals will say, this person or this type of crime shouldn't be. Madam President, the Department of Corrections, as well as probation officers and others, have indicated, along with county attorneys, that carve-outs causes more confusion in the marketplace. And it is also important to recognize, I've been saying this all day, 95% of the individuals who are in prison will come out of prison. And it is our expectation when they come out of prison and no longer incarcerated that they are allowed back into the community and are able to engage in any treatment or anything that probation or anyone expects of them, so that they will, and most certainly we have examples of people who have always remained law-abiding. We should not perpetually punish anyone. And in fact, when we think in terms of these violent crimes or the things that have been put forward by my good friend Senator Limmer, Madam President, survivors support restore the vote. And Madam President, I remember before we took our recess, I articulated with as much clarity as possible the reason why survivors and others support restore the vote is because we want individuals to be engaged in pro-social activities and do things where they're connected to the community so that recidivism goes down and the risk of them reoffending goes down. We want them to continue to demonstrate that they are great people, and they are. Madam President, also remember that if there was a decision, if someone wasn't safe, they wouldn't be in our communities. They wouldn't be our friends and neighbors and loved ones who would not be in our community because they would have been incarcerated or something else would be going on. Because a court had already made a decision that there is a certain sentencing that should happen. And that sentencing will have already occurred. And Madam President, it is important to understand that as survivors support restore the vote, and the others, as I've indicated, and that 95% of the folks return to our community. This is a pro-survivor bill because we want to make sure we remain safe, and we will. Again, all empirical data says when people are involved in pro-social activities, that's a job, that's voting, that's being connected, they then continue to do great and wonderful things. And in fact, it's true. We heard in committees where individuals who have been in our communities paying taxes for 10, 15, 20 years, engaged in things with children in their schools when it's appropriate, individuals who've converted their life and gone to church, and not only have been baptized, but have been baptized in changing their conduct and their ways. Members, we should not continue to perpetually punish individuals. And members, let's be clear, because there's a lot of things that's been said that seem to mislead what this conversation is all about. There's nothing that shortens their sentence or they get off probation earlier. They're still required to be on probation and to check in and to do well and to demonstrate that they are law-abiding and that they are supporting not only themselves but their families, Madam President. So, members, please do not be sidetracked by some of the provocative things that you hear in Minnesota Statute 609. Every individual that goes before the court, there is the appropriate sentence that occurs. But we know that when people do structured and pro-social things, that good things happen. And why should we deny someone the right to vote? We want them to be connected to the community and a part of the fabric of our community, and for them to remain safe and to do anything that lowers recidivism. That's what this bill does. So, Madam President, I will ask my colleagues to vote no on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A14 amendment. And then at the appropriate time, also vote no to the A13 amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A14 amendment. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayquade votes no.
Mayquade votes no.
Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski. The Secretary will close the roll. No? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you had no.
Madam President, sorry, I'm still waiting on a couple votes.
I didn't hear. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, that didn't pass, but I have another idea for an exception to this proposal. I'd like to offer the A16 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A13 amendment to House File Number 28 as follows. Page 1, line 4, delete everything after of. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the areas that we've had a lot of discussion about in recent years is the growing pattern of sex trafficking. It's abusive to those that are solicited into the profession of prostitution. It's abusive. It's hurtful not only to the individual, but to families and to communities. I believe that an exception should be made to the felon voting proposal for those who have been convicted of sex trafficking. In this regard, according to the statute number, this applies to people that solicit or induce an individual under the age of 18 to practice prostitution, promoting that prostitution of an individual under that age, receives profit, or having reason to know that it's derived, the money is derived from prostitution, engage in sex trafficking of an individual, especially under the age of 18. The statute covers the inducement of prostitution as well, but I will stand for any questions. This would be an A16 amendment to the A13 amendment.
Senator Klein.
Madam President, I request a roll call.
There will be a roll call. Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak again. There's a couple reasons why I'm going to ask the body to vote no on the A16 amendment to the amendment. The first reason I'm going to articulate again, and I'll do so as much as humanly possible to make sure that the body understands that survivor groups strongly support restoring the vote. And I believe that survivor groups have the ability to speak for themselves, and we should respect their voices. In fact, you have in your packet support letters from several survivor groups, and several survivor groups strongly support reforming Minnesota's law, including the Minnesota Indian Women's Sexual Assault Coalition, the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault, MNCASA is what I like to refer to them as, Violent Free Minnesota, and the Minnesota Alliance on Crimes. These group memberships serve victims and survivors of sexual violence, domestic abuse, and violent crimes throughout the state of Minnesota. And in a letter of support to House File 28, the organization stated that, quote, restoring voting rights for formerly incarcerated individuals is a violence prevention strategy. That's what they said, members. Vote no on the A16 amendment, the amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will take the roll on the A16, the amendment to the amendment. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Kunish.
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Make-Wade votes no. Senator Make-Wade votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no,
Senator Morrison votes no.
and Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Secretary, it's your... Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are now on the A13 amendment. Senator Lemon.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, as I have reviewed criminal law and those that have been adjudicated and convicted of being a felony or a felon, a whole host of crimes come to my head. And as I've said before, many of these crimes have a degree or a proportionality, and that's what we're trying to recognize in this proposal of Senator Champion's. We recognize proportionality in the sentencing of our felons, and I'm hoping that we could create that same recognition of proportionality when it comes to restoring this particular right to vote. The right to vote in Minnesota has been upheld, or this provision that we have in existing law was recently upheld by the Minnesota Supreme Court, that what we have in our existing law is constitutional. So we can't argue that particular point, but I do believe there are other areas of law that should be made an exception. And as a result, I offer the A17 amendment, Madam President.
Secretary will report the A17 amendment to the A13 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A13 amendment to House File Number 28 as follows. Page 1, line 4, delete everything after of and insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. I do ask for a roll call
Thank you.
on the A17.
There will be a roll call.
The A17 recognizes the threat of violence, especially in the area of terroristic threats. Quite often, terroristic threats accompany oftentimes relationships between one or two people, whether they are dating, living together, or even being married. And quite often, terroristic threats become long-lasting, lasting not only weeks or months, but oftentimes years. The threat and the violence with an intent to terrorize is defined as whoever threatens directly or indirectly to commit any crime of violence with a purpose to terrorize another or to cause evacuation of a building, place of assembly, a vehicle or a facility of public transportation, or in a reckless disregard of the risk of causing such terror or inconvenience may be imprisoned, in this case, for up to 5 years. These are very real. We hear about it all the time in our Judiciary Committee. This act, we've addressed it and we've modified this language, but the testimony is really quite compelling when you listen to someone giving testimony that's been terrorized by another person. A very serious crime often leads to emotional distress that lasts for years with the victim. Quite honestly, I believe this should be an exception to Senator Champion's allowance of the right to vote for a felon on probation.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to be recognized. Members, I have talked extensively around the importance of restorative vote and how it's a violent prevention strategy. And we also know that there's one additional thing that I'd like to say, that there's no evidence that denying voting rights to people aids in the recovery of crime survivors. Extracting punishment in this way by stripping a person of their effective citizenship and treating them as second-class citizens will not in any way make us safer. But when people are engaged in pro-social activities, we are safer. I cannot say that someone will not make a decision that they shouldn't. There will be consequences for those decisions. If someone is incarcerated, they're not able to vote. And I recognize, Madam President, that Senator Limmer is carving out some provocative things here, and I understand. I just believe, I hope this body believes, because the data suggests that when individuals are doing the right thing and they're connected to their communities, we all are safer. I know that there are things that people are accused of and that they will have to pay their debt, but they should not be denied the fundamental right to vote because that connects them to their community, and we all are safer. Madam President, I would also request a roll call vote as well on the amendment.
There will be a roll call. It's already been requested.
And I again would just ask the body to vote no.
The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Kunish.
Madam President, Senator Makewaid votes no.
Senator Makewaid votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier today, we talked of another amendment. We didn't have an opportunity to vote on that amendment. I'd like to introduce the A19 amendment, Madam President.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A13 amendment to House File Number 28 as follows. Page 1, line 4, delete everything after of. This is the A19 amendment.
Is the amendment on the computers? You may proceed, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. As you may recall, this is an exception that's particularly heinous, the rape of a child. We talked about it earlier today. We talked about an individual who recently was convicted of sexual assault on 2 young girls. He received a 6-month incarceration, and due to time served, he almost automatically gets into probation. As a result of that probation, if this bill passed, he too would have the ability to vote in the next election. I believe that this particular area of crime is an exception that we should recognize. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator
I'll
Klein.
ask for a roll call, Madam
Thank
President.
you. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I mentioned earlier today, that this unfortunate set of circumstances that Senator Limmer is discussing is not the focus of the bill here today. And what I mean by that, Madam President, is because sentencing issues are in the hands of the court. Whether that 6 months was appropriate or not, that's not for me to decide. I know that there are extenuating circumstances by which many cases consider. But what I will say is that when someone is connected back to their community, the chances of that person, even in the scenario presented by Senator Limmer, we hoped that they would not reoffend. Because when they're connected to their community, the data says recidivism goes down. We know that our children are precious, but we also recognize that if we want someone to not reoffend, that we have to give them the tools and the space to understand the error of their ways, and for them to look forward and make a commitment not just to themselves, but their family and community, and not violate again. As I indicated earlier, that there's no evidence. There's no evidence that denying a person's right to vote aids in the recovery of crime victims, or crime survivors, I will say, because they're survivors. And I'm saying that we don't want this person or any person to reoffend. We want to give them all the tools they need in order to not reoffend. That includes treatment, both inpatient treatment, outpatient treatment, all the things that probation has to offer. And again, restorative vote is not about sentencing. It is about connecting and making sure that we can do everything we can in order to make sure a person does not reoffend. If they reoffend or does something that they're not supposed to do, and they go to prison, or they go back to prison, they're not able to vote. So I'm asking you to vote no on this amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to reiterate, because we have had several hours since this topic in an amendment form was before us, to reiterate what I heard before the break, before the chamber recess. I just couldn't believe it. The words, Madam President, out of the chief author's mouth. We need to allow child rapists to vote because we love children. I can't believe that. The idea that we need to allow these people to feel more connected to the community. Madam President, child rapists do not deserve to be connected to the community. There are some acts that are so heinous, that exhibit such a depraved mind, that they need to be separated. The tools to rehabilitate, we have those. There are many tools in the chest to rehabilitate somebody who offends. Psychological evaluations, counseling, support programs. But when it comes to the rape of a child, They are not going to be rehabilitated because they are able to vote. I am just shocked and amazed that there's an argument that we need to allow these people to vote. Madam President, the words of Christ himself, whoever offends one of these little ones, it would be greater for a millstone to be tied around their necks and cast into the depth of the sea. Because the Creator himself recognized and obviously knows that little children, innocent children who are sexually exploited, sexually preyed upon, it is so heinous that their destiny in eternity is going to be incredibly unpleasant. While still on this earth, they should not be able to vote. Lastly, I will say, Madam President, I continue to hear this, survivors, and the survivors are in support of this or that. The survivor from having been raped as a child, the psychological trauma goes for decades. And the survivors of this tragedy, this heinous crime, long outlives the scars than a few years in incarceration and then out on probation. And therefore, Madam President, we absolutely need to vote in favor of the Limmer amendment to the amendment so that these people are not permitted to cast a vote that is equal to you and I. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment to the amendment. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Kunish.
Madam President, Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. There being, a Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the A13 amendment. There's been a roll call requested. There will be a roll call. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quay votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the A3 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moved to amend House File Number 28, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, line 13, after when, insert 1. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. The A3 amendment simply requires all fees, fines related to the individual's felony conviction to be paid before the right to vote is restored.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Members, I ask that you vote no on the A3 amendment for the following reasons. Number one, this proposal would create a difference between haves and have-nots. What this proposal says that if you have money and if you're able to pay your fees and restitution and everything up front, the faster that you can do that, your right to vote is restored. Members, without being provocative, but this is almost like a poll tax. It says that if you want to vote, then you have to pay a fee. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that everyone has the same opportunity to vote because voting is our voice and is one of our tools when we think in terms of our democracy. Members, I ask that you vote no, and I request a roll call vote.
There will be a roll call. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I got to meet some felons that had served their time a few years ago. They came down to Rochester to start a new life, and being a property owner, they needed a place to rent, and I had the privilege of renting to them and getting to know them, and their process that they took to come to pay their debt to society and to actually want to come back to society and be a help. So they were helping in the drug rehabilitation is where they were. And so I called one of them. I just said, hey, this is my amendment. You guys were felons. What do you think? Is this fair? Is this something that, as you went through the process, that you think is right? Is it fitting to pay the debt financial? And he said yes. He has his voting rights returned to him a few years ago. And it was an exciting time for him. And I remember him telling me that. But the financial, of the debt to pay, that finances, you know, we struggle to, many don't pay their debts, and being, whether you haves or have-nots, I don't think it's that. What it is, when you come back to society, you have to be productive, you have to get a job, you have to pay your bills, your rent, your food, and all those things. And so this wouldn't help them to not pay their financial obligations. And I'm going to tell you another story that a young man that I met in the construction trade. You meet a lot of very neat individuals that sometimes have gone through some difficult times, made poor choices. And this young man, I got to see that he truly was changed, and as what I saw. And he wanted to be able to work and to be a little bit more productive. And he was short some of the money. And so I said, hey, you know, I'll help you. And I think that's what, well, I did. I had to help him and helped him pay his financial burden that he had. And then we had a plan for him to take care of that debt, which he did. And so he's a better man because of it. He's more responsible. He understands that when you do something that, well, there was just mentioned, consequences, or I mean, your actions have consequences. So his consequences were that financial part, and we got it done. And now he's got a business that he owns, and he's buying a house. So it's exciting to see when people are given the opportunity, the encouragement, the tools, and back to the point of voting, I think it's great when people can come back to society, and we all like second chances. I think everybody in this room wants the same thing. We want those individuals to come out of prison and to be able to work and to have a family. And some of these young men I talked about earlier, almost all of them are married, and some of them have children. So to see that is important, it's good, and that's, I think, everybody in this room wants. I believe that. That's what we want. So I'll finish up with kind of what these men needed was a family or friends, because many times it's the friends that you choose that bring you down the wrong road. So when they came out, they chose different friends, and then we helped them to feel more accepted. They need employment, they need accountability, they need responsibility. And what young men need, and all of us men need, is to work and to, especially in the construction trade, you can go home and it's like, hey, this is what I did today. This is what I accomplished. And that gives these young men and women that sense of accomplishment. And so day by day, they feel more encouraged and more, that self-esteem grows. So I ask, I think I already asked for a roll call, but so I'm just asking that for the responsibility of finances, this is important. So I ask for a green vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support this amendment. I don't think this is haves and have-nots. I was at a point in my life where I owed a bunch of money through bills, so I needed to take out loans, and it's my responsibility to pay my debt. So I have to be responsible for my actions. So if you get out of prison and you're on parole and you have bills to pay, or you have to pay that off so you can vote, I don't see that as a problem. You know, I worked 3 jobs at one time for a long time to pay my debts, and I didn't ask other people to do it. I didn't ask people to feel sorry for me. And if people are reformed and they come out, I don't see why they would have any problem working multiple jobs to say, here I am, I'm back, I'm better, I can do this, it's paid off, and I can vote. So I see no problem with this amendment. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment. We're under a roll call. Members should be at their desks. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Morrison votes no on the poll
Senator-
tax. Senator Port votes no.
Let me repeat them first, if you don't mind. Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. There being, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to move the A4 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 28, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, line 12, delete during. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what this amendment does is it tries to find some bipartisan opportunity where it respects the victims and brings a little bit of balance to before voting rights are restored. And so what this amendment does is it restores voting rights after 2 years of the release from incarceration, regardless of what the period of probation is that may be remaining. And so it's very simple, Madam Chair, and I'd request a roll call and a green vote.
There will be a roll call. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak against the A4 amendment. I am going to ask members to vote no on the A4 amendment. Here's why: is because the A4 amendment is asking for a waiting period, and waiting periods.
Excuse me, Senator Champion. Senator Coran, I will call on you again if you would please be seated. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. As I was saying, that the A4 amendment calls for a waiting period, and if you look in the letter provided by some of the folks like the Department of Corrections and other places, as well as the Secretary of State's office, they indicated and say that waiting periods are problematic, causes a lot of confusion, and they're unnecessary. And because waiting periods policies impose an unnecessary restraint on regaining democratic rights, especially for first-time offenders, and these carve-outs is what we often look at them as, is that it causes confusion is because there's no bright line. When there's a bright line, it avoids confusion. And the whole idea is for individuals who are living in our neighborhoods, raising families, paying taxes, being productive. We want them to be really clear if they have a right to vote or not. And that only gets confusing when you say 2 years, and bureaucratically that can get more confusing, and we don't want confusion. So members, I'd ask that you vote no on the A4 amendment. Waiting periods extend the individual's prison sentence beyond the court's rationale, and it's calculated allotted sentence. And so we think that this wouldn't be something that we should do. Also, I would mention that more and more states are getting rid of waiting periods due to a lack of evidence. You can look to see that there are several states, and I did have some down here. For an example, in 2013, Delaware removed the 5-year waiting period to regain voting eligibility. Also in 2013, Virginia eliminated the 2-year waiting period for all citizens with felony convictions. In 2007, Maryland repealed a 3-year waiting period for rights restoration after completion of sentence. And in 1997 in Texas, the post-sentence waiting period was repealed entirely. And also, as of June 2022, only 4 states, that being Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nebraska, and Louisiana, currently have a waiting period post-incarceration for restoration of voting rights. No other states have implemented a waiting period, including red, blue, and purple states. This makes a waiting period a largely discouraged restriction on voting rights. So I ask that you vote no on the A4 amendment.
Senator Limmer? Excuse me. Senator Limmer?
Thank you, Madam President. In listening to Senator Curran's amendment, I was struck with the idea that although I am resistant to the idea of a felon who has not fulfilled his full sentence with incarceration and probation, a 2-year waiting time I might be able to accept. But I think we have to revisit the word probation. One of the dictionaries, Oxford Language Dictionary, states that the word probation is the process or period of time or observing the character or abilities of a person in a certain role. For example, the release of an offender from detention. Probation is a testing time. It's not a get out of jail and your sentence is over. Now that your sentence is done in being in an incarcerated facility, now the testing time comes. Now we want to know if the character of that individual will fit into the society that we hope him to be. A 2-year period of time is something that gives our society a little bit of comfort that that person actually has changed. Now, personally, I think it should be longer, especially for heinous criminal activities that we have discussed. But nevertheless, having no sense of probation when it comes to the responsibility of voting, which in turn elects people who will affect the policies of our state of Minnesota, that person should prove that they're ready to engage in our society. So I think it's important for us to consider the word probation. We kind of forget about it. It becomes a little bit of a time stamp that, well, you just have to report in X number of years and then you finally will get cleared on paper. But there is an action, there is a responsibility to that probation, and it lies clearly with the offender who has been convicted.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 amendment. I'm
Madam
sorry, Senator Curran.
Thank you, Madam President. And the author of the bill stated a lot of goals we all share about the reintegration back into society and what's important. Housing, jobs. I also have that personal story, and it's driven me to focus on many things here, one which the chief author shares of the Father Project. I've been the chief author of that bill for the last 6 years. Many of the young men in that program, it's a program that supports young men in the integration of their families and their children. All of those things are important. I also share in my own personal life. We heard testimony in committee. We heard and read many of the letters. I also have the personal story. My son is a convicted felon. Very violent crime. Served 10 years prison. Or not 10 years prison. He had a 10-year probation sentence as well. Not once did voting come up, that it was one of the key components of his feeling whole and to be able to participate in society. It was really about how does he focus on his family, how does he get a job, how does he get housing, all of those things. In fact, the mother of my oldest granddaughter, multi-time convicted felon, many times in and out of prison. She called me and said, this is terrible. As much as it pained her when we were here in the bill in committee, I was very happy that she was actually tracking a bill in committee, so great growth does come in over time. And she was frustrated. She knew she missed a presidential election, but she was dead set against somebody having their voting rights restored until they've served their entire and complete sentence. And so, Madam President, we share a lot of those goals in reintegration. And again, with the bill author, we share a lot of things. But I think this is a reasonable bill, a reasonable amendment, the 2-year waiting period, regardless of probation, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, I just want to make sure I requested a roll call vote.
A roll call has been granted. Secretary will take the roll on the A4 amendment. Okay. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. We're waiting for Senator Eichhorn. Thank you. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Curran.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move the A6 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Curran moves to amend House File Number 28, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, line 11, before "and" insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Curran.
Thank you, Madam President. And this bill, or this amendment, actually focuses on elections. So what this amendment does is it felons convicted of voting in elections or convicted of a crime of election fraud upon discharge of the crime, the sentence, the probations, and off paper is when voting rights would be restored. And I request a roll call and a green vote.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so very much for the opportunity to stand and ask the members to vote no on the A6 amendment. Members, I want to remind you that the majority of election violations are the result of human error, not attempts at voter fraud. Extensive research shows that the majority of ballot irregularities poll workers encounter are the results of human error, not attempts, as I mentioned, at voter fraud. Honest voter mistakes as a result of complex election process and systems should not result in revoking of voting rights. Members, we want to make sure that individuals are voting and that they're participating and that they're doing it clearly with authorization. And to carve this out would again create confusion and challenges. And I hope that you all would see that even election violations are not common enough to affect election outcomes. But again, when someone makes an honest mistake, which is what they do, we should not use this opportunity to carve out anything. Let's allow them to vote and participate and be productive citizens, along with, as I heard earlier, around a person's ability to work and to raise families and to pay taxes, all the things that we want them to do because that's a part of being an American. Vote no, please, on the A6 amendment. And a roll call has been requested. Thank you, Madam
There
President.
will be a roll call. Secretary will take the roll. Senator Konesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. The Secretary will give House File 28 its third reading.
House File Number 28, a bill for an act relating to elections, restoring the right to vote to individuals convicted of a felony upon completion of any term of incarceration imposed and executed by a court for the offense.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. As we close this discussion, Madam President, I wanted to highlight a few observations of our discussion today. Madam President and Senator Champion, our goal, I believe, is the same. We want to see a person that's been incarcerated, that's gotten in trouble with the law, to eventually become a totally rehabilitated, productive, restored person that's an asset to our community. As we hope for that goal, you had mentioned that in states where recidivism has been, or where the right to vote has been restored to an individual while on probation, that recidivism goes down. Well, I've studied this a long time, and I've also pulled up the records in states where those rights to vote have been given to inmates after they are enrolled in probation. I don't see recidivism going down. It hardly moves at all. And I've studied this for over 20 years. It comes and goes, but I keep going back to those states and checking on recidivism rates. I don't see it. We live in a state where we don't rely on incarceration. We're a little bit of an outlier. And other states are actually following our lead. Some of the most hardcore conservative states like Texas for many years has now come our way. Their incarceration rates are coming down while they're relying on probation, especially in the offenses that involve drug use. A person that's hooked on drugs and held in that grasp really doesn't need a prison sentence. They need treatment. They need counseling. They oftentimes need therapy. We heard about the discussion of a social justice proposal here, the concept of restitution, the approach that's a little different even from Minnesota's soft, liberal approach to incarceration, and that's requiring the offender to pay the fines that have accumulated, that have not been paid while they have been incarcerated. That restitution should be paid. That was rejected. And actually, that form of individual social justice where an offender returns to the victim, allows the offender to restore that perhaps financial debt that's owed to the victim, perhaps even allowing that offender to apologize for the actions done against that individual victim, it makes the offender personally accountable to the victim, and allows the victim to accept that apology. When that's used, one really does see recidivism rates dropping for that individual. Oftentimes when that personal connection between offender and a victim is created, that relationship restored in some way or an attempt, oftentimes that recidivism rate goes way, way down. Especially when an offender abuses another physically, when they victimize an innocent person. Oftentimes that person, the victim, is vulnerable and weak, and they have to live with a terror inside their being, even when the offender is incarcerated. It makes the offender accountable to that individual and also to society on a whole. And it's been proven it brings healing. I'm surprised that you asked for that proposal to be rejected on the floor of the Senate. The immediate vote, restoration of a felon, allows no time for the character of that individual to be observed or tested, which is really the definition of probation. And getting the right to vote the day you leave incarceration doesn't allow anyone to judge that. But yet that person will be able to vote on individuals that will affect the public policies of this state. I just think it's a little too fast, a little too quick, and what my individual studies have revealed is it does not bring a lowering of recidivism. I'm sorry to say. So that's why I'm going to be voting against your bill today, in light of the fact that probation by those who were appointed by Governor Walz to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission all voted against the urging of 3 judges that serve on that Sentencing Guidelines Commission. They capped the probation on nearly every crime in the state, with the exception of rape and murder, down to 5 years. And yet, we still want that right, or someone wants that right, to be immediately restored without the analysis of whether or not that person is living up to the character of a free person. So, thank you for the discussion. It's been a good one. It's been respectful, and I appreciate that, but I would urge our members to vote no. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I would rise in opposition to the bill. You know, it just seems, as I mentioned earlier, you know, I've spent a lot of times, volunteer time, trying to help criminals. I want to see them restored. I want to see them become part of society. But there is a balance here also. You know, we spend so much time reducing the consequences, and this is just one more. We've lowered probation. The Minnesota Freedom Fund has bailed out criminals almost the next day after being arrested when they do violent crimes. And now we see Minneapolis is turning into Murderapolis. So, you know, I think we have to think about the victim too. Part of these consequences that are imposed is for a certain amount of justice to the victim who has been violated, especially the children, which I can't believe we rejected those amendments that were offered here on the floor. When you do certain crimes, you know, a lot of these criminals had the right to vote before they committed the crime, and it didn't stop them, nor did it assimilate them. So sometimes you have to have consequences, and not being able to vote is a consequence. You know, the victims have a right to live in a safe society. They have a right to not be violated. And when you diminish some of the consequences, like we have here in Minnesota, it results in two things. One, it diminishes the crime that was committed against the victim. And number two, it sends a message to those who want to do crimes to go ahead and do them. The consequence is light. We see that with carjackings. We see this with releasing criminals back out onto the street and having minority children murdered through random shots in the state of Minnesota. We've got to restore a balance here. Again, I've spent a lot of my life trying to help people and restore people who've committed heinous crimes. But there's a balance to justice for the victims and to create a safe and orderly society that we can all operate in. This bill takes another step towards the criminal and diminishes what's happening to the victim. Again, the heinous crimes to children should at least have been accepted. That alone is reason enough to vote against this bill. Please, members, vote against this and start caring about the victim. It's gotten out of balance. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Latz.
Madam President, members, I rise in support of restoring the right to vote to those formerly incarcerated persons re-entering our community and our civil society. There was a series of GOP amendments that try to create exceptions for violent criminals. And the fact is, those violent criminals get harsher sentences. They're incarcerated for a longer period of time, and they deserve those harsher sentences. Their sentences will reflect the gravity of the offense they committed. But the same reasons for restoring the vote to them applies to all of those felons who are leaving prison. Voting is a pro-social activity. It supports their integration into society. It gives them a stake in the community. It will increase the likelihood of safe conduct, and while they are paying taxes. The fact is, at some point, 95% of incarcerated persons are going to be released from prison and re-enter our communities. We want them to safely and successfully reintegrate into our community to get jobs, housing, community involvement, and education. Voting is a piece of that. We are all safer if these persons reintegrate safely. Our neighbors are safer, our friends are safer, our families are safer, and we ourselves are safer. Now, the series of GOP amendments are based entirely on the false premise that these persons deserve additional punishment. But the punishment is the sentence that the judge gives them. The punishment maximum is defined by the statute that we, the legislature, passed criminalizing their conduct. The sentence is guided by the statewide sentencing guidelines established under the authority of the legislature. Essentially, typically, the worse the conduct, the longer the incarceration. Usually, the sentence is by agreement between the defendant, her or his attorney, and the prosecuting attorney. Now, the punishment statutes themselves don't mention voting disqualification as a punishment. It is a consequence established in another statute, the elections statute. So it is a matter of legislative prerogative to define the scope of these consequences. And our definition of these consequences is based on policy judgments, including about how to make our communities safer after a person is released from prison during probation. The point of probation is to help the offenders successfully transition and reintegrate into the community. Thus, in my judgment, in order to improve the prospects of our own safety, we must restore the right to vote when incarcerated persons reenter civil society. Now, there's been some discussion about probationers and the requirement to pay restitution and how that will strengthen the accountability toward the victim of their crimes. And the fact is, that's going to happen regardless of whether their right to vote is restored, because restitution is a condition of their sentence. And if they don't pay restitution, they could theoretically have their probation or parole revoked, and they could be returned to incarceration. But putting financial barriers in the way of voting is unconscionable. It is the poll tax, as Senator Champion mentioned. It's the equivalent of the poll tax. The only difference is a poll tax is a fixed fee that you must pay before you can vote, and here it's a matter of proposed as a matter of paying an ongoing restitution obligation until that fixed amount, different for each person, is completely paid. But there's another reason to support this bill, and that is these individuals are back in society paying taxes. As soon as they walk out the door and they go to the store to buy something, they are paying sales taxes. As soon as they are paying rent or paying on a mortgage to own, they are paying property taxes. As soon as they get a job, they are paying income taxes. Members, our country was founded on the grievance, in large part, against Britain imposing taxes without giving our people in the United States, or in then the colonies, the right to vote for representation. It was taxation without representation that generated our revolution against the British. And here, now, these people in our communities are being taxed without being able to vote on their own representation. It undermines the very concept of our Union of United States for that situation to continue. And yet there's another reason to support this bill. Originalism, a very conservative concept about abiding by the basic laws and guidance from our founders of our state. Our Constitution, which was enacted in 1858, states that a person is disqualified from voting if they have been convicted of a felony unless restored to civil rights. That's the language in our original Constitution, and that's the language in our statutes that had implemented that Constitution. Yet, it has been left to the legislature to determine when civil rights are restored. And our Minnesota Supreme Court reaffirmed this principle and this position just last week. Now, when our constitutional provision was adopted, there were very few felonies, just a handful of felonies. Thus, very few people were actually disenfranchised by this provision. Members, times have changed in the 150 years that have passed since then. Our statutes are now filled with felonies. It is time to adapt our statutes to modern times. The bottom line, members, is there are moral, practical, and basic self-interest reasons to vote for this restoration of civil rights at the time that a person leaves incarceration and re-enters civil society. We will all be safer by passing this legislation. It is time.
Final comments, Senator Champion. Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to thank Senator Champion for leading this bill and thank Senator Latz for all of his work on this as well. I'm really proud to be a co-author of this legislation. And I wanted to remind us, the people who are impacted by this, the 55,000 Minnesotans across the state who cannot currently participate in our democratic process due to a prior conviction. As we heard, that's 55,000 taxpayers who no longer have a voice in government. It's 55,000 individuals who've lost a fundamental right due to a prior conviction. It's 55,000 disenfranchised Minnesotans. And those folks who are disproportionately impacted and disenfranchised are Black Minnesotans. Last week, the Minnesota Supreme Court urged us to act to restore the vote and to restore democracy. That's what this bill is about. By allowing people to vote as soon as they reintegrate into their communities, we are giving them their voices back. They deserve our respect, they deserve our understanding and our compassion, and they deserve the right to vote. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before I call on Senator Champion? Seeing none, Senator Champion for final comments.
Madam President and members, let me first by saying thank you for taking the time to have a robust and important debate on the issue of voter restoration today. Sometimes I forget this, so I want to make sure that I thank my co-authors. I want to thank Senator Marty. I want to thank Senator Mann. I want to thank the incomparable Senator Latz. I also want to thank Senator Umu Verbatim. And I recognize that in the Senate, we only have, slots for 5 individuals, but I want the folks to know that even though you don't see 34 or 40 names, because I'm hoping and believing that there are going to be others on the other side, in those slots on a bill, I hope that you see that the names represented there represents all of us. I want to also thank the supporters and those who provided advocacy. And I talked a lot about the letters, those who provided letters. There's a ton of letters that I talked about earlier in organizations who not only wrote letters, but called and make sure that they're out in these hallways. I even thank folks for prayers, because there's been a number of people who stopped by to say, let me say a prayer with you, because I understand that it's always important to have strength, and those who provided encouragement. So I want to say thank you. I also want to say thank you to the members here who will cast a vote to restore the right to vote for those living in our communities. And you've heard, and I can't say it any better, and I often tried to say that I'm not going to repeat the things that have already been said. I'll just simply add my voice to that chorus. And I want to thank you for considering and that you will vote for individuals who are raising children. I heard someone talk about children earlier today, and all the data says that if children see their parents voting, they too will more than likely be voters too. Children are mirror images of their environment. We want to create an environment where young people and children can grow up and be strong and see the examples of their parents, and then for them to model that behavior. I too want that. And they want that. And they're paying taxes. And they're working. And when you think in terms of some of the people who have gotten in trouble and then reshaped their lives, they're now working with veterans and working with those who are struggling with chemical dependency, working with our children. They're being positive influences today, but those folks, even though they're doing all those things, they still can't vote. They can't make a decision about school board, city council, state legislature, you name it. You can just fill in the blanks. And this is just not in the Twin Cities, because some people like to say this is just a voting opportunity for Democrats. No, 64% of that 55,000 lives in outstate Minnesota. Only 36% live in Hennepin and Ramsey County. The bottom line is no matter where they live, they're Minnesotans. And we're here fighting for Minnesotans. We're fighting for some of the stories I heard from a couple senators, Madam President, that said my daughter or my son-in-law, was incarcerated and was on probation. We're fighting for them too, because that is a representation of the fact that folks on the other side of the aisle, they have family members and neighbors who too need this opportunity to vote. We know that the Supreme Court, as Senator Umu verbatim said, and as well as Senator Latz, Madam President, that the Supreme Court rendered a decision last week, but in essence says the legislature must speak. Now we can speak, and we must speak loudly and allow our fellow Minnesotans to vote. So members, I encourage you to put up a green vote, because a green vote means go. Green means go forward. Green means be productive. Green means have an opportunity to represent your interests and the interests of your community and your family. And green also means that we are cheering and rooting for you. So we want them to go and be a part of this democracy, because we are in the democracy business. I did steal that line from from Secretary of State Simon, but it is a good line. We are in the democracy business. So senators, members, President, please vote yes on restore the vote. Thank you so very much.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members, for everybody who participated in the debate. We heard from people on both sides of the aisle. Last week, we heard from the Supreme Court, as you heard other members mention, and they ruled that the current law is constitutional. Justice Hudson, in her dissent, wrote that the ball is now in the legislature's court. And today, we are taking that ball and we are acting. In doing so, we are restoring the votes to over 50,000 Minnesotans. We are giving those Minnesotans who are now left out of the democratic process access to the voting booth. They are our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, neighbors. They work and they pay taxes. They go to church and they attend community events. They are Minnesotans. And as you've heard, they live all across the state. They live in rural Minnesota, they live in regional centers, they live in the suburbs, and they live in the urban core. But when they go into that voting booth, we don't know how they were going to vote. But that doesn't matter to me, and that shouldn't matter to any of you. What matters is we are giving them their voice back. And by doing that, they're likely to be more engaged in the community and more concerned about the well-being of their community. So today, let's give those 55,000 Minnesotans who are left out of the process, let's give them back their voice. Let's restore their civil rights. Let's restore their vote. Madam President, I urge a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage. Senator Kunesh.
Senator, oh my gosh, Madam President, thank you. Little car brain here. Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
And Senator Mayquade votes aye.
Senator Mayquade votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no. Senator Kunesh.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes aye.
Senator Mitchell votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. There will be decorum in the chamber. The next bill on special orders is House File number 4, number 30 on general orders. Senator Hammond.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, this is House File 4, driver's licenses for all. I want to take a moment to start by acknowledging the importance of this moment. Undocumented Minnesotans have been fighting since undocumented Minnesotans' freedom was taken away from them in 2003. And they've been fighting ever since then. They've been coming to this building, they've been talking to us and asking us to restore the freedom to drive. Just outside this chamber, there are hundreds of immigrants whose lives will be completely transformed by this bill. And we have the power to do that. They'll be able to drive to work. They'll be able to take their kids to school. They'll be able to take their kids to the playground. And they'll be able to live their lives with dignity. There have been so many people who've been doing this work for over the last 2 decades. And I want to honor some of those people. They've spent 20 years working tirelessly to bring us to this moment. Over the last 20 years, a huge coalition has taken an action to restore the freedom to drive. And there have been hunger strikes. People have slept outside the chamber. They have camped outside of here. They've traveled all corners of this state and in between to ask us, the legislators, to do the right thing and restore the freedom to drive. Even as they've been told no over and over and over again, they've never stopped. They've built a rare and a deep coalition united in seeing this bill become law. They've built a power from the ground up. During the pandemic, an estimated 69% of immigrants worked and continue to work in frontline and essential jobs. When we needed frontline workers to do essential jobs, it was our immigrant communities that stepped up. When we needed people to take care of our loved ones, it was our immigrant communities that stepped up. They take on the jobs that many people do not want. Tonight, we have an opportunity to join 18 other states, including Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, in passing driver's licenses for all. We can correct the policy failures of yesterday and ensure that everyone in our state has a dignity, and ensure the dignity of all Minnesotans. To the community that's outside of this chamber and the entirety of the Driver's License Coalition across our state, thank you. We hear you, and we see you. And we recognize your tireless work. You belong in our community. You belong in our beloved community, and it would not be our beloved community if it wasn't for you. Thank you. Throughout the decades of this work, they've built the immigrant justice movement. And that movement will continue to live on and grow. Members, the federal government has failed time and time again to build a pathway towards citizenship. And in an immigration system that has harmed Minnesotans, the practical response, the just response, is to offer undocumented immigrants the opportunity to earn a driver's license here. I'm the latest author of this bill, but there have been so many people who have been doing this work and who are currently doing it alongside me. And I want to thank our Senate leadership for doing this so swiftly. I want to thank Senator Latz and Senator Dibble for their decades of work in carrying this bill and their persistent belief in its importance. To my partner, Senator Champion, I have a deep amount of gratitude for your mentorship and guidance, for passing me the torch as I have done this alongside you, and for showing me the ropes. Your partnership in this has made this moment possible, and you've done it for decades, so thank you. This work started when I was just 5 years ago, when I was just 5 years old. And I heard about it when we first immigrated to this state. And as a young girl, I would hear about all the people who are coming to the Capitol, fighting for driver's licenses. And they're here today. That's who I represent. Those are the people I relate to. Those are the people that I'm fighting for. And you know, members, we're in the people's house. And part of that is recognizing that this is their bill. This is not my bill. This is the people's work. This bill has been perfected for over 20 years, and these people have been fighting for it and asking us to do the right thing. This bill is bipartisan across the state of Minnesota. Labor groups support it. The chamber supports it. Faith groups across the state support it. They support this bill because they know it'll improve our public safety, that it'll grow our economy, and it's good for human dignity. It's bipartisan across the state of Minnesota, except here in the legislature. And it's time we stop playing politics with people's lives. It's time we do the right thing. It's bipartisan across the state of Minnesota, except here. And there's something wrong with that. And I know a lot of my friends across the aisle and I will debate about this, as we've debated about it over the course of the last few weeks. And I welcome it. And I appreciate it. But I ask you to be respectful and kind tonight, because the people who've been fighting for this, who are affected by this issue, are families, their children, and they're in this building. And we're in the middle of a winter storm. And I hear there are 5 more buses coming here, all over from the state of Minnesota. Not from Minneapolis, not from St. Paul, but in Worthington, and in Rochester, and in Shakopee. These people are your neighbors, whether you like it or not. Whether you want to acknowledge their humanity or not, they are your neighbors. And so I welcome a debate tonight, and a healthy one. But I ask you to be respectful. And I thank you for listening to them over the course of the last few weeks and months that they've been working on this. This is their bill. We're in the people's house, and this is the people's bill. And I thank you.
Senator Howell. Senator Champion.
Madam President, members, thank you so much for being here tonight. As I often will say, weathering the storm, in order for us to do something that is well overdue. You know, Madam President, Senator Muhammad made me feel old. Because she said that when this was being done 20 years ago, she was 5 years old or something like that. Now, for that alone, I'm not sure what I'm going to think about that, Madam President. But what it signifies is the fact that many of us, where I carried this bill and it passed here, we've been fighting for driver's license for all for quite some time, and we've stayed the course because it is right. And driver's license for all really is about an opportunity which includes public safety for all of us. Families, loved ones, moms, dads, sons, daughters, regardless of their immigration status, should have an opportunity to drive. After they demonstrate the capacity, get insurance, we want them to drive upon our roads safely. You know, it's really interesting is because the families who need this driver's license are like any of our families. They get up and go to work. They have kids. And you know, if you have more than one child of school age, they're involved in a number of activities that you got to drive them back and forth. And the truth be told, I couldn't wait until my sons got their driver's license because I was really quite tired of driving in places. I'm sure they feel that same way. My friends who are in the galleries, who are watching us online, those who've been fighting with me every step of the way, and now fighting with me and Senator Muhammad to make their dream a reality. You know, it's really true, and you got something on your desk that says, this is a driver's license, not a voting card, not a benefits card, but a well-earned driver's license. And members, Senator Muhammad, Madam President, articulated with clarity the various groups, and you'll see more information come out later on throughout the evening, various groups who support this driver's license for all. But I'm going to elevate one in particular. Law enforcement supports this bill. And Madam President, I'm sure that others are saying, why are you lifting up law enforcement? There's so many others who also support this bill. It's because in the past, we have in this chamber looked at law enforcement and we've always respected their opinion and we've always followed their lead, because if law enforcement says it, quite naturally, we believe it's good. And you know what, Madam President? It is good that law enforcement supports this bill, because this is the right thing to do. So the folks who want to drive, and I heard Senator Muhammad, Madam President, talk about we will have a robust debate, but that we would do it, and I hope that we would do it with respect and with human decency and with the consideration that our children are watching, with the consideration that other Minnesotans are watching. Regardless of the way we feel about something, it's not what we say, but it's how we say it. And I hope that we will remember that tonight, because the folks who want to drive are also Minnesotans. So members, I'm looking forward to a robust debate tonight. And at the end of this evening, I'm going to stand after, or maybe even before, I don't know what Senator Muhammad is thinking, Madam President, to ask this body to vote green. And it's interesting that we'll be asking you to vote green, because when you're on a highway or a road and there's a green light, it means go forward. I want us all to go forward and go forward together. Thank you, Madam President, and I look forward to a robust debate.
I'm going to call on Senator Jasinski, but I want to remind members and staff that when a member is speaking, you may not come between that member and the person who is sitting in this chair. Find another way to deliver your papers or to get to the retiring room. I will call you out by name if you violate that rule. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we will have a debate this evening that will be respectful, but the minority does have some concerns with this bill, some serious concerns. We've voiced that in several committees. I happen to be the lead on transportation, and there was a lot of testimony. We took a lot of testimony. I think we went 4 or 5 hours in transportation to talk about some of our concerns. And I will tell you, we did get a couple amendments that did get on the bill, but really strictly just very simple corrections, technical corrections. We have seen no substantial change to the bill since we originally heard it, and that's our concern. There was a bill in 2014 that Senator Dibble and Senator Champion worked on that we actually offered as an amendment. Because we do, with all the testimony we've gotten, we understand the public safety issue. We understand we need to get our workers to our jobs. We all understand that. We can all get on board with that. We know there are so many hard-working people that are here illegally and legally that do a lot of jobs. But this bill is not that bill. This bill has substantially changed from what was originally proposed. Again, the driving safety issue we all concern, and we know that's why law enforcement is on that side of this bill, because of the safety issues, and we agree with that. But this, as I said, this bill goes far beyond what was introduced in 2014. And this bill has raised many concerns, and I think all of you in all of our districts have heard some of the concerns that are beyond the public safety issue.
Excuse me. I have asked members and staff not to walk between the member who is speaking, and the person who is sitting in this chair. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, we've raised these concerns, have not gotten any changes. And the biggest thing that I hear in my district is, why are we giving a legal driver's license that is the identical license that we as legal citizens have to people who are here illegally. There should be some differentiation between the two. It's probably our biggest concern. And again, going back to the original discussion of public safety and making sure that the citizens that are here legally or non-legally were driving safely, we get that. But 18, as we're going to join 18 other states, the majority of those states distinguish differently between legal citizens and illegal citizens. And that is our number one concern. We've tried to make that many, many times, and every single amendment we tried to put on, and you'll see more this evening, gets turned down. And I honestly believe we need to work together to reach compromise in Minnesota. Minnesota wants compromise. We need the compromise in this state. So all we're asking is to make some changes to make us feel more comfortable about this bill, and I think we'll get a large bipartisan support. But we have some issues which you'll hear tonight. You're going to hear several amendments, so we're going to have some great discussion on those. Great discussion. But we would like to see some compromise. This is a major policy bill and major policy change in the state of Minnesota. And with a one-party control in Minnesota, we are not seeing that compromise. Many, many citizens across our state are not being heard of some of our concerns, and we have many which you'll hear tonight. I'll go through a couple, and then I'll go to some of our members for amendments. But one of the issues we have is the Real ID. Real ID will not be implemented at the soonest until May 7th of 2025. That leaves 19 months of potential fraud if we pass this bill. As this bill is proposed, it's proposed to take effect October 1st of 2023. That is very quick, and as you'll hear more this evening, there's lots of difficulties with that, from documentation to training our deputy registers to a host of issues that we're concerned about. This is going to happen very quick, and there's not enough time to train deputy registers, driver's license agents, and many, many more within the administration. So the urgency to get this through is going to cause many, many issues across our state. Our deputy registers have already been put to the test, and now we're going to stress them more by passing this bill. Also, with the Real ID and implementing this, there is going to be a national safety concern with this. Potentially, someone can come in either illegally or as a terrorist and apply for a driver's license, get the driver's license, and now we'll be able to fly in an airplane or enter a federal building because we're not waiting until Real ID is implemented. Another one in transportation we brought up several times is there is a concern with election security with this driver's license. There was lots of testimony, lots of discussion on that. And there's other bills coming through the legislature on driver's license and voting. But to my understanding, this bill never went to the Elections Committee. And I know we spent at least 2 hours talking about election concerns. Never went to an election committee or elections committee. As I said, deputy registers, driver's license agencies, so many due documentations, so much training that's going to be needed. Fraudulent documents are a huge concern. Many different countries verifying if those documents are real or not. A lot of people have called this bill fraud for all bill because it opens itself up to so much fraud with documentation. Next, driver's testing. How many members here have heard the concerns of getting our kids in to get a driver's test or get driver's training, having to go 250 miles to get their child so they can get a driver's license? Because we're so backed up right now, and we now have the potential to add 80,000 more people trying to get a driver's license, and we are backed up now. That's another concern. Another big concern I've heard is it's a gateway document So you will be able to get a Minnesota driver's license now and go to another state. And is that verification being done in the other state? It's often referred to as a gateway document. Also, it's a degradation of our official driver's license, from what I've heard from many, many concerns. And I think businesses and legal citizens expect the government should verify the information to have an accurate ID, not just check a box. Needs to be verified. So with that, Madam President, you're going to hear many, many amendments this evening with our concerns. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to members to have a debate this evening.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, my real concern with this bill, Madam President, is national security. To understand what happened back in 2003 when this changed, you need to look back at why they did it. And Madam President, would Senator Mohammed stand for a question?
Senator Mohammed, would you yield? She will. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mohammed, during the committee process, I asked you if you had gone back and taken a look at the 2003 Statements of Needs and Reasonableness, the SONAR is what they call it, on the reasoning why in 2003 they changed that. Senator Mohammed, did you go back and read that, and do you have any questions as far as why they did what they did back in 2003?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam Chair, Madam President, Senator Howe, I did read it, and I have no questions.
Senator Howe.
I didn't understand the question.
Senator Mohammed, if you would repeat your response.
I read it, and I have no questions.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, with that, then I guess I don't understand why more changes didn't happen to this bill before it reached the Senate floor. Because if you read the SONAR and understood the SONAR, you would have understood the reason why it changed was because back on 9/11, which had a huge impact on my life, which sent me to Iraq twice, sent my family members to Afghanistan and other places, I can't fathom why, if you read that SONAR and you understood that 19 of those terrorists that flew those planes into the World Trade Center had 30 different state driver's license and state IDs. And when they came out with that report, that's why the state of Minnesota reacted, because we were issuing those driver's licenses. We didn't issue any of those, but we issued driver's license in the same process. So our state at that time, the Department of Public Safety, seen that as a huge risk. And that's why the policy changed. And now we're going back. And I have a huge concern that we are going to allow that to happen. We are taking the safeguards away to allow that to possibly happen again. Keep in mind, in fiscal year 2022, 98 people that are on the terrorist watch list were apprehended at our southern border. I'm not confident we got them all. I'm not confident that we don't have people in our midst that are terrorists that may want that driver's license. So, Madam President, I'll offer the A52 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 10, line 10, delete October 1st, 2023. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. Members and Madam President, Real ID was implemented to ensure that people that are flying, people that board our aircraft, people that go to government buildings are who they say they are, and it's verified. As Senator Jasinski said, that doesn't take effect now in Minnesota till May 7th of 2025. What this amendment would do was say that this bill doesn't become effective until 6 months after Real ID is implemented. But Madam President, I understand that that's an issue, so I'll offer the A53 amendment to the amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend the A52 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, line 3, delete 6 months after and insert on. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And what this does is this basically says that this bill becomes effective on the day that Real ID is implemented. That puts the safeguards on this that says that these driver's licenses that we issue will not be able to board aircraft. We will not have a repeat of 9/11. We will not have folks coming into our government buildings to create havoc and do harm. Members, this keeps the safeguards that we put in place back in 2003. It will put it'll put a safeguard back in place to ensure the reasoning why they did what they did in 2003 is back implemented and ensures our safety even though this bill goes forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request a roll call
On what?
on the amendment, to the amendment. The A52, Madam President.
And the A53?
As a matter of fact, Madam President, I would also like to request a roll call on the A53.
Thank you, Senator Frantz. There will be a roll call both on the underlying amendment and on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Mohammed.
Madam Chair, Senator Howe, members, I ask you to vote down this amendment and the amendment to the amendment, and here's why. First of all, folks have been fighting for 20 years to get this. 20 years. And you might not agree with everything on the bill, but the truth is, law enforcement likes it the way it is. Businesses like it just as it is. Community likes it just as it is. There's not a single group that wants to change this bill. And Senator Howe, I understand your concerns around national security and 9/11. But let me make something clear. People who are US citizens also commit crimes. It's not just immigrants. There are bad people everywhere. And when someone does something wrong, we should hold them to the full extent of the law. And I'm with you on that. I too want to protect our national security. I too am a US citizen. I also care about these things. But I also care about the people who are fighting to follow the law so they can drive. They are asking us to not drive illegally. These folks have been telling us for 20 years, let me get a driver's license, please, so I don't have to drive without getting a driver's education. They want to do the right thing. Please vote down these amendments.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. So people have been fighting for this for 20 years. Well, it's 2023. So do you know what happened 22 years ago? 9/11. And that's what this amendment to the amendment seeks to address, to prevent a repeat of that. Madam President, I'm sure every single one of us remembers where we were. I happened to have been in school at the time. I was going to college. And the morning class, those images flashed across the news screen. And they were not United States citizens. They were those that had committed themselves to committing acts of evil and murder and terror against the great people of the United States of America. And Madam President, do you remember in the days immediately afterwards, a lot of things happened. But one of the most important things that happened, members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, went out to the front steps of the Capitol and joined together in a show of unity, in a show of strength, that we will not stand for our nation to be attacked. The foundations of this country, the principles of our Constitution and our republic are going to withstand those who oppose our way of life. And the reason that was so important is the act of bipartisan Democrats and Republicans coming together to show unity and a common value set. Madam President, that is not happening thus far in this session. And I'm hoping that this amendment to the amendment turns the tide, that we can actually have a bipartisan bill that Minnesotans expect us to have, to work together to first and foremost ensure the security of the families across Minnesota and for our children. And it is so incredibly important that we ensure that those who are committed to attacking our way of life and murdering Americans are not given a loophole. And the bill as written has a loophole large enough to fly another airplane through. And we do not want that. Now next, Madam President, Senator Mohammed is correct. There are those enemies, both foreign and domestic. And that is true. But despite that being true, that is not an excuse to create deliberately a hole in our defenses, to peel away a shield. And we need to close that hole. When there are vulnerabilities that we recognize, we need to take action. See something, say something. And you know what, Madam President? I see a hole in this bill. And Madam President, you know what I'm doing? I'm saying something. Senator Howe is saying something. And we are working to protect Minnesotans because we cannot deny the reality that there are those seeking to circumvent our systems. They study our systems to find weaknesses, and they gravitate to those weaknesses. Now, Madam President, my career in cybersecurity has been to survey environments, to study systems, deliberately seeking vulnerabilities that threats would seek to exploit for their harmful purposes. And absolutely, the threats to Minnesota and our country are studying this legislation, and they are going to gravitate to Minnesota so they can exploit the vulnerability that this body seeks to enact into law. Now, what would they do with that exploitation of the vulnerability? They would seek to defraud the system, to defraud Minnesotans so they can have a license that they should not have, so they can commit their act of terror by taking advantage of the airlines and other methods. The myriad of methods available to do us harm. It should be common sense, Madam President. Actually, I take that back. It is common sense to vote in favor of the amendment to the amendment. That is common sense to ensure our security. And so, Madam President, because it is common sense, I highly encourage everybody to exercise the green vote on the Howe amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Howe's amendment, and if Senator Mohammed would yield for a question.
Senator Mohammed, would you yield for a question? She will. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Senator Howe, or Mr. President, and Senator Mohammed. Yeah, the question is this, and I see the same type of concern that this amendment brought forward is in the comments of Senator Lucero. Senator Mohammed, what would prevent a terrorist from coming through our open borders in the South, assuming this bill becomes law, coming to Minnesota, getting a driver's license, and hopping onto an airline and committing the types of acts that have been talked about here? Is there anything in your bill that would prevent someone coming across the southern border, which we know is not being patrolled and closed? It is simply being left open. Millions are pouring across. There's no way of vetting them. And terrorists can come across, come to Minnesota, get a driver's license, get on an airline, and fly off in an airplane. So, Senator Mohammed, I know you don't want that to happen, but what in your bill, because I don't see it, would actually keep someone, a terrorist, from doing that?
Senator
Madam
Mohammed.
President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, and Senator Gruenhagen. What this bill does is it allows everyone to drive safely on our roads. It keeps us safe so that we can drive, and we know that everyone who's on our roads has gotten the driver's education that they need. That's what this bill does. You're right. I don't want anyone in our country or our state to be attacked by anyone who is foreign, anyone who is citizen here. No one. I also don't want that to happen. But January 6th happened. That was a terrorism attack. That was a lot of U.S. citizens who had, I'm sure, regular Class C driver's license. I also condemn that. We can have a conversation about how our federal government has failed immigrants, and in return, failing us. But just because our federal government has failed, it doesn't mean that we don't have a duty. We have a duty, and we can do the right thing. And the right thing to do is keeping the people who are on our roads safe, and that's what Minnesotans are asking for. Everyone across the state of Minnesota want to make sure what they want is the people who are on our roads to have gotten the proper driver's education that they need, to have a proof of license, so that we can all be safe and live our lives with dignity. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. If she would yield for another question.
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? Senator Mohammed, would you yield? She does. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. Yeah, I appreciate that you don't want a terrorist attack to happen. But again, I will ask you the question, hopefully succinctly, one more time. If a terrorist comes across our open borders in the South and this bill becomes law, what in your bill prevents that terrorist from coming to Minnesota, getting a driver's license, and getting on an airline and committing a terrorist act? I do not see anything in your bill that addresses that issue, and yet that is primary of importance, because Real ID doesn't start, I think, for about 18 months. So we've got an 18-month window here where they can hop on an airplane and do a terrible terrorist act, either here in Minnesota or somewhere across our country. So again, what in your bill addresses that behavior where a terrorist comes across undetected, comes to Minnesota, gets a driver's license, and then hops on an airline? Where in the bill does it put a stop to that? Thank you. If Senator Mohammed would respond, Madam President.
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, I will let Senator Latz answer this question.
Senator Mohammed, I did not understand your response.
Madam President, Senator Gruenhagen, is it okay if Senator Latz answers your question?
Senator Mohammed, the correct response was that you would not yield to a question, and then Senator Gruenhagen can certainly ask Senator Latz to respond, but you may not transfer that yourself to Senator Latz. Senator Mohammed does not agree to respond. Senator Gruenhagen, would you like to ask Senator Latz a question?
Thank you, Madam President. That is extremely disappointing that the author will not respond to a question about a terrorist coming over the southern border to hop on an airline and do a terrorist act here in Minnesota or somewhere across this country if this bill becomes law. There's nothing in here to prevent that. Members, think carefully. And yet, Senator Howe's amendment would be a step in that direction of putting a little bit of check on it. But yes, Madam President, I'll ask Senator Latz to yield.
Senator Latz, do you yield? He yields. Senator Gruenhagen.
Senator Latz, I think you heard the question. I don't have to repeat it. Would you like to respond?
Senator Latz.
Madam President, Senator Gruenhagen, there are so many logical fallacies in your question, I'm not quite sure where to begin, but I'm going to focus on the question of what would stop a person from getting a valid driver's license in Minnesota if they weren't entitled to it, if they weren't really who they claim to be. There's nothing in your question, there's nothing in this bill that would stop someone who is lawfully getting a driver's license in terms of a background check or anything, but same with any Minnesota resident or citizen, same issue. Right? If they are who they say they are and they submit the proper documentation, then they get a license. In the bill, I actually went back and I've got a copy of the standards for a driver's license that were applicable in the year 2000. And they weren't very robust. Let me just put it that way. I'm not going to read the whole thing out of the statute, but they weren't very robust. Let me tell you what this bill requires. For a person to document they are who they say they are, which is the threshold question for qualifying for an identification in Minnesota, a state-issued identification. If you read the bill, Senator Gruenhagen, at line 3.25, it starts to amend section 171.06 subdivision by creating a new subdivision 8, which requires a declaration of the applicant's residence status, which, by the way, this declaration, if it's false or perjury, I believe later in the bill, that's criminal conduct. It's a crime to do that. Then if you look at line 4.6, Senator Gruenhagen, in the bill that's proposed for us today, it has the general requirements creating a subdivision 9 for a non-compliant license or identification card. And the documents must have been issued to or provided for the applicant, must be legible and unaltered, must be an original or a copy certified by the issuing agency or by a court. I'm going to summarize here so I don't read the entire bill for you, Senator Gruenhagen. It's got documented legal name change information in there, if that were to be the case. Court is defined to include a foreign court of competent jurisdiction. And then if Senator Gruenhagen take a look at line 5.6 of the bill, creates a subdivision 10 in section 171.06, defining primary documents that one of which must be provided to the Department of Public Safety in order to qualify for the issuance of a driver's license. And these documents include an unexpired foreign passport or a foreign consular identification document that bears a photograph of the applicant, a certified birth certificate issued by a foreign jurisdiction, a certified adoption certificate issued by a foreign jurisdiction. And it must contain security features that make the document as impervious to alteration as is reasonably practicable in its design and quality of material and technology. And then, Senator Gruenhagen, if you look at line 5.20 of the bill that you've asked what in this bill would prevent someone from getting a driver's license, it lists a series of secondary documents. And those secondary documents include a second primary document of the list I just read to you, a notice of action on or proof of submission of a completed application for asylum, issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security, a certificate of eligibility for non-immigrant student status issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security, a certificate of eligibility for exchange visitor status issued by the United States Department of State, a deferred action for childhood arrival approval issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security, an employment authorization document issued by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, a Social Security Administration document, a Social Security card, a supplemental Social Security income award statement, an unexpired selective service card, military orders still in effect, a Minnesota unemployment insurance benefits statement, a valid identification card for health benefits or an assistance or social services program, Minnesota vehicle certificate of title that has been recently issued, mortgage documents, property deeds, tax statements in Minnesota, documents issued by a foreign jurisdiction, including a driver's license that is current or has been expired for 5 years or less, certified transcript from high school, college, or university, student identification card with a certified transcript. Must include an official high school transcript and including the date of birth and a photograph. Federal electoral card that contains the applicant's photograph. certificate of marriage certified copy. So, Senator Gruenhagen, there are a lot of provisions in this bill that are not only astronomically more robust than was in Minnesota law back in the year 2000, the year before the 9/11, but also that would be as absolutely secure as is humanly possible, I suggest, to verify that the person who is applying for driver's license is the person that they say they are. Now, once you get beyond that, your other questions are really beyond the scope of this bill.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. And Senator Latz, thanks for trying to attempt a response. To tell you the truth, I find it quite flimsy and without much merit. The reason, in my district, I have a company that does hire a lot of undocumented immigrants. And when they're discovered, because they come with forged documents, when they're discovered, they lose their job. The problem is, in a few days, they come back with new forged documents. So everything you referenced, and by the way, I did read the bill during the recess, everything you referenced can just about be forged nowadays. And there's people that you have to pay to forge those documents. Again, there's nothing in this bill that prevents a terrorist from coming across the southern border, if this becomes law, getting a driver's license and getting on an airline and committing a terrorist act here in Minnesota or somewhere in this nation. Nothing. And regardless of what Senator Latz said, almost all those items can be forged, especially when we have an administration that has allowed millions of documents to rush across our border without being vetted for public health, for illegal drugs, or for anything else. And I'm supposed to believe, when there's nothing in this bill that can't be forged, that this is going to prevent a terrorist from coming to Minnesota and getting on an airline? I'm sorry, I wasn't born yesterday. So, Senator Latz, I'm extremely disappointed in your response, and for the author of this bill not to respond. Yep.
You're to address the president and not another member.
Well, I'm looking right at her. Madam President, I guess it's just really disappointing that the author of the bill will not show me where in this bill there's actually a provision subject to Senator Howe's amendment that would actually help us to prevent terrorists from coming to Minnesota, getting a driver's license, and endangering our citizens of all ethnic backgrounds here in the state or across the United States. Members, please support Senator Howe's amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to respond for a minute to Senator Lucero when he took us for a walk down memory lane on memorable moments in the history of the United States, and talked about common sense and how these people who don't have a driver's license are committing these atrocious crimes across the country, making sure that we have that sense of vulnerability and the attack on our way of life and killing Americans. And so I just thought I would do another little run through some horrific moments in the history of the United States. Maybe you can think about where you were on April 16th, 2007, when we had the Virginia Tech shooting, and there were 33 deaths, and 23 injuries. Or how about on December 14th, 2012, the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, where 28 children were killed, along with his mother. What about Uvalde, Texas? Go back here, I missed something. Where we lost a number of children as well. 22 children and 18 injuries.
Madam President, point of order.
Let's talk about 1966, August 1st, University of Texas.
Excuse me, Senator Kunesh. Senator Pratt, you rise to a point of order.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering what the body is debating at this point in time.
That's not a point of order, Senator Pratt.
All right. Madam President, I appreciate where what's the history lesson Senator Kunesh is giving us, but it doesn't seem relevant to the question in front of the body right now, which is Senator Howe's amendment.
Under what rule are you objecting as a point of order?
Madam, I'm referring to Rule 36.2. The member shall speak only to the question under debate. And at that point, and I know it goes on to talk about personality, but we're not talking about acts of violence in general. We're talking about Senator Howe's amendment on when the driver's licenses should be effective.
Advice on the point of order. Senator Westland.
Madam Chair, the little detour we took about 9/11 and terrorism has absolutely nothing to do with this bill. And yet that was given a lot of leeway to discuss. And I think that Senator Kunesh's point, Madam Chair, goes directly to the direction that this conversation has taken.
Madam President, advice? Advice, Madam
President
President?
rules a point of order not well taken.
May I continue, Madam President?
Senator Kunesh.
Then let's get to 2018 at Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. 17 were killed and 17 injured. Columbine. Everybody knows where they were when Columbine massacre happened. We had 18-year-old student and 17-year-old student killed 12 students and 1 teacher after killing 2 students in the schoolyard and fatally wounding a teacher in the hallway. They killed the rest of those victims in their school library. May 18, 2018, Santa Fe High School shooting. 10 dead, 14 injured. Red Lake shooting in 2005. 16-year-old student Jeff Weiss killed his grandfather and grandfather's companion where they'd been living. And then he drove to Red Lake Senior High School, armed with his grandfather's police weapons. Weiss killed 5 students, 1 teacher, 1 security guard, wounding 7 others before he committed suicide. Enoch Brown school massacre, 11 killed, 1 injured. Oasis University shooting, 23-year-old Juan Elgo was accused of shooting dead 7 students with a handgun and wounding 3 others at a college, a Christian college. Fullerton, California was the site of California State University Fullerton massacre. The gunman, 37-year-old Edward Charles Alloway, was a custodian there. He killed 7 people and wounded 2 others in the library's first-floor lobby and at the building's instructional media center. The Stockton schoolyard shooting in 1989. 24-year-old Patrick Edward Purdy fatally shot 5 children and wounded 32 others at the Cleveland Elementary School before taking his own life. In 2008, we had the Northern Illinois University shooting where 27-year-old Stephen Kazmarazik shot multiple people with a shotgun in a lecture hall, killing 5 and injuring 21 before taking his own life. In 2017, we had Rancho Tecama shooting. 43-year-old
Madam President.
Kevin Neal injured
Madam
1
President.
student.
Point
and
of
I'll
order.
get to my
Madam
point.
President.
I will get to my point.
Kunesh, be quiet, please. Senator Johnson.
Madam President, under Rule 36.2, members shall speak only to the question under debate. We've given significant leeway, and the Speaker has not come around to the point of the debate. Senator Lucero's amendment speaks directly to the connection between the driver's license and the gap that we have. However, I do not see any connection between what Senator Kunesh is speaking about and the bill, underlying bill here. So, Madam President, I ask that you take this point of order well taken.
I have already ruled on that point of order. Again, I rule the point of order is not well taken. Senator Kunesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And so my point is, when Senator Lucero made the connection that not having a legal driver's license, the folks that are driving without a legal driver's license are attacking our way of life, that they're killing Americans. We have plenty of Americans killing Americans with guns. And so my question, or my response to this is, and would Senator Mohammed please yield for a question?
Senator Mohammed, do you yield for a question? She does. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you. So my question is there anything in this bill that prevents a person with a legal driver's license from buying guns and massacring our kids in the United States of America?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Kunesh, thank you for that question. This bill allows everyone who's going to be on our roads to be able to drive safely. It allows people to go get a driver's education. It allows people to get an insurance so they can drive. That's all it does.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Senator Zainab, and thank you, Madam President.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I authored the Real ID bill in 2017, and you served on the conference committee for that bill. The reason the federal government passed Real ID was because after September 11th, 2001, they reviewed how states were issuing driver's licenses and identification cards, and they determined that state documentation standards were too lax. Our state took a proactive approach and tightened up those documentation requirements in 2003. Congress went a bit further by passing the Real ID bill in 2005, and then later this body passed Real ID in 2017. We were supposed to be under a Real ID travel mandate by October of 2020. That was pushed out to 2023 because of COVID. And later pushed out to 2025 by the Biden administration. Senator Mohammed mentioned we have a duty to protect Minnesotans. And she talked about protecting Minnesotans on the road. And members, I would argue that we have a duty to protect Minnesotans when they travel by air. Now, Madam President, we've been talking about who can get a real ID, and I just want to be clear that immigrants that reside in Minnesota with legal status can, in fact, get a real ID and can travel. They can get a driver's license, they can get an identification card, they can travel. But I do believe Senator Howe is correct that the undocumented driver's licenses and IDs that will be created by this bill will be able to be accepted at an airport in order to board a plane. And it may be used beyond that because we are conferring identification. But Madam President, you know, it's not just about immigrants that are here with legal status, immigrants that are here without legal status. We're also talking about fugitives. We're also talking about other people that want to mask their identity. And that's the concern here. And that's why without any markings on the bill, as was passed out of here in 2014, that Senator Howe's amendment becomes so much more important. Because Senator Mohammed, you're right, we do have a duty to protect Minnesotans. And that's what Senator Howe's amendment is attempting to do. Members, I urge a yes vote.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I'm just confused here. I need some clarity. I heard one member across the aisle say if law enforcement says it, we believe it's good and we should believe them. I've heard someone else say if we are concerned, we're doing this because we are concerned about driver safety and we need to be very concerned about driver safety. So if we're concerned about driver safety and law enforcement says it and it's a good thing, then, you know, why are we not allowing police officers to pull over people after they have stolen vehicles in Minneapolis and St. Paul? They have a no chase policy. That's not safe. And law enforcement has said they want to do that, and we're not listening to them, and we're not allowing them to pull people over. It's 700 cars stolen in January in Minneapolis because people aren't allowed to.
Point of order.
Police officers aren't allowed to pull people over.
Point of order.
Excuse me, Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you.
Senator Klein.
Madam President, I do rise under 36.2. The member shall speak only to the question under debate. We are not debating the usefulness of police stops in Minneapolis.
The President rules the point of order not well taken. However, fill in the blank. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just wondering how these driver's licenses will help this crime wave stop. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate Senator Kunesh's repeating some words of mine, Madam President, because the words are very important. However, in the repeat of my words, they were twisted. I did not say, Madam President, that those that are driving presently illegally are committing these acts. What I said was allowing these to be issued before Real ID will allow people who purpose themselves to commit acts of evil a loophole. and that is anybody. That could be people that are not here right now. That could be people that are here right now. It allows a loophole. And so that's what we need to be concerned about. Now, as I was listening, Madam President, to the dialogue in the words of the chief author, Senator Mohammed, and as I was listening to the exchange between Senator Gruenhagen and Senator Latz, a few questions came to mind in regards to the documents that are going to be permitted in the absence of waiting for real ID. So, Madam President, I'm wondering if the chief author, Senator Mohammed, would yield for a series of questions. Would Senator Mohammed yield for a series of questions?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield for a question? She yields. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Mohammed. The first question I have, as I was listening to the dialogue, does present law, I see on page 5, and I'm sure it's other pages of the bill, but on page 5, and Senator Latz referenced foreign documents being used. Is this a new change? Is this a change in law where foreign documents will be permitted? Or does current law, the issuance of current driver's license, permit foreign documents to be used?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Lucero, this reinstates the law that we had prior to 2003. So currently, when you go and get a driver's license, you are required to have a proof of residency, and so which means you have to have a social security number. And we're taking that away. And what we're having is people go into DPS, have proof that they are who they are, and they can use a foreign passport if they'd like to do that, and then prove of residency that they've lived in Minnesota.
Senator.
And, sorry, can I?
Go right ahead.
I think we all know how the current law is written, and everybody who was alive prior to 2003 and has lived in Minnesota is well aware of this law. We're not creating something new. What we realized is in 20 years, what we've had is not working for everybody who lives here. Sure, they don't have a documentation. Sure, they're not U.S. citizens, but they live here and they're our neighbors. And most importantly, the people who live here, Minnesotans, they want to be safe on our roads. And this allows that to happen.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the chief author yield for another question?
Senator Mohammed yields. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate that answer, Senator Mohammed. But I genuinely do not know the answer. So, Madam President, the chief author just said everybody knows this law. Well, I don't know. And when we bring bill, and I haven't sat on a committee where this went through. And so when bills make their way through committee and to the Senate floor, it is the expectation that the chief authors of the bill can simply answer the question rather than saying, everybody knows the bill or everybody knows the current law. Well, no, I don't. I don't know the current law. So, Madam President, the question I would ask again is, does current law permit foreign documents to be used to identify somebody for purposes of obtaining a current driver's license?
Senator Lucero, that question has been asked and answered. Do you have anything further?
Thank you, Madam President. I do. I have more questions. And for the record, Madam President, it hasn't been answered. I don't know what the current law is. And my question was, does current law permit? And it wasn't answered. My second question, if she would yield for another question.
Senator Mohammed, you yield again. She does.
Thank you, Madam President. As I see here on lines 5.9 through 5.12, it speaks about a foreign passport, foreign consular, a certified birth certificate of a foreign jurisdiction and a certified adoption certificate by a foreign jurisdiction. My question, Madam President, and to Senator Mohammed, are all foreign jurisdictions in the entire world permitted, or are there any exclusions that would not be permitted to verify certified copies of these documents listed in the bill?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Lucero, all foreign documents will be verified by DPS.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Would she yield for another question?
Senator Mohammed does yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And so that's very concerning to me, because as I was listening to this exchange, I went to the federal government's State Department website, and specifically to the website, the title is State Sponsors of Terrorism. State Sponsors of Terrorism, Bureau of Counterterrorism. And I thought to myself, because the current bill as drafted doesn't wait for Real ID to go into effect, and because Real ID came into effect as a direct result of acts of terrorism against this country by foreign nations, I thought to myself, certainly the federal government's identified nations of state sponsors of terrorism would be excluded in the bill under foreign jurisdiction. But I just heard, Madam President, that all countries. So, looking at this, there's a list here of state sponsors of terrorism, and included in that is Iran and Syria. So what we're going to see here, under this bill, if it becomes law, an unexpired foreign passport. Do we think, Madam President, that Iran would take steps that would circumvent and manufacture an unexpired foreign passport in order to get some of their state-sponsored citizens here and then be able to use those manufactured documents? And I think the answer, Madam President, would be yes. And by the way, I haven't forgotten, Madam President, that I asked Senator Mohammed to yield, and she accepted, so I'm still leading up to my question. And because they would do that, this creates a loophole that Iran, being a threat, could exploit. The loophole is the vulnerability. The threat is Iran. Threats exploit vulnerabilities. And so, Madam President, I'm standing again because Senator Kunesh misunderstood my previous comments in the context of Real ID. And the threats are those who would exploit the vulnerability that this legislation creates. Now, Madam President, I've mentioned to you in this body in the past that my wife is from Pakistan. She has a Pakistan birth certificate written in a language that's not English, Urdu. I have been to multiple other countries. Another one of my immigrant family members who's married to one of my siblings, when we traveled to that country, he made the comment to me when we were over there, Eric, these foreign officials in the country we were in are ripe to be bribed. They are willing to be bought off to create a certified birth certificate issued by a foreign jurisdiction, to create a certified adoption certificate issued by a foreign jurisdiction, to create, how much would it cost to bribe an official in a foreign jurisdiction to create an unexpired foreign passport? I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it's possible, and we should not allow it to happen. So, Madam President, my question for Senator Mohammed, is there a definition for your usage?
Senator Lucero, I think we've gone far afield from your original request for her to yield to a question. I'm going to allow that, and I'm going to ask her if she will answer. But I am not going to allow you to speak for 10 minutes before you get to a question. Don't try that again. Senator Mohammed, she yields for your question. Please state it.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, that begs another question, Madam President. I'm not intending to test you. I'm not intending to push your buttons or do anything deliberately to make you upset. But what I need to do to ask my question, I need to lay a foundation of foreign travels, foreign officials, and my experience in my travels and my family, in order to frame my question with context. My question, Madam President, the usage of the word certified on line 511 and 512, is there a definition for that word? And the reason I had to give background is because my wife and my family members have copies of foreign documents. And it may have taken 10 minutes to get to my question, but it's very legitimate. And I do not appreciate the threat. I will wait for the answer. Thank you.
Senator Mohammed.
This is certainly a lively debate. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Senator Lucero, I would love to debate about our federal policies, but the debate tonight is about the safety of our roads. That's what this bill does. This bill is clear. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. My question was not about a federal policy. It was about a definition of certified in the bill. I am wondering if there's a definition for certified, because I want to know, is my wife's birth certificate certified or not per the language in the bill? I didn't get an answer. That's not a federal policy. This is a state bill. Madam President, I would ask if Senator Mohammed would yield to provide me a definition for certified if there is one.
Senator Mohammed, do you yield?
Madam President, Senator Lucero, I will get you that answer, but currently DPS does allow foreign documents to be used. What we're doing is we're doing a rule change to allow undocumented people to not have to provide Social Security numbers because they don't have that. This debate is about the safety of our roads, and we can debate that tonight if you'd like, because there are 40,000 accidents on the highways. And the people of Minnesota, they want to make sure that the people who are driving on our roads have the driver education that they need. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I still didn't get an answer, and I won't ask again. But I do not know if the document that my wife has, or I have other siblings that are not married yet. So far, every one of myself and my siblings has married an immigrant. I would like to know if there are any children that my nieces and nephews' future that might be born outside the country. If my unmarried siblings might marry an immigrant. I do not know if the words, I don't know if the document my wife presently has, which would be substantially similar to a document that potentially an unmarried sibling would have if he married an immigrant, would be certified. It's not a gotcha question. I'm just trying to understand the language of the bill. the plain language of the bill. I don't know why I'm not getting an answer. And it is not just about driver's license. It's about the unintended consequences of this language and the vulnerabilities it creates to all Minnesotans. Thank you, Madam President.
Secretary will take the roll on the A53 amendment to the amendment.
Madam President, can I have the final word on the amendment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Mohammed, I agree that we do have a duty for our roads to be safe. And I, too, believe that we should issue these undocumented immigrants a type of license. But I do believe that we have not only a duty to keep our roads safe, we have a duty to our national security. And we can do both. But currently, this bill doesn't do it. And this amendment to the amendment would go a long ways in providing that security to our national, providing that duty to our national security and upholding that. So, Madam President, with that, I'll ask for a green vote on the amendment to the amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A53 amendment to the A52. Yeah, you have to stand back while they're still voting. Senator Kunesh?
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion? I'm going to be very slow.
Madam
Is this on? How do I turn this on? It's on, okay. Sorry, members, a little transition here. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam
the
President.
A52 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. And I had hoped that the A53 would have went on because I think it makes it a better amendment. But still, folks, I do believe, Madam President, that this amendment makes this a better bill This amendment makes the bill better. Man, I can't say that 3 times real fast. But I had hoped that this will help us maintain that duty that Senator Mohammed talked about in maintaining not only our roads safe, but also our nation safe. I ask for a green vote. Thank you, members.
Roll call's been requested. The clerk will take the roll. Senator Kunish to report the remote voters.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski to report the remote voters.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All senators having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments?
Madam President, to your left.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to offer the A74.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 4, after line 3, insert. This is the A74 amendment.
Senator Lucero on the A74 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. This would seek to prevent those who are on the National Sex Offender Registry from getting a driver's license. But I was inspired by the conversation earlier, so I would like to expand that, and I would offer the A76 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A74 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, line 7, after the semicolon, insert and. This is the A76 amendment.
Senator Lucero on the A76 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. And so what this amendment to the amendment would accomplish is it would prevent those listed on the National Sex Offender Registry, on the Wanted Person Registry, on the Gang Member Registry, on the Known or Suspected Terrorist Registry, the Violent Person, Foreign Fugitive, Immigration Violator, or Identity Theft. And this is from the National Crime Information Center that compiles these databases. So we would want to ensure that those who are not only here and have broken the law once, but have taken it upon themselves to break numerous laws, including violent crimes, sexual predators, that we would not want to reward them by allowing them to obtain a Minnesota driver's license. And I would ask for a roll call, Madam President, and I would encourage a green vote on the A76.
A roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to be clear, I would also like to request a roll call on the underlying amendment.
Thank you, Senator Frentz. Is there any discussion on the A76 amendment? Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members, for the opportunity to rise and ask for you to vote no on the A76 amendment. Members, if you look at the A76 amendment, it would only cause more confusion. It would end up putting an extraordinary burden on DPS, who has already testified in various committees, the extensive work that they will go through in order to make sure that the information in everyone who applies for a driver's license, just the information will be something that they'll verify and do everything possible in order to make sure it's right. If you look at this list, for an example, wanted person, does that mean a wanted person in Minnesota? Does that mean a wanted person somewhere else? What does that mean? Gang member, what are you using to say if someone's a gang member or not? I can go on and on and on, but I'm not going to go through each and every point of the A76 amendment. But what I would say is that it only confuses those who are seeking to get a driver's license and those who have to verify the information there, and nothing proposed helps with national security or to make sure our streets are safe. So it's for those reasons that I am asking you to vote no on the A76 amendment and the underlining amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Any more discussion? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, now we've heard it all. We have before us a bill that creates as much confusion in our driver's license system as we could create. As much as we could create, Madam President. We are going to have driver's licenses for illegal aliens in this state that is going to be confused with driver's license for citizens and driver's license for permanent resident aliens, as well as providing the fact that we're going to have temporary residents and those with visas that are demarcated differently. Madam President, that's what this bill does, is creates a bunch of confusion. And we have the majority who is coming forward with a bill that disrespects the rule of law in our country by flouting in the face of our federal law by giving driver's licenses to people who are illegally. And we have members of the majority party saying, when Senator Lucero brings an amendment to say we simply don't want sex offenders to be getting a driver's license if they're one of the illegal aliens here that are applying for them. That's what his amendment says. It says if they are a wanted person on the National Wanted Persons list and the police are after them, that we shouldn't give them one of these confusing driver's licenses that are going to mess up our driver's license system in this state, can create all kinds of confusion. And Senator Lucero's amendment simply says, if they're a known or suspected terrorist, we should think twice about giving one of these unbelievably confusing driver's licenses to an illegal alien, Madam President, who the first act that they committed when they came to our country was to violate federal law with a federal misdemeanor. That is unbelievable that we are hearing that here before the people of Minnesota tonight. The confusion lies, Madam President, not in Senator Lucero's amendment that tries to bring some sanity to this bill, but in the fact that we've got a bill before us that is what is truly confusing. Members, support Senator Lucero's amendment. Let's make certain that known bad people are not given this driver's license, not giving them access to things in this state that will allow them to further perpetrate their crimes and hide from our authorities. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to urge my colleagues to treat all people with respect and dignity, not referring to people as illegal. If you've ever driven above the speed limit or broken any other law, you've done an illegal activity. But we don't refer to people as illegal. We treat each other with respect. And you may say you have a constitutional right to demean others. But I'm appealing to you not on your constitutional rights, but on your respect for other human beings. Respect for every human being, for their dignity. I don't know what religious beliefs my colleague may or may not have, but virtually every world religion believes in something I think a lot of us call the golden rule. You're supposed to treat your neighbor as yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Speaking from my personal beliefs as a Christian, we're taught to love our neighbor as ourselves. We're told it's one of the 2 most important commandments, to love your neighbor as yourself. In our scriptures, Jesus Christ explicitly answers the question, and who is my neighbor? And who does he point to? The foreigner, the immigrant, the refugee. That's who our neighbor is. We're supposed to treat them with love and respect. My religion also says that all people are children of God. Every one of us as a human being deserves respect. You may have a constitutional right to call people names. We all do. We can be rude, we can be disrespectful, but I'm asking you as a human being, show respect, show decency, and let's not call people illegal because they broke a law, because I can't picture any one of us in this room who hasn't broken some law, whether by speeding or whatever else. I urge you to treat people with respect in this debate. We can disagree about the policies, but let's not treat other human beings as less than human.
Senator Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and I rise in support of Senator Lucero's amendment. Just a couple comments to, the debate has gotten a little divisive, I think. And we're all children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren of immigrants. Everyone here, I'm sure. I'd say the majority, other than Native Americans, are immigrants that came here. And even their forefathers, I think, if I remember history right, crossed over a bridge in Alaska when they started to get here. So immigration has been the lifeblood of our country. I'm thankful that my great-great-grandparents had the chance to come here from Germany at a time where it was going down a road of Marxism and killing of innocent people. They decided to leave and come to America. So again, we need to understand that in this debate. The other thing I would say is that, we have a canning factory in my hometown. Therefore, it draws in a lot of Hispanics during the summer, especially. Some of them come illegal. Like I said before, my independent insurance agency, I probably have between 7 and 10% of my customers are Hispanic. Here's the thing. One of the Hispanics was homeless. He hadn't gotten employed yet, and he was sleeping outside in Glencoe under the stars when the mosquitoes were really bad. My daughter happened to run across him. She directed him to my office. I gave him money to go get a hotel room and food until he could get employed and get himself some income. He told me he was going to come back and pay me that money back. I didn't really believe him. I thought, yeah, that'll be I won't see that again. But I didn't care. I helped him out. Well, lo and behold, about 2 or 3 weeks later, he comes in the door and he says, I'm here to pay you that money back. I have to admit, I was a little astonished. I do think he was here illegally, although I didn't ask him. So my response was, you know what, I really appreciate you coming back here and offering me my money back. But I tell you what, you keep it. And if you want to pay me back, the next time you see somebody in desperate need, you help them out. That will pay me back. And, you know, he thanked me. I haven't seen him since, but I do know that he worked at the canning factory for the summer. So, hey, I have spent a lot of my life, and that's just one example, I could give more, trying to help people, legal or illegal, when they're in desperate need. But coming to this country illegally opens a door of illegal drugs, sex trafficking, and a host of other problems in this country. That's what these amendments, and opens up for even terrorists. That's what these amendments that Senator Lucero and others here are trying to address, to close those loopholes. So, you know, we're supposed to work together. So if you would address, you know, you've got time to draw up amendments, the others, you know, the majority party. Why don't you address some of these concerns we have, and you might see things change on the Senate floor here. Look at Senator Howe's comments. He's willing to work with you, but he just wants some safeguards. So I would encourage the author and your leadership to bring forward, if you don't like our amendments, bring forward some amendments to address our concerns. And you'll probably see quite a bit of different attitude. I don't in any way want to demean the author of this bill, Senator Mohammed. She seems, you know, she seems like a nice lady. But the point is, we have glaring holes in this bill that are going to endanger the citizens of this state, especially in the 18 months where you can come up here as a terrorist, get a driver's license, and do tremendous damage either on an airline or somewhere else to our citizens here in Minnesota or somewhere in this country. Please address some of those concerns. And I think that the temperature of this discussion will be reduced greatly. Thank you, and please vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion on the A76 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I was interested, Madam President, in the amount of latitude that you gave to one of the members. But in addition to, I mean, the focus of the majority party here seems to be certainly to redefine the language. Members, if you look at federal law, people who come here who are not citizens are referred to in the immigration law as aliens, okay? And even in the federal law, they talk about them being legal or illegal. There's nothing magical or nothing unmagical or nothing contrived about that reality. It just is. It's in our federal law, Madam President. But we have liberals in this country and in this state who try to dumb down the language. So now we go to undocumented people. Next it'll be people who have been victimized because they don't have a document. Obviously, we have a bill in front of us, Madam President, to bring a full solution to it and give people who are here illegally a document. So I guess, Madam President, we won't have to have that discussion anymore after the majority steamrolls this horrible bill through upon the people of Minnesota. Members, the respect that we have and don't have needs to be focused most importantly on our institution of our country and our state and the rule of law. And I believe, Madam Chair, or Madam President, that rule of law is being trampled by this effort, this bill, and the people that are bringing it forward. What about the respect for the citizens of the United States? What about the respect, Madam President, for the people, the aliens who came here legally? What about the people who came here legally, Madam President? They followed the law. They gave up their fingerprints. They gave up documents around their identity. They gave up a report of medical examination in order to come here. But people who the first thing they do here when they come here is violate our federal law, we want to grant them special opportunity and special access to privileges in our state. And that's what's in this bill. And Madam President, that lack of respect that this bill has in the effort behind it is the lack of respect that I'd like to communicate to the member that spoke earlier that we're seeing. That, Madam President, is where the lack of respect is. And that's where the frustration with many of us are. That's where the frustration with the people of Minnesota, who everything is foisted upon them. Madam President, not a Minnesotan that I know asked for this bill when I knocked at their door during the election. And I would venture a guess that there's many Democrats in here too that as they knocked on doors didn't run into this being an item that was brought before them. So to bring this forward as part of yet the extreme agenda of Minnesota Democrats to disrespect our law and trample upon the respectful relationship between the people of our state and country and the laws that they have formed over the decades, generations, and centuries of this country, that, Madam President, is where I think our focus should be. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion on the A76 amendment to the amendment? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Just as a point of information for members as they consider voting on this amendment, the database that's cited in the amendment simply is not a database. It's a federal database that our driver and vehicle services doesn't and cannot gain access to. So it just supports and reinforces the original point, speaking against this amendment that Senator Champion made earlier. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A76 amendment. Senator Kunish, to report the remote voters.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, just a minute. Senator Kunish?
Yes, and Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion fails. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any more amendments? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I will offer the A75.
Secretary will report the A75 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A74 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, delete line 8 and insert. This is the A75 amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I will ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted.
Thank you, and it is only one sentence, so I'll just read it and allow people to hopefully vote green. It would prevent then, is identified with a status of not eligible for driving privileges in the National Driver Register maintained by the United States Department of Transportation. So in other words, this amendment to the amendment would prevent Minnesota from issuing driver's license for those that are deemed not eligible for driving purposes. Look forward to a green vote. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any discussion on the A75 amendment? Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I ask that you vote no on the A75 amendment to the amendment for reasons that we've already identified earlier. When you think in terms of the confusion that this continues to provide, not to mention access to the United States Department of Transportation database. For those reasons, we are asking you to vote no. Remember, members, this is about making sure other Minnesotans have the opportunity to demonstrate capacity, do a road test, and be able to drive. We've already heard throughout the committee process that DPS and others are prepared to do the work that it takes in order to make sure that individuals who want to drive are able to prove who they say they are. Members, we should not do anything that derails that or does anything other than how do we work together in order to make sure individuals are able to drive and not just look at opportunities to create more barriers for them. So members, please vote no on the A75 amendment to the amendment as well as the underlining amendment. Thank you, members.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I do want to work together. We should all work together and be in unanimous agreement that we do not want to issue driver's license to those that are identified with the status of not eligible for driving privileges. That's not confusing. What would be confusing is for Minnesota to issue driver's license to those that are deemed by the federal government as identified with a status of not eligible for driving privileges. That's confusing. Madam President and members, please vote green.
Is there any other discussion on the A75 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All members having voted that desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. My last amendment to this amendment, I will offer the A103.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A74 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, after line 9, insert. This is the A103 amendment.
Senator Lucero on
you.
the A103 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President.
amendment.
And I agree with the earlier conversation that we had. Those that are evil and are committed to murder of our children and would murder our children should not be rewarded with a Minnesota driver's license. And therefore, this amendment, the A103, seeks to not just prevent those that are convicted of a school shooting, but revoke and cancel the driver's license of those convicted of a school shooting. I would ask for a roll call vote and your green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. The first thing I'll ask for and request is a roll call vote. The second thing I'll ask is for all the members to vote no on the A103 amendment. First of all, if there is someone who is convicted of a school shooting, they will be dealt with by law enforcement and the courts. And they will probably be in a situation where they're not seeking or requesting a driver's license. So for those reasons that I believe that this amendment just attempts to derail our conversation, even though it's well intended, we want to concentrate on those who have the ability to be amongst us and drive and demonstrate that they are able to pass the test, both the road and written exam, pay the fee. And those who are working and taking their kids to school and soccer, those are the things we want to concentrate on. That's what we're trying to establish here. So please vote no on the A103. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion on the A103 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski on the remote voters. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Kunish on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Yep. And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. We've had a lot of discussion.
Oh, we have the underlying amendment. First, the A74 amendment.
My fault. My
That's right,
apologies,
just
Madam
a minute.
President.
I didn't clarify that. Senator Lucero, this is your underlying amendment.
It is,
All
Madam
right.
President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And so we are left with voting with the underlying amendment, the A74, that would prohibit those on the National Sex Offender Registry from being rewarded with being granted a Minnesota driver's license. A roll call has already been requested, so I would encourage members to vote green. Thank you.
Is there any final discussion on the A74 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski.
Thank
On
you,
the
Madam
remote
President.
voters.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Kunish on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President, and I apologize for getting ahead of myself. I was just trying to get us out of here this evening, so I was getting ahead of myself. And speaking of that, it would be a good way to get out of here early is if we could approve this amendment. So with that, I'd offer the A44 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment. Senator Jasinski. Oh, sorry.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 3, line 28, delete is not required and insert may choose. This is the A44 amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, listening to the debate this evening, the one thing I heard from the author, Senator Mohammed, was we want to keep our roads safe. So this amendment would not change any of that. A lot of discussion in transportation, some concerns about voting and this ID qualifying to vote, and I think that's more of a mission creep that will happen down the road. But this would voice or answer a lot of concerns that we've raised this evening, a lot that we've heard in committee. But with that, I think that's probably not a good enough amendment for the author, so I'd like to offer the A46 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the A46 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend the A44 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 4 to 15 and insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, a lot of discussion about these driver's licenses. I believe we'll be the 18th state that does this, and over half of the states that have done this have had something similar to this on their driver's licenses. What it would do is put for driving privileges only on the front of the identification card or the driver's license, and then not for voting on the back. These are some big concerns that we've heard in several of the committees. So with that, I'd ask for a green vote on the A46 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call on the A46 amendment and also a roll call to the A44 underlying amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Is there any discussion on the A46 amendment to the amendment? Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so very much for, again, the opportunity to stand and speak to the A46 amendment to the amendment. Members, I'm asking you to vote no on the A46 amendment to the amendment, and at the appropriate time, also vote no on the A44 underlining amendment. Here are the reasons. First of all, I remember when I first carried this bill, and we worked really hard in order to make sure that we were negotiating in good faith and with those on the other side of the aisle. I worked with several members that I won't disclose who they are unless they want me to disclose who they are. But at the end of the day, that bill at that time had markings on it. It had things like for voting only and for driving only, all the other things that you would think of in order to truly work across the aisle. Members, I'm sad to report that even after all that, no one on the other side of the aisle voted for the bill at all. No one. Not those who I worked with in good faith in order to make sure that we could do it. Times have changed, and I really do believe that the marking now would be inappropriate. Not only do I think it would be inappropriate, members, law enforcement also believes that it would be inappropriate. Some of the notes that I have is any license that is visibly distinguishable invites discrimination between those with a distinguished license and those with regular driver's license by private and public actors. If you stop to think about it, the whole reason why we're trying to make sure that there is nothing on this license that would cause a problem, we want to just make sure that people have demonstrated that they have the ability to drive. And so I would ask you to vote no, and not to mention, just so that if someone comes and says, hey, you know, what if someone wants to use this license in order to vote? First of all, you have to be a citizen in order to vote. Number two, the folks who are interested in this driver's license will not want to do anything that could cause them to be deported. Nothing at all. In fact, we know that in the law that someone, even for a misdemeanor, can be deported because it falls in the category of a crime against moral turpitude. So members, there's nothing that would cause that challenge from someone want to violate the law and go in and vote when they're not supposed to vote. And last but certainly not least, members, there's no fear around automatic voter registration. That's not what we're here for. But we know in order for someone to register to vote, they have to demonstrate that they're a citizen. And so there's nothing at all that would be a problem. And in fact, I want to go back to my original point. We should not have anything that would have any marks on it that would cause this license to be different or distinguishable from any other license. Thank you, members, and I hope that you vote no on the A46 amendment to the amendment, and at the appropriate time, also vote no on the A44. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Madam President, and there you are again. 7 years ago, I first said that to you and messed it up and called you the speaker. But anyway, that didn't make you very happy, Madam President.
You didn't call me Mr. President or Mr. Speaker.
That'd be worse. Anyway, Madam President and Senator Champion and Senator Mohammed, I have been casting about for a month or longer to find some way to get some kind of mark on this bill so I could vote for it. I think the bill has some gaps. I've listened to the debate, and given all those gaps, I can't look at them. I keep forgetting. And I would like to vote for this, and I just want to offer the body some advice. This bill is going to have some problems as it gets implemented. It will be the work of one party who, despite a lot of our best efforts to try to join the effort and have some reasonable mercy on some of the very people that you are trying to help get along. I spend a fair amount of time with a number of these individuals over the years, and I've come to believe that indeed a good number of these folks really are here through no fault of their own. They came as teenagers, now they're 30, and here they are, and they just really are in some middle place. And they do have great intentions. Someday, if we ever get our citizenship figured out, they'll make fine citizens. And they're good workers now, they're good neighbors, and they really try hard. There's some others that I'm concerned about. But I think some kind of a mark, it could even be like 2 sevens as one of the numbers, just so it wouldn't be too obvious, but so that people who know would be able to judge. And the concern has been, well, for one thing, I'm not sure who wrote this bill, I'm not sure who's in charge of it. There's this community and there's all that, and that if that's some outside group, I don't know what to do with that. But in talking to the people who are the authors here, it's been my sincere effort to find a way to become a yes on this bill. And some version of this amendment would help. And so I even wrote an amendment that I would offer, Madam President, should this amendment go on, and I would hope to be acknowledged as the next amendment up, and that amendment would say that a state agency or law enforcement agency may not utilize the data derived from a non-compliant driver's license or identification card issued to an undocumented person for purposes related to immigration. That would be my intention, and I don't, from just in my discussions, that's not going very well with that, and I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry, as I've talked to these folks, it's not purely Republicans or Democrats who are your friends or not your friends. As I talk to the individuals, they're not all for one party or the other. They have many interests that cover the whole spectrum. And And I just want them to know that a lot of us do truly care and appreciate the fact that they're here and contributing to our economy as staff and in other ways that are really meaningful. So, Madam President, would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Will Senator Champion yield? He will yield. Senator Abler.
Thanks, Madam President. Thanks. Sorry, this is a pretty serious matter. I shouldn't be laughing. But Madam President, Senator Champion, I've talked to you about this 8 times at least. Does this idea of an amendment, I gave you a copy of the A100 amendment, does that help? Is that something that can make this go?
Senator Abler, just a word of caution, the amendment before the body is the A46 amendment.
Right, so I gave him a copy, Madam President, and so if I...
Of the A46 amendment?
I gave him a copy of the A100 just so he could comment.
Senator Abler, I think what's before us is the A46 amendment, though. Maybe you should wait till we finish discussing the A46 and then offer your other amendment.
Well, Madam President, it's not my intention
You could ask
to
a
offer.
theoretical question, but just don't bring up another amendment.
Okay. Let me try again, Madam President. Senator Champion, in the event an amendment such as this were offered following the adoption of the amendments that we're on, would it make your opinion different about accepting the A46 amendment?
Senator Champion.
Madam President, I'm not quite certain that I heard the question. Would you be so kind, Madam President, to allow him to repeat the question?
Senator Abler.
Thank you. I'll not even reference my amendment, but anyway, so Senator Champion, you might have seen a piece of paper that I gave you earlier. But anyway, so Madam President and Senator Champion, if I could assure you that there'd be a way to make sure that no law enforcement agency would use this mark on the card, would that make you comfortable with accepting some version of the Jasinski amendment?
Madam President
Senator Champion.
And Senator, I will point you to the portion in the bill where it already talks about that this information cannot be used for any other purpose other than any data that is collected can't be used for any other purpose other than for the driver's license itself. There's already safeguards in the bill to deal with any other amendment, Madam Chair, that Madam President, that Senator Abler is thinking about. So again, Madam President, it is really clear that even law enforcement is against anything that would point to or be distinguishable from a regular driver's license because of its implementation problems and how it then points back to someone's immigration status. And that's not what we want. We don't want that to happen. But again, the state agency, which would be DPS, can get all the information that it needs in order to make sure that a person proves that they are who they say they are. And so it is for that reason that I'm asking, Madam President, even though my colleague, Senator Abler, is a very thoughtful one, I'm asking for us to vote no on the A46 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Abler.
Oh, thanks. And I didn't even plan to be up this long. So, Madam President and members, I do believe these cards will be misused, if only by accident, because they're indistinguishable from the regular driver's license that anybody else has. People here, some say status checks, some say farmers. We've kind of made a habit about marking some of these things. And so the concern expressed to me, Madam President, that I was attempting to address was that because one of these licenses would have a mark, then they get pulled over, and the police would then use that indication, such as the A46 identification, to actually target them in some way and deport them or cause them the harm that they're trying to avoid. And my thinking was, if we could assure everybody that that's not allowable by a follow-up amendment, then maybe it could go. And you see how well this is going for me, Madam President. I'm truly sad. I think there's a bunch of us that with this single thing, we would like to vote for this bill. But I'm concerned I'm concerned on behalf of people who are talking to me when I say we're bringing driver's license that look just like yours. Some people who are undocumented, they look at me with saucer eyes and they're like, seriously? So I'm nervous that the effect of not treating this in the way that I've been trying to get to go will actually be deleterious to those people who I very much want to help to be a part of our great country. And so, Madam President, I guess I got nowhere to go, so thank you.
I have a list here. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, this subject was brought up, the idea of placing these markings on the driver's licenses quite a bit in the Transportation Committee. We spent quite a bit of time discussing the idea. And I think the response from the chief author, as well as those from the agencies, was very thorough and very persuasive and very convincing. For starters, Senator Champion pointed out earlier, the bill that we had in front of this body a number of years ago did have markings on the cards. And there was a reason for that. That was the only driver's license that was available at that time. Since that time, the enhanced ID as well as real ID has been developed. And so we have what we call the non-compliant driver's license. And so, so we have those other two that have additional documentation requirements. We have the non-compliant driver's license now that, that has the lower threshold, that doesn't require the documentation that requires proof of legal presence. I think the chief author, Senator Champion, in his recent comments, pointed out that the markings cause hardship, profiling, not just by those who are in public service, but by those who are, as Senator Champion said, private actors. It causes hardship for people. It creates problems in people's lives as they try to move around the community, because some people, you will be surprised maybe to learn, treat those who are different, who are othered, who are diminished, who are dehumanized very poorly with discriminatory intent. And that's what these markings on this card will cause for these individuals, causing them to simply not opt for the driver's license, defeating the entire public interest and public policy purpose of this bill. So that's the reason why this was rejected. And furthermore, to the concerns expressed by my good friend Senator Abler and others, we heard repeatedly from the Attorney General's office, from the Secretary of State, from Driver and Vehicle Services, that they have the information they need to ensure that that simply possession of a driver's license does not simply entitle one to vote or to qualify for public services, et cetera. That's just not going to happen in the way that people are construing it here tonight. They have the checks, they have the balances, they have the information, and so it's simply, this is simply unnecessary. So I don't understand why this continues to be brought. I'm sure those who have these concerns bring it in good faith, but the people who responded in good faith with data and information about the real consequence and effect in their lives, as well as those from state government who said it is totally unnecessary. And furthermore, we have additional forms of ID now. So it's not like it was a number of years ago when those markings were agreed to and placed on the cards in the legislation of a number of years ago. And by the way, a lot of folks in this room had the opportunity to vote yes at that time, and they chose not to. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, you know, as we've gone forward with this bill and it's been through all the committee stops, you know, there hasn't been anything adopted. Nothing adopted when it comes to one of the most, you know, at least for the Republicans, one of the most things we're worried about is the fact that you could vote with this ID. In response to Senator Dibble's laying out of what happened during committee. I remember that committee hearing. I was actually there. It was very specifically speaking, I could say that the representative of the Secretary of State's office was one of the most compelling testimonies that I heard that day. And let me first say, Madam President, that this is, members, in all the years I've been here in the Senate, this is one of the first lists of amendments that I'm looking at that not one single amendment on this list actually tries to do anything against this bill that would stop the initial purpose of the bill from happening. All it's trying to do is this whole list is, hey, there's some problems with this bill, folks. We can read a bill. We can look into a bill as Republicans and as a young, well, used to be younger, but I'm still able to read a bill, look at it and see problems just like the rest of the senators on the floor and say, hey, Secretary of State's office, tell me that I'm wrong. When you come to the testifiers table and I ask you, it was a young blonde woman, can't remember her name, and I asked her, tell me about the things that is required to vote in the state of Minnesota. And she gave a long list, laundry list of items that what it would take to vote, same-day registration, what it would take to vote. And three things that we used during the committee hearing were, one, vouching of a certified voter that would say, yes, this person is good to vote, a utility bill of 6 months, and a driver's license. And I asked also, because within the text of the bill it says that that information shall not be shared with the Secretary of State's office, shall not be shared with the law enforcement, specifically spells out ICE, and it shall not be shared with the judicial branch. So I asked the question of the Secretary of State's office testifier, if this person that got the license, they were an undocumented or non-citizen, came and got that license, they had the other two forms that we talked about, the utility bill and the neighbor vouching form, and they cast a vote. That would, one, it would be a felony. Now, how does the state, as a state, make sure that vote doesn't count or make sure that that person is prosecuted? And the problem is that we can't. We can't because we're following the text of the bill if this becomes law. Now, I know during the committee hearing there was also some discussion about that we need to trust Minnesotans, and I sure would love to. I sure would. But even Senator Mohammed just a few minutes ago talked about there's bad people everywhere. That's quote unquote bad people everywhere. And I can't disagree with that. You know, this is a bill that at its conception and at its discussion in my district, in my neck of the woods, in my neighborhood, has been supported at various levels throughout this. And members, I'm trying to figure out why we can't, as a deliberative body, come together on this one. Why you can't take these amendments and look at them for what they actually are. They're not discriminatory. They're not punitive in any way. They're just trying to make some sort of assurance that we don't have these illegal activities going on. The folks down there in the auditorium, what it sounds like now, or the folks in the galleries and both are not going to see any difference. They're still going to have these freedoms. They're still going to be able to bring their kids to school. They're still going to be able to get to work. But we won't have to worry about that voting mechanism. We won't have to worry about the other aspects to it that we talked about in committee when it came to, well, what if I got a DUI and I wanted not to have a DUI in my record? Now, granted, I would have to break the law to do it, but it could be done. And there's no way after the fact to prosecute someone on that. And that's honestly what the A46 and the underlying A44 are trying to accomplish. This is an easy one, folks. Let's get this done.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. My first term, I served on the Transportation Committee, and I sat next to Senator Champion. And I'm not afraid to say, Senator Champion, that I appreciated your partnership as we worked through that bill. And you're right, Senator Champion, I never voted for it. I never promised to vote for it. And Senator Champion, you and I have, or Madam President, Senator Champion and I have served on the Jobs Committee for 4 years. And as chair, I often took some of Senator Champion's requests, and I can tell you that I've noticed Senator Champion never voted in favor of a jobs bill, even though it had some of his provisions in it. And the reason we do that, Madam President, is because my predecessor told me that you are not just a Republican senator, you are not just a Democratic senator, you are not just a senator for your district, you are a state senator. You have an obligation to do what's right for the entire state. And so as we bring these amendments forward, some may choose to vote for the bill, some may not. Madam President, one of the reasons I talked to Senator Champion about this the first time was because I have a background in this area. I spent almost 10 years in fraud prevention and identity theft prevention. I worked with victims who had their identity stolen, and I worked with financial institutions that were losing money due to fraud. When we say for driving privileges only, we are not only preventing, as Senator Abler said, somebody accidentally, maybe misunderstanding the ability to go in and vote. We're doing more than that. We're saying that this is not a fully certified identification. That this card that you have is for driving, but if an underage student gets a fake birth certificate that says they're over 21, they can't use it to buy liquor. They can't use it to board an airplane, as we had the discussion before. They can't use it to open a bank account, because we know that a fraudster may decide to create a brand new ID to commit bank fraud or money laundering or any other financial crimes that may happen. Madam President, this is a really common sense amendment that we should be putting on. Because by the very definition, we are creating a driving privilege for someone who cannot prove fully who they are. They are, by definition, undocumented for whatever reason. They could be a fugitive from another state. They could be an underage kid trying to buy liquor. They could be someone trying to perpetrate fraud. And yet there's no way for us to know. And if we have this marking on the card and someone tries to vote inadvertently, we could provide election judges the ability to say, no, we can't accept that. We could provide the liquor store the ability to say, I'm sorry, I can't accept that as valid ID. That's what this amendment is. Members, this is very, very reasonable. And it shouldn't be whether or not we're going to vote for the bill or not. We should be doing it because it's the right thing for the state, because we are statesmen and stateswomen in this building to do what's best for the entire state. I've heard Senator Mohammed say on several occasions we need to do the right thing. Members, the right thing is to vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I rise in support of the Senator Jasinski's amendment. If Senator Mohammed would yield for a question.
Will Senator Mohammed yield? She will yield. Senator Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Mohammed. Yeah, the question is how, they have a driver's license without this amendment that's exactly equal to any other citizen in the state of Minnesota. The thing is, how are election judges or people that control the elections going, if they show up to vote, how are they to distinguish, and if they use the driver's license to register, how are they to distinguish
that they're not able to vote if we don't put some type of marking on the driver's license. If Senator Mohammed would respond.
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Gruenhagen, thank you for that question. I'll go back to what I said earlier. This is a bill that's for driving. It's not a voter bill. This ID, this license doesn't, we're giving people the opportunity to learn how to drive so that they can drive safely and operate a car. And I think what's missing in this debate is that when people come here to this country, when immigrants go through really hard things to get here, they're coming here to be safe. They're coming here to be a part of a society. They're not coming here so that they can break the law. They are literally asking us to reinstate this law, which we had prior to 2003, so that they can follow it. Whether we pass this bill or not tonight, they'll drive. So the option in front of us, the choice we have tonight, is to allow them to drive legally and allow them the opportunity to learn how to drive a car, to get an insurance, so that citizens of our wonderful state can be safe. And immigrants follow the law more than people who are non-citizens actually follow the law because they're afraid of being deported. And if somebody used this ID to go and vote, then they would be in trouble. That would be a felony, which could cause them to go get deported. What the debate that we have tonight in front of us is whether you want to keep our roads safe or debate misinformation. I ask you to vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. And Senator Mohammed, I don't think he asked my question, but evidently the answer is they aren't going to be able to distinguish whether they should be able to vote or not. That's what I got out of your response, because you seem to talk around everything but answer my question. Members, we need immigration. I support immigration. We need immigrants to come here. I've said that in the past. You know, when you kill about 10,000 unborn children a year in Minnesota for the last 50 years, and you have the demographic changes that you're having with the baby boomers retiring and fewer young people behind it, we need immigration. Here's what I want people who are immigrating here to understand. When you come here legally, you have a better chance of becoming a part of the middle class. That's what I want. I want immigration, a lot of it, but I want them to come legally so they have a better chance of becoming a part of the middle class and not stay on their knees dependent on government for the rest of their stay here. Also, many of the laws don't apply when they're not here legally. They can be exploited. When I was in the House, I served on the Public Health Committee. We had testimony from the law enforcement that a lot of these people who come here illegally are under the shadows. They're exploited. Sexual trafficking. They're exploited by employers. They're exploited in a number of ways. That's why we need legal immigration, to give these people an opportunity, the best possible, like our forefathers had, and our great-great-grandparents had, to become a part of the middle class. That's what I want for them. That's what we need. That's the American dream, not a dream to come here where you stay dependent on government for the rest of your life. Now, some of them manage to figure it out anyway. But the point is, when you come here illegally, you have a worst chance of that happening. I want better for you. I want to fulfill the dreams for your children and grandchildren. But doing this and incentivizing people to come through a gauntlet from the southern border up here is not the right approach. Please vote green on Representatives or on Senators Jasinski's amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Seeing no further discussion on the A46 amendment, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish.
Madam President, Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, I'm let down that that did not pass. Again, I've listened to Senator Mohammed for several weeks talking about keeping our roads safe. And these amendments and all the amendments we've done do that. We allow for that. We just want some guardrails on it. That's all we're asking for. And again, in committee, across the board, we've been turned down. We have had not one substantial amendment to this bill. No compromise, not any. And that's not what Minnesotans are asking for. I'd like to offer the A45 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend the A44 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, before line 3, insert. This is the A45 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to the A45 amendment to the amendment.
And thank you, Madam President. What this does is eliminates my first two proposed amendments, so it would not have for driving privileges only on the front of the card. It would not have for voting privileges only. It would simply on the back of the card state not for benefits. With that, before we go into it, House File Number 1095 was dropped in the House, or I should say the other body, which allows for undocumented non-citizens to be eligible for Minnesota Care. So what this bill would do would not qualify for benefits. It's a fairly straightforward bill. Again, I'm displeased. Going back to the First Amendment on the Real ID, that would be a simple amendment that would put all of us at ease, and that was turned down. So we're trying to make some simple amendments that would at least put some guardrails on it. And this A45 amendment to the amendment would also address some of the concerns that we've heard in our districts and across the state. I'd ask for a green vote and ask for a roll call.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call on the A45, and if it has not already been requested, a roll call on the underlying A44. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Friends. The roll call was requested. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to rise and ask the members to vote no on the A45 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. Members, whether that marking is on the front or on the back, is equivalent to being different. And whenever there is that marking, it's been clear that marked license undermine public safety and one's civil rights. And uniform license best advance the goals of establishing valid identification for more Minnesotans. members, it's also clear that in the same committee hearings, it was testified to that this license will not make a person eligible for benefits, and they could not use it for benefits. That's what was testified to. Now, I understand, Madam President, that Senator Jasinski is talking about a House file that hasn't gone through this body, has not been adopted by anyone at this particular point, and so we cannot and should not respond to something that is speculative. And by the way, it is my understanding from the testimony that was presented that this license would not allow a person to get benefits. So I'm asking the members to vote no on the 845 amendment to the amendment and the underlining amendment as well. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I've mentioned it here before today on the floor, mission creep. And already in the other body, a bill has been proposed, again, House File 1095. So in that bill, I'm wondering how they would verify that that person would be eligible for Minnesota Care if they're an undocumented non-citizen. So again, this mission creep is going on and on and on, and we're trying to help this bill make it better, but already before we even passed it, we're seeing another bill in the other body that is doing exactly what we're trying to prevent. Again, we are all about keeping our roads safe. We are all about making immigrants, both legally and non-legal, to be able to go to work, bring their kids to school, do the things, and as Senator Mohammed said, keep our roads safe. This bill, with our proposed amendments, does not change that. It simply puts guidelines on it that would help make this bill much better, that we could all vote for. But again, we've been continually turned down to make no changes to this bill, no guardrails, no compromise, and you want us to vote for it. That is not what Minnesota wants. And Minnesota wants to see the compromise. They want to see everybody represented. And by doing these amendments, it still keeps our roads safe. As Senator Mohammed said, is our continual goal for this bill is keep our roads safe. This bill, with these amendments, does not change that.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, we had fairly lengthy discussion of this proposal as well as others, and in committee, in the Transportation Committee, we had a representative from the Department of Human Services come forward and assure us that the possession of a non-compliant driver's license does not mean anyone is going to gain access to benefits. And so we have here another solution in search of a problem. So it is unnecessary, and it presents substantial problems in people's lives as they move around the community with the marking, because members, you're sleepwalking if you don't see and understand that people are targeted for discrimination, for hostility, for violence because of the tone and tenor of the civic discussion going on in our state and nation today. And so the entire purpose and premise and public interest of Senator Mohammed's bill is defeated by this proposal. People will not access these driver's licenses. We will not have safer roads. We will not have the opportunity to learn how to drive and gain insurance, because if they get this license, they know they will be marked and they will be targeted for discrimination, for hostility, for ill treatment, because they will have something that will identify for everyone in the public that they are here without legal presence. And there are a ton of people who have real hatred in their hearts, real hostility for those neighbors of ours who are here working right next to us, living next to us, going to our churches, our friends, kids that we know. It happens every single day, and this would exacerbate that circumstance in their lives, completely defeat the purpose of Senator Mohammed's bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion on the A45 amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
You mentioned Senator Housley.
I'm sorry, Senator Nelson.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski on the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, a lot of discussion this evening in the past at committees. I think this is a good amendment that would give some concerns that would be addressed by all of us, make the bill better. So I'd ask for a green vote on the A44 amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A44 amendment.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kunish, for those voting remotely.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Is that it? The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to go back again to the committee hearing because I just had a couple of committee hearings that I got to experience with this Senate file as it came through the body. Unfortunately, it didn't make the Elections Committee, even though that seems to be a lot of the problems that us on the floor here have been arguing for and having amendments for, trying to have some sort of comfort language. But another one of the committees that, another one of the agencies that had come through the committee process was the Office of Vehicle Services. Now, they're going to be required to do something they haven't done in the past, and that's verify documentation from a foreign country. A list of documentation was rather extensive that Senator Latz shared with us, and I think he did a wonderful job of explaining that. However, the process, when we asked the representative of the Department of Vehicle Services, how exactly do you plan on, having this process of verification from folks that aren't used to doing this, folks that have no idea how to do that? What kind of a training plan do you have in place? And the word he used during the committee hearing was robust. Now, Madam President, I guess the problem I have with that is There's no definition of what robust means, and when asked the representative what the word robust meant, he said, well, we haven't really figured that out yet, I think was his exact quote-unquote words during the committee hearing. So, Madam President, I would at this time like to offer the A72 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File Number 4. The second unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 7 after line 9, insert. This is the A72 amendment.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. And what the A72 does, members, is I think the important line on the A72 is the the 1.10. And pay close attention to that, because what it says is that all these documents that are coming into the state of Minnesota are certified for their authenticity and security. And then again on 113, the country of origin and the type of document used. And I think those are important distinctions that are missing in the original bill and does not change the intent of the original bill. All it does is offer a little more clarity. And Madam President, to even further offer a level of clarity, I'd like to offer the A73 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend the A72 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1 after line 19, insert. This is the A73 amendment.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry about that. The A73 is nothing more than a report to the legislature. That's what it is. It goes to speak specifically to this documentation and the security and the authenticity of this documentation. I think this is probably the first amendment we've had this evening that has a little more comfort language that realistically changes nothing. It still allows all that information from the Department of Vehicle Services, from the Secretary of State's office, to be stopped. We don't share any of that information. All this is saying is the documentation that the people that are applying for these licenses need to provide are certified. They're certified, true, and to the best of the ability of the state of Minnesota, we're saying that they are who they say they are. Madam President.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call on the A73 amendment and also a roll call on the underlying A72 amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
There will be 2 roll calls. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to stand and ask the body to oppose the A73 amendment to the amendment and also the A72. But let me speak specifically around the A73. Madam President, Senator Lane has indicated that he wanted to just clarify some information in order to make sure that it's clear in the bill itself. Madam President, I will reiterate that in those committee hearings, it was very clear from the department and the agency what they needed, what they had the ability to do. In fact, they asked for a little more time by which to be able to do it, which is why there was an adjustment in the bill, because they wanted to make sure that they were totally prepared, and they are totally prepared to implement what is in the underlying bill. Senator Lane has in his amendment, if you look at line 1.18, it says that data collected will not, I underscore, not be considered private. That is vastly different from what is in the bill. If you look at line 13.18, where it says, and I will read, immigration status data are classified as private data on individuals. So it appears as if the amendment is changing the status of the information and how the information can be used, which was something that was very concerning not only to us as the author of the bill, but also for the state agency and all the others. So for those reasons and others, I'm asking that you vote no on the A73 amendment to the amendment, and when we get to the A72 amendment, I ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A73 amendment. Senator Kunesh on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. We have before us the A72. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the A72, it's too bad we couldn't get the that report attached to it because, again, members, I believe the A72 speaks for itself where I think we just need a little more certification of the documents we're receiving from possible foreign countries, foreign passports, foreign birth certificates, where I'm just worried about the fact that we have a Department of Vehicle Services service staff that is quite possibly incapable of determining whether these are documents that are real or likewise. And to be honest, Madam President, I think that would give me a lot of comfort language when I talked about some of the things in my earlier amendments this evening, where if we could really certify, and to be honest, it would kind of kill my argument in my earlier amendments, saying if we could certify that these are actual factual documents that other states or countries have certified, and that we have certified them, all of a sudden my arguments are dead. So with that, members, I think a green vote would serve this body well.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. This subject came up for discussion in the Transportation Committee, thoroughly vetted. Appreciate that it's being brought up again here on the floor. I think the responses that we got from Driver and Vehicle Services really did respond to the questions that were raised, the concerns that were raised. But here they are again on the Senate floor. Members, Department of Vehicle Services accepts foreign documents today. They have for many years. Earlier when we were having the discussion about Real ID, I was going to do that, thing that they do in the other body where you ask questions that people don't know the answers to and try to embarrass them, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to simply tell you that, guess what? Hold on to your hats. People who are not U.S. citizens qualify for Real ID. It's a fact. And how do they prove their identity? With their birth certificates and their passports and their documents from their countries of origin. Guess what? People in Minnesota who are not U.S. citizens can also get a non-compliant driver's license. And how do they prove their identity? Birth certificates, passports, other identity documents from other countries. And Department of Vehicle Services has long had standards of proof and authenticity and verification and validation. They've got training, they've got standards, they've got certifications, all the things you want. What Senator Mohammed proposes to do is not to lower those thresholds and those standards of identity whatsoever. We're getting so breathless about problems that don't exist. We're offering solutions for which there are not problems. Senator Mohammed's bill requires standards of identity. You have to be who you say you are, with the same level of verification and validation as we do today, and prove that you have residency in Minnesota, as you do today, to qualify for a non-compliant driver's license, enhanced ID, and Real ID. There's only one difference in what Senator Mohammed proposes, which is the issue of legal presence in the state. That's the only difference here. So all of Senator Gruenhagen's concerns about forgeries, et cetera, well, why aren't we seeing the bill that gets to those concerns for enhanced ID, real ID, and non-compliant driver's license that we issue today? I think I know why. Thank you, Madam President.
Secretary will take the roll on the A72 amendment. Senator Kunesh on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator, did I say Port already? Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. There being, a secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. Minnesotans expect us to work together, and they do expect us to compromise. And to Senator Pratt's point from earlier this evening, even on bills that we don't intend to support, I believe it's my duty as a state senator to try to make bills better. And so I rise to make what I think should be a relatively non-controversial amendment, and I move the A78 amendment.
The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 13, line 33, delete not. This is the A78 amendment.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President, and I do request a roll call on this amendment.
There will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Lines 1332 through 14.3 says the commissioner must not share the immigration status data on individuals who have applied for a non-compliant license except pursuant to a valid search warrant or court order of a state or federal judge. I think one affirmative statement here, rather than stating what the commissioner must not do with an exception, is a better alternative to this. And I think the bill also inadvertently omitted a reference to a subpoena. So that is what the intention of this amendment is, Madam President. And while my amendment, I think, would make this bill better, I think it can be improved even more. So therefore, I offer the A79 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A78 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, delete line 4 and insert. This is the A79 amendment.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a roll call vote on this amendment to the amendment on the A79 as well.
There will be a roll call on both parts. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. The A79 amendment to the amendment simply adds state and local government entities, and not just the federal government, as being able to obtain this data, this immigration status data, pursuant to a warrant, a subpoena, or a court order. I think the reason this amendment is so important is that we should not exclude our state and local authorities from lawfully obtaining this immigration status data issued pursuant to a valid search warrant, subpoena, and court order with all of the due processes that they afford. The information we're talking about here could include documents like copies of birth certificates or other documentation that the applicant used to obtain the driver's license. And this data is not just within the purview of the federal government. It may also be within the purview of the state and local authorities. And just a few examples, Madam President, we could be talking about state or local authorities could be doing an investigation into voter fraud to determine whether someone who voted was in fact eligible to vote. And they may need some of this data as part of that investigation. Or they may need this data if they're investigating an identity theft case. A crime, by the way, that is proliferating in number in this state and is a particularly insidious crime. Perhaps they're investigating fraud against a business or a financial institution. And there could be a whole host of other reasons why state or local authorities might need access to this data, again, pursuant to the ordinary due process that a subpoena, warrant, or court order would provide. And there could be things that maybe we're not even thinking of. So, members, I believe this is a good faith amendment worthy of bipartisan support. So I urge all members to vote yes on the A79 amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so much for the opportunity to stand and react to the A79 amendment to the amendment, as well as the underlining amendment, which is the A78. I'm asking the body to vote no on both the A79 and the A78, and let me explain. One, there's already provisions in this bill, especially if you look at lines 14.2 to 14.3. It says it tells when information can be shared pursuant to a valid search warrant or court order. What is also important here is that there's reluctance to share this information, or the commissioner sharing information around a person's immigration status to entities like ICE, from my understanding. And the whole reason for that is that there's a desire not to allow our state agencies to be used as tools or instruments for ICE. And so it is for that narrow reason that we're asking you to vote no on both the A78 and the A79 amendment to the amendment. Again, there are prescribed ways and times when this information can be shared if there is a valid search warrant or court order issued by a state or federal judge, but it is clear that this information should not be disseminated by the commissioner to entities like ICE solely for the purpose, or it would be solely for the purpose of undermining or speaking to someone's immigration status. So for that reason, members, please vote no.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge members to vote yes. I heard, Madam President, two reasons to vote no against my amendment to the amendment, and I'd like to address those two reasons, Madam President. The first, the prescribed ways and times that are in the existing bill only apply to any federal government entity, and that's in line 14.1. My amendment to the amendment, Madam President, simply expands that to include state and local government authorities, and not simply only the federal government entity that's referenced in the existing bill. And for the reasons I stated before, I think it's entirely appropriate to expand the language to include the state and local authorities and not just the federal authorities. So I don't believe that the bill as drafted has the prescribed ways and times to, in those instances with state and local governments. The second reason I heard, Madam President, is that Senator Champion described to you, Madam President, that he doesn't want ICE involved in this. And Madam President, I would submit that my amendment has nothing to do with ICE. my amendment is specifically and solely related to state and local authorities and would not expand this data to be shared with ICE in any way. So I think that, Madam President, is irrelevant to the discussion surrounding my amendment. For those reasons, I would encourage a yes vote on my amendment to the amendment, the A79. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A79 amendment. Senator Kunesh, on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye. I'm losing my voice. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, that was disappointing. I thought it was a good amendment, but we still, Madam President, have the underlying amendment on the table, and that is the A78 amendment, which at this point, Madam President, is just a good drafting clarification. I think something we all can agree on, rather than having kind of a double negative. We have one affirmative statement directing the commissioner to do something in the affirmative state. It's just clearer language, and it also added subpoena to the mix, which I think would be entirely appropriate. So for those reasons, Madam President, I encourage a yes vote on the underlying A78. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Madam President and members, a subpoena is a court order. Court order is already in the bill, so that's not necessary to add that language. I vote no.
Secretary will take the roll on the A78 amendment. Senator Kunesh on the remote voters.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion.
Madam President.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm short, and it really does make a difference if I stand up or sit down, so I'm the same height either way. But, Madam President, as I look at this bill, and I go back to line 13.20 to 13.23, it basically says this bill says we can't share data just about anywhere, except in this section where it says you can share it within the division or the department, or and to the Secretary of State for purposes of improving the accuracy of voter registration records under subdivision 7A. The problem that I have, Madam President, is that nowhere in here does it allow them to collect the data. In fact, they're prohibited from collecting that data. So with that, Madam President, I offer the A49 amendment.
Secretary will report the A49 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 3, line 28, delete is not required. This is the A49 amendment.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And all this does is allow the commissioner or the driver's license agent to record the citizenship or lawful presence in the United States that was demonstrated, and if that was demonstrated, what documents were provided. And then that data collected in that can only be used in the purposes that was described before. So the only place that can go is within the division or to the Secretary of State for that purpose. But the thing is what I'm concerned about is it's a may and it's permissive. What I believe it should be is a must. So, and with that, Madam President, I offer the A50.
Secretary will report the amendment. To the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend the A49 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1 and line 5, delete may and insert must. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. So basically, members and Madam President, what this does is if we're going to give this information to the Secretary of State to improve our voter rolls, we should have somewhere in here where we collect that data, and that's the only place it goes. All this does is allows and directs the commissioner and the driver's license agent to collect the data so we have the data to transmit to the Secretary of State. Otherwise, we have nowhere in this bill where we collect that data to improve our voter rolls. So, Madam President, that's what this does. Members, it's a common sense amendment. It does not disseminate this information anywhere. All it does, it's a method to improve our voter rolls and give the Secretary of State the data that on 13.20 to 13.23 asks us to do. So it just provides the method to the end where we're trying to get the data. That's all it does, Madam President. I ask for a roll call vote for both the amendment to the amendment and the amendment, so Senator Friends doesn't have to do that, and I ask for a green vote.
There will be a roll call on the A49 and the A50. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. We had quite a wide-ranging conversation on transportation. I don't wield maybe as big as a gavel as you do in taxes. We got pretty far afield in transportation, and so we dealt with this subject too. I'm not sure if it came up in other committees or not, but once again, I'll just mention, Madam President, we have another solution in search of a problem. We did have the elections officials come forward to the table and say this is totally not needed, that we have all the data we need on who's qualified to vote and and how that relates to the documentation that's provided for driver's license. We do that already, and so this is simply not necessary step to take. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lance.
Madam President, members, to amplify on Senator Dibble's comments, I've reached out during this discussion about concerns about eligible voters directly to the Secretary of State, and I've got some additional information I will share with you. It's a felony to knowingly vote when not eligible, and the fact is, persons who are not documented residents of the United States do everything they can to avoid connections with law enforcement because they don't want to be arrested and deported. And this would be a deportable offense if they were to use any kind of a driver's license to try to vote when they're not eligible to vote. Per Minnesota Statute 201.145 and the language that's in the bill before us that was crafted with the assistance of the Secretary of State's office, the data that is gathered in the voter registration rolls is intended to screen out ineligible voters on those voter rolls. So when the data is gathered at the point of an application for a driver's license, it's shared with the Secretary of State's office. They would screen out the voter rolls from having the people that are not, that have applied for these non-compliant driver's licenses. For the purposes of anyone who tried to register on same-day registration, after the fact, those names would be uploaded into the Secretary of State system and would be screened against driver and vehicle services, and again would screen out those who are flagged as ineligible as the rolls are updated with new registrants. And once again, that's a felony crime, and they're deportable offenses, so pretty unlikely that an undocumented immigrant is going to take that chance just so they can vote. Now, the fact is, undocumented immigrants already possess other documents which are sufficient to register to vote, such as student IDs, utility bills, etc. That's nothing new. So this would not change materially the law in any way by allowing them to apply for driver's licenses in this circumstance. But the fact is, this really isn't even a problem. As Senator Dibble stated, it's a solution in search of a problem. There have been virtually zero convictions over the past decade for voting by a non-citizen. In fact, the Secretary of State was unaware of any specifically. Since 2020, there have been only 17 convictions for any election-related offense. Any election-related offense. And none of them, as far as the Secretary of State knows, were for voting while a non-citizen. That's 17 cases out of 3.3 million votes cast. It's a microscopic level of misconduct. And only 8 convictions for voting while ineligible for the 2020 election out of those 3.3 million votes cast. And we don't have any knowledge for certain of whether those ineligibilities were by virtue of citizenship as opposed to being for age or residency. And I think you can just recall from some of the news headlines if reports that there are a number of people who mistakenly vote in the wrong residency, the wrong precinct, or they've moved, those kind of things. No reports that I'm aware of, and nothing that the Secretary of State's office is aware of relating to those who voted who were ineligible by virtue of being non-citizens. And I should also add, it's nothing new to issue driver's licenses to non-citizens. We already do it for green card holders, or I should say for people who are not eligible to vote. We do it to non-citizens, for people who are green card holders. We do it for people who are under guardianships. They're not eligible to vote, but they are eligible to have driving privileges. We do it for 17-year-olds who are too young to vote, but who qualify for driver's licenses. So we're not breaking any new ground here by issuing driver's licenses to people who are not eligible to vote. It shouldn't cause any concerns here in all of this belly aching, frankly, about creating a new class of people that are going to flood the polls with ineligible voters is just a big charade. It's a lot of smoke. There isn't any fire there, members. We don't need these amendments that are related to it. We should vote no.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was done, but I just object to terms like belly aching, charade, as though there's impugning the motives of the members of this group here of both sides who have very sincere motives. I think everybody on the DFL side has a sincere motive. I think everybody on the GOP side has a sincere motive, and I just don't think we need that. Thank you, Madam President.
Secretary, or Senator Howe, I'm sorry. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Latz, you do have some bad information there, but I'll bring that out in the next amendment. But I would like to get if Senator Mohammed would yield for a question, Madam President.
Excuse me, Senator Howe, I was distracted for a moment. If you'd repeat what you said.
Would the author of the bill, Senator Mohammed, yield for a question, Madam President?
Senator Mohammed, do you yield? She does. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Mohammed, as I look at this, and we have this, and if what Senator Dibble and Senator Latz say is true, which I'm not going to argue one bit, but if what they say is true, then why do we have section 13.18 to 13.23 in the bill, which is new language in law? If we don't need to collect this data and give it to the Secretary of State, why is this section in the bill?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Howe, thank you for the question. I think that Senator Dibble and Latz both answered it correctly. Man, this is such a beautiful night, and we have so much. We can get a beautiful thing done, and we can do it together across the aisle. And the information that you're asking for, it has been answered. As soon as we're done here with this bill, hopefully with some of your votes, it'll be implemented. We'll have safer roads. We'll have a better economy. There's so much we can do here. Let's focus on keeping our roads safe, which is what this bill will do. As far as information, it will be given to the folks who need this information. This bill is done with good intention, and everybody supports it across the board. And we've had similar questions like these in Transportation Committee, in the Judiciary Committee, and it's been answered. And it's had, some say, both from Republicans and Democrats as well. This is not, as much as we want to say this is a Democrat bill, this is a bill that's across the state of Minnesota, a bipartisan bill. But we, as legislators, are choosing politics over people tonight.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. But that was another great non-answer, Senator Mohammed. And that question has never been asked in committee, because I was the one that went down this train of thought, and I never did ask that question before. But I'm concerned that if there's nowhere in this bill where you can ask the question and gather the data, and there is nowhere in here where they're allowed to gather that data, then there's no data to give to the Secretary of State, which means, why is this section in here if they are supposed to give data to the Secretary of State? So I should have had another amendment to delete that whole section, but I don't have that. So, Madam President, I will say again that it is inherent that we collect the data that the bill says we're supposed to give to the Secretary of State. It goes nowhere else. And if he doesn't need the data, then why is the language in the bill in the first place? So I'm just trying to say, when I see this language in here directing us to give data to the Secretary of State, that someplace we should collect that data to give to him. And that's all the amendment does, Madam President, is allow the folks and give a provision to collect the data so we can give the data to the Secretary of State to improve our data roll, our voter rolls. Madam President, with that, I'll ask for a green vote once again. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A50 amendment. Senator Kunesh.
Madam President, Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes aye. One question. Do we qualify for an unadorned bottle of water yet? Just kidding. Never mind.
Senator Miller votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And, well, if the amendment to the amendment was not agreeable, maybe the original amendment, the base amendment, will be more agreeable to the majority, because this doesn't say they have to record it. This just allows them, and it's permissive, to say they may record it. And then it still only goes to the Secretary of State. So, members, this is a good amendment. It should be a friendly amendment. It's no requirement. It just allows them to do so they can give that same information to the Secretary of State. Thank you, Madam President. I ask for a green vote.
Senator Latz.
Madam President, I request a roll call.
There's already been a roll call granted.
Okay, Madam President, first of all, I don't know if there's already a prohibition in the bill. I think there might already be a prohibition in the bill. So this changes the status with regard to collecting that information, which would have a negative impact on the willingness of non-citizens to apply for driver's licenses and would defeat the entire public safety purpose of the underlying bill. Plus, it mandates that the data be transmitted to the Secretary of State's office for voter registration purposes, which, as I've already indicated, is not necessary. The fact that these are non-compliant driver's licenses, that data will already be transmitted to the Secretary of State's office and accomplishes exactly the same purpose without specifically collecting citizenship data. So the entire amendment is unnecessary. I urge a no vote.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Latz stand for a question?
Senator Howe.
Yield?
Senator Latz, will you yield to a question? He does. Senator Howe.
Senator Latz, then if you're so concerned about that, then can you explain to me the purpose of Section 13.18 and 13.2, why it's in the bill if they're supposed to be transmitting data to the Secretary of State?
Senator Latz.
Madam President, Senator Howe, I don't know what you're referring to, Section 13.18? Or are you referring to line 13.18?
Senator Howe, do you want to clarify your question?
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Latz, it's actually, if you want to get right down to it, it would be line 13.19 after subdivision 12, after the period, beginning with notwithstanding, ending on line 13.23 with 7A period. if you can tell me, if we're not supposed to collect the data and we're not supposed to transmit it to the Secretary of State, why is that section in there? Thank you.
Senator Latz, have you located the section?
Yes, Madam President, it appears that Senator Howe is working off of the second unofficial engrossment, which is not the most current engrossment of the bill. The current engrossment is the third engrossment of the bill, which is what I was looking at. And he's referring to the lines, not to sections. So I have identified the provision, and it does say that the commissioner in that provision is allowed to share the information with the Secretary of State for purposes of improving the accuracy of voter registration records.
It's not the third engrossment, it's the second. The Secretary informs me it is the second unofficial engrossment. The reviser's number ID is UEH 0004-2.
Okay, so Madam President, when I link to the amendment online, it does go to the second unofficial engrossment, but it appears that there is somewhere else a third engrossment, but I'll work off of the one that everyone has on their screen here. And I do have that provision in front of me to respond to Senator Howe's question, Madam President. But it looks like the provision that he's referring to, the commissioner cannot share immigration status data except for purposes of improving the accuracy of voter registration records. So if that's already in the bill, then the amendment is redundant.
Senator Howell, if you would, just for the body, if you would identify the lines again, and I think it's page 13, is that correct?
Thank you, Madam President. And it is page 13. And if you want to look at the third engrossment, which, anyway, it's online.
That is not before us. The second engrossment is before us, which is what you've been referring to.
Well, thank you, Madam President. But it is in both engrossments. It is in the third. It is in the second. But the point is that it's great that it can be used and it can be transmitted. The problem is there's nowhere in the bill that they collect the data or they are allowed to collect the data. That's the whole purpose of the amendment, is to allow them to collect the data so they can give the data to the Secretary of State. Otherwise, there's nowhere in the bill, absolutely nowhere, where they're allowed to collect the data that this section says they're supposed to send to the Secretary of State. So if you don't collect the data, there's no data to send, folks. So that is the whole purpose of the amendment, is to actually collect the data that this section that Senator Lass just said is redundant, but it's not. This section, the amendment, allows you to collect the data that this section says you should send to the Secretary of State. So if you never collect the data, Senator Latz, Madam President, you can never send it to the Secretary of State. So if you want to fix the bill so you actually collect the data to send it there, this amendment allows it to. It doesn't even require it to happen. It's permissive, and it allows them to collect it if they so choose. So it's as weak as I could make it. So with that, Madam President, I will again ask if you would like help to fix the bill. This is an ask to help you fix your bill, as much as my wife tells me not to offer that. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A49 amendment. I can't talk to you. Senator Kunesh on the revote voters.
Madam President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
And Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no, and I missed one.
Senator Port
Morrison,
votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Thank you very much, Senator Kunesh. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. I already announced Senator Nelson. Sorry. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I will tell you that although folks believe there's no undocumented folks or there's no one making a mistake and voting when they shouldn't be, I had the unfortunate, I had a constituent in my district who had a permanent green card. And she was convinced by others that because she had a permanent green card, she could vote. And I had known her for quite a while. I'd known her husband for longer. She'd been in this country for 35 years. Her husband says, I don't think so, but we'll go to the polling place and we'll check. And she went through filled out the card, did all the things, and lo and behold, they handed her a ballot, and she voted in 2016. And she voted again in 2018. And in fact, she could have voted the rest of her life if she wouldn't have done one thing. Her and her husband both retired, and they decided they were going to travel. And they thought it would be better and easier to travel if she was a citizen. So she filed for citizenship. And that's when the federal government knocked on her door and said, you committed 2 felonies, and you're going back to the country you haven't seen in 35 years because we're going to deport you. And that's when they called me. So we got into some discussions. I wrote a letter of support. Representative Emmer wrote a letter of support, Congressman Emmer. And the only thing that saved her from being deported was the fact that in her voter registration card, she had checked the box saying she wasn't a citizen. So she did not intend to defraud. She did not intend to commit a felony, but it certainly delayed her from now becoming a citizen because now there's a prohibition. She can't, I think there was a timeline she had to wait in order to file for citizenship once again. But with that, I think we need to make it abundantly clear to folks when they apply that if they do not follow the rules, it can cause a lot of issues. So with that, Madam President, I offer the A56.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 2, line 5, after the period, insert. This is the A56 amendment.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. So what this does is this inserts that every application must include the following statement: only citizens of the United States are eligible to vote. If you're not a citizen, you are not eligible to vote. But, you know, I think that's an important language to put on there to make sure that they understand that they can't vote if they're not a citizen, so they don't make the same mistake that my constituent did. But with that, Madam President, I do believe that we need to explain exactly how drastic this is if they make a mistake, so I will offer the A57 amendment.
Secretary will report the A57 amendment to the A56. Senator Howell.
Senator Howell moves to amend the A56 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, line 5, after the period, insert. This is the A57 amendment.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And what this does is this basically just says that, hey, if you actually do decide to vote when you're not eligible, it's a felony, 5 years imprisonment, and up to $10,000 or both. So members, all this does is a warning statement. Doesn't change anything how the bill operates. It just tries to make sure that when they apply for the driver's license, they understand what they're applying for, and they understand and they know that if they do try to vote, that this could be a huge problem for them. So that's all it does, members. I don't want to have happen to anyone else like what happened to my constituent, who honestly didn't understand she couldn't vote. So members, this is just trying to help folks not make the same mistake my constituent made. And with that, I'm asking you to support both the A56 and the A57. Thank you, Master. And to save Senator Frintz the help, I'll ask for a roll call on both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Howell. Senator Latz.
Madam President, the front desk corrected the A55 was listed online. It's now been corrected to the A57, so all the members can see the language in the proposed amendment to the amendment. Madam President?
Senator Latz.
I'm reading the A57 amendment, and actually it appears to be a misstatement of law. As I recall, the felony offense of voting is only an offense if you vote when you know that you are not eligible to vote. So the status of ineligibility, as I recall the statute, does not create a felony crime. There's a knowledge requirement that is not reflected in the A57 amendment. So members, anyone who made a mistake and voted would be made a felon here by the A57 amendment. So I would certainly urge a no vote on that.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, on the Minnesota voter registration card, this is what you attest to when you register to vote, that you're 18 years old on election day. You sign your name to this attestation. It says so on voter registration. I believe it says the same if you register to vote online, that you're 18 years old on election day, that you're a citizen of the United States, that you've resided in Minnesota for 20 days preceding election day, that you maintain a resident at the address given, not under court-ordered guardianship in which the right to vote has been revoked, have not been found to be legally incompetent by a court, have the right to vote, having to do with all the felony matters that were discussed earlier this evening, have read and understand this statement, and that giving false information is a felony punishable by not more than 5 years imprisonment or a fine of not more than $10,000 or both. So, Madam President, again, the theme of the evening, we have solutions in search of problems. This is unnecessary. Please vote no.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm not saying that they ever see that registration card, Madam President. I hope they never, I don't care. I hope they become a citizen and actually see that registration card someday in their life. But concern I have is this just makes sure that when they're applying for a driver's license, that they understand that. So there's no question that this driver's license can't be used to register to vote. And it just clarifies that, hey, I'm not a citizen, I can't use this to vote, and if I do try to do it, I could be in a whole heap of trouble. This just, and this is no different than what's at the polling place, and you're right, it's on the registration card. What's wrong with putting it one more place to make sure that these folks understand that? That's all I'm asking. It would have probably kept my constituent out of trouble. Folks, this isn't anything new. This isn't creating new law. It's out there. This language on A57 was taken right off of the polling place information that's currently in statute. So members, all we're getting in the good old Heisman again, don't touch our bill. Don't try to improve it. I'm telling you what, I'm breaking my wife's rule by trying to help you fix and make it better, but I will offer it, and I ask you for a green vote. It may be belt and suspenders, but if it helps just one person not get in trouble, that little bit of ink is worth it. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A57 amendments. I'm sorry. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, thank you. Wondering if Senator Latz would yield.
Will Senator Latz yield to a question from Senator Westrom? He does. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator Latz, I was wondering if you could clarify your comment earlier. I heard part of it. I wasn't sure if I heard it all accurately, but you were reciting or clarifying what the elements are or the criteria for somebody knowing if they weren't able to vote. Could you just restate that for me and others that might not have heard it all?
Senator Latz.
Madam President, Senator Westrom, first of all, I have verified that my recollection was correct in Section 201.014. The ineligibility to vote is voting without being eligible, and it's considered to be a felony, but the penalty is only if you knowingly know that you're not eligible to vote. So what is knowledge? I mean, you know it, you're aware of it, you're conscious of it, that you are not eligible, and then you still do the act. I can look up a more specific legal definition of knowingly, but I think the common use of the term, you're a lawyer, Senator Westrom, should be as familiar with this as I am, what knowledge means. So I don't have anything better for you than that.
Senator Westrom.
So, Madam President, another question for Senator Latz, if he'd yield.
Senator Latz will yield. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator Latz, what is the penalty then if somebody does vote but claims or says they don't have the knowledge or doesn't have the knowledge that they weren't eligible to vote? What does that statute not apply then, or does it just lessen the penalty?
Senator Latz.
Madam President, the criminal statute sets out the elements of the crime. In order for the crime to be charged, there would have to be probable cause that the state or the county attorney on behalf of the state had a reasonable basis for believing, a reasonable belief that the person knew that they were not eligible to vote at the time that they voted. And ultimately, it's the state's burden of proof to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of each member of a jury, or the person could not be convicted. It's either it's a felony if you're convicted, and the penalty means that you could be punished for at least 1 year or 1 day in jail, or you're not convicted, and then there is no punishment set forth because there's been no crime committed following an acquittal. So there's no subcategory of gross misdemeanor or misdemeanor level offenses for different elements of mens rea or intent or something less than actual knowledge.
Senator Westrom.
So, Madam President, Senator Latz, thank you for that clarification. But members, I think it actually raises additional concern that we should be dealing with. But Senator Howe, I think, has a good first step, a good start in giving people notice that it is illegal, and they do not have the right to vote if they're not a legal citizen and haven't went through that process. But I think we've unfolded actually another problem here. If people do vote and can claim they didn't have knowledge they weren't supposed to or not able to, as Senator Howe's constituent situation seems like it would actually fall into that scenario, we've got additional problems and more pressure on the election system. And now we've got all the district attorneys and prosecutors having to prove that knowledge or intent to vote with the knowledge that they knew they weren't supposed to. And if they can legitimately or illegitimately claim that they didn't have the knowledge, we're finding out here on the Senate floor that those cases are thrown out and the votes are still going to be counted. And so I think putting safeguards in place around making sure the election portion is not jeopardized, is not intentionally or unintentionally misused, is important. And so let's get Senator Howe's amendment put on. But members, what we've just heard in this discussion, I think, ought to be even more concerning for us, because our statutes, I think, are pretty lax if somebody just has to claim they didn't know they weren't supposed to vote. And that could be an easy mistake by many people, and especially if there's a language barrier and misunderstanding of what somebody was told or thought they were told. There's going to be a hard burden to prove that somebody had knowledge they knew they weren't able to vote. And now we've got them voting, and now we got those votes counted, and now we got a real hard burden for the prosecutor to prove and to keep our elections secure. So let's vote yes on the Howe amendment, and let's keep working on making sure our elections are participated with by only the people intended to be voting in our state.
Secretary will take the roll on the A57 amendment. Senator Kunesh on remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And, you know, I'm a little bit puzzled. This is kind of the first time that I've seen it where providing information to people is considered a bad idea. Members, all this does is provide the folks a little information. And the A56, all it does is have the statement on there, only citizens of the U.S. are eligible to vote. If you're not a citizen, you're not eligible to vote. It's not much ink, shouldn't cost much. And this is just on the application. It's not on the driver's license. But it provides them the information that and the knowledge they need to help them get out of, keep them from getting in trouble in the future. It's good information. And if we can provide people information to keep themselves out of trouble, I believe we should do that at every turn we can. So members, it's a simple amendment. I would hate to think we're going to go through all of this, all these amendments, and not even take a simple precautionary measure to help these folks stay out of trouble. Let's vote green.
Secretary will take the roll on the A56 amendment. Senator Kunesh, on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Did I say her already?
Senator Morrison votes no.
Correct.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will wait. Senator Lang. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, lots of discussion. Again, going back to what I believe Senator Mohammed's #1 goal was to keep our roads safe. As we well know, there's a difficult issue right now with training and testing our people taking driver's license tests. A lot of times you'll hear that several of the students or people have to wait weeks to get a test. They sometimes have to travel hundreds of miles to take a test. With the potential bill, if it passes this evening, which we all know it will because it's 34, it's like Groundhog's Day, it's happening once again, 34 to whatever. So we'd like to see another option for online drivers training. So I'd like to offer the A51 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, after line 18, insert. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Madam President. Again, this is a bill that we've discussed for a couple years now. It actually passed the Senate last year. It would allow for online driver's training for anyone under 18, so that would qualify for both legal residents and non-legal residents. This is a bill that, again, we've had a lot of discussion on. It allows another way to train our drivers, and as Senator Mohammed said, we want to keep our roads safe, so what a great way to offer another form of training. And I have some statistics from the 2019 road test, and this came from Senator Newman that we talked about. And as you well know, currently children or students or people under the age of 18 have to take this now. And I'll go through the years of training. At years 15, if they've taken driver's training, they pass at an 81% ratio. At age 16, they pass at a 75% pass ratio. At age 17, they pass at a 66%. At age 18, it goes to 58%, so still about 60%. But students over, or children, or young adults over 18, age 19, are almost down to 50% pass rate. So this is going to give a great another option to train these new people on how to drive safely. And as I've heard many, many times tonight, that's our number one goal, is to keep our roads safe. So with that, I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to ask for a roll call on the A51 amendment, please.
There'll be a roll call. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would request that you rule this amendment not germane. I think online driver's education is fairly far afield from issuing driver's license under the circumstances that Senator Mohammed would propose in her bill. Madam Chair, we did consider this matter in committee. This amendment was rejected. I will say, Senator Jasinski, we're going to hear this idea in committee before we wrap up our business yet this year. So we will get to this discussion another time in Transportation Committee.
Senator Dibble, I'll wait for you to identify the Senate rule under which you are claiming
Madam President.
non-germaneness.
Madam President, Senate Rule 35.1. Or sorry, 35.2. It relates to a substantially different subject. And also number 2, intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than the original bill to which it is proposed.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I would disagree because, again, I think the intent is to keep our roads safe. But given your discussion that we will hear the bill and an effort of time this evening and time we spent on the floor, with that commitment by Senator Dibble to hear that in our Transportation Committee, I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
I've considered the amendment and the point of order. No, I don't need to. Okay. And I rule the point of order not well taken. I'm sorry, Senator Jasinski, I didn't understand you withdrew the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please clarify, do you say you agree with that or disagree with being germane?
I said that the point of, I was trying to indicate that the point of order was well taken.
The point of order was well taken.
I was confused with the fact that you had withdrawn the amendment, so I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Salsky.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer the A81 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 4, after line 3, insert. This is the A81 amendment.
Senator Salsky.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, A81 provides that the commissioner may request that biometric information, including fingerprints, photographs, and digital signatures, can be collected from applicants for this non-compliant ID card. And Madam President, I have an amendment to the amendment. It's the A82.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A81 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 4 to 7. This is the A82 amendment.
Senator Salsky.
Thank you, Madam President. The A82 actually removes the first instance of the amendment itself and focuses on the second instance and changes it from a may to a must request. So the department must request, must collect, not request, but must collect this biographic information from applicants who do not prove United States citizenship or lawful presence in the U.S. when applying for these non-compliant driver's licenses.
Senator Drazkowski, we're having difficulty getting it posted. Could you pause just a moment, please?
Absolutely, Madam President.
Senator Drazkowski, they're both up now. Senator Drazkowski, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So we do have the amendment to the amendment before us, Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, members, imagine, if you will, or not imagine, but realize, if you will, that there are two paths that people can take to immigrate to our great country and our great state. One is one where they come here and the very first thing that they do is violate our federal law, which is a federal misdemeanor subject to up to $250 fine or 6 months in jail or both, and then thumb their nose at that law and others as they go forward. The other path, of course, is one where they come here and respect our laws. One where they submit to the requirements set forward in federal law. One where they submit to the requirements to come here legally. They provide proof of identity documents, very stringent, very complete, all outlined in their approach to coming here legally. Proof of financial responsibility, proving that they are not going to be a burden to our country and to our welfare system. That's part of the process of coming here legally. They give up their fingerprints, members, Madam President, and they have to submit a fingerprint card. And they complete medical examination or medical examination report, among other things. A collection, Madam President, of hurdles that people who want to come here legally, knowingly, when they come here and follow the law to get here and follow our laws with the respect of our laws, respect of our customs, respect of our country, and respect of their people who form those laws. Madam President, members, two very different approaches. One of them respects our laws, and the other one thumbs their noses at our laws. And members, Madam President, like Senator Lucero, I am married to an immigrant, and she came here legally and followed all of those laws. And I know many, many immigrants, Madam President, who came here legally, and they are very angry, as many Minnesota citizens are, that Democrats are bringing this forward today. We have two ways to come here: legally with respect and illegally with disrespect. One is right, one is wrong. And we have to ask ourselves, Madam President and members, who is dictating the policy of our state here today? It seems that the people who follow the law are being penalized, while the people who violate our laws are rewarded. And that's what the majority is bringing before us today. Madam President and members, this amendment would simply provide an opportunity, if you will, Madam President, for those people who come here the wrong way, the illegal way, the disrespectful way, to correct their approach and change and submit some of the same documentation to the government that those who came here legally, who came here the right way, who did the right thing and followed our laws did. And if we can start to treat people the same and have the same requirements for people, we can start to bridge some of this divide. But when we have the majority party, Madam President, bringing a bill that rewards people who violate our laws, our customs, and the people who make the laws, we're set out for a bad course. And that's what's contributed to the conflict we have before us today. So, Madam President and members, again, this would provide that people who are going to be getting this non-compliant driver's license, I don't know how we ever came up with a term like that, Madam President. It's beyond me. I suspect it's beyond you, and you have to vote for it. But it would provide that...
Senator Drazkowski, I do not appreciate your comments about the president.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I apologize. Madam President, what this would provide is that the people who come here illegally would rectify their situation by providing the same documentation that the good people who come here legally do. I encourage your support for the amendment to the amendment. Madam President, thank you.
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call on the A82 and the underlying A81 amendment and mention I'll be voting no on both amendments. Thank you, Madam President.
There will be a roll call on both the A82 and the A81.
Madam President, I ask for members to vote no on both of these amendments. We're not going to ask folks who don't have documentation to go through a process that we have no jurisdiction over. Federal government does that.
Secretary will take the roll on the A82. Senator Kunesh on remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no. Senator Jasinski will pause. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw the A81 amendment.
The A81 amendment has been withdrawn. Further discussion, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to draw members' attention to the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read one portion. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So there is a protection in the United States Constitution that a person will not be deprived of life, liberty, or property. So then I draw members' attention, Madam President, to the state constitution. In Article 1, Section 4 of the state constitution reads, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, just a portion, the right of a trial by jury shall remain inviolate and shall extend to all cases at law without regard to the amount in controversy. A jury trial may be waived by the parties in all cases of manner
Madam
prescribed by law.
President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Pappas.
What is before the body right now, Madam President?
House File 4.
And could you ask the good senator what his comments have to do with House File 4?
Senator Pappas, are you asking Senator Lucero to yield?
Madam Chair, I'm not interrupting Senator Lucero's comments. I'm just asking for an inquiry about what's before the body.
Senator Lucero, does your comments have anything to do with House File 4?
Yes, Madam President. Can I continue?
Yep.
Thank you. I apologize, that interruption, I lost my place, so I have to start over. And my comments are very much related to this bill.
I'm sorry, Senator Lucero, I am not going to tolerate that kind of rudeness. You can continue where you were. Please respect the body.
Madam President.
Senator Pappas asked a legitimate question, and you are disrespecting her and the Senate. Just please continue.
Madam President, I have lost my train of thought. Leading up to, I'm setting a context for a concern I have with the bill. And my concern I have with the bill requires information. And it's unfortunate that I was interrupted because I have a train of thought, I have a flow, and I need to catch up with where I was. The 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution addresses due process of law in regards to depriving a person of life, liberty, or property. The state constitution in Article 1, Section 4 speaks about a trial by jury. And in Article 1, Section 4, keeping in mind, Madam President, life, liberty, and property, and being deprived thereof, and the requirement of a due process. And the state constitution reads in part, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but a portion that is relevant to my concerns with the bill before us. The right of a trial by jury shall remain inviolate and shall extend to all cases at law without regard to the amount in controversy. The legislature may provide for the number of jurors in a civil action or proceeding, provided that a jury have at least 6 members. So what this is referring to in the trial by jury is both criminal and civil. And so, Madam President, my concern with the bill in regards to due process of law by the U.S. Constitution and by a trial by jury with the state constitution is an article that I read just a handful of days ago. And it speaks about the trial by jury in Minnesota and the jurors that are selected from multiple sources, and one of those sources are those individuals that have been issued a driver's license. So, Madam President, it is my sincere desire that other members of this body would hold their peace and allow another member of the body to set the stage and the context for the question. So citing the United States Constitution, then linking that to the state constitution, gets to my concern. The driver's license bill before us is going to issue driver's license, if passed into law, to those that are here illegally. And then the jury selection process includes pulling people that are or that have been issued a driver's license to sit on these juries that will decide the depriving of life, liberty, and property for Minnesotans. So, Madam President, I would ask that the chief author of the bill yield for a question.
Senator Lucero, you want to ask whom for a question? What was your last statement?
I'm asking if the chief author of the bill would yield for a question.
Senator Mohammed indicates she will yield for a question.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lucero.
And my question, Madam President, is there anything in the bill that would provide protections so that those that are here illegally and are issued a driver's license, if this were to become law, would not be called to jury duty and sit on a jury that would decide either criminal or civil matters in Minnesota?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Lucero, this bill allows people to drive. That's what this bill does.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer the A62 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File 4, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 2, line 5. This is Amendment A62.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I will also offer the A64, which is an amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend his A62 amendment to House File 4 as follows. Page 1 after line 5, insert. This is Amendment A64.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, the A64 A62 amendment
Senator Lucero.
will add a registration to
Lucero.
the non-citizen. The
Senator
A,
Lucero.
the amendment.
We're on the A64, I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President.
Why are you talking about the other one?
Because before I offered the amendment to the amendment, I didn't give a one-sentence description of what the amendment does. And in order to properly inform the body on what the amendment to the amendment does, I need to provide a one-sentence what the amendment is.
Continue.
Thank you. The A62 amendment adds a registration form that non-citizens cannot sit on a jury. The amendment to the amendment requires that immigration data is shared with the courts in order to screen for jury duty selection. So, Madam President, the question I asked to the chief author was, is there any protections that would prevent somebody who's here illegally that is issued a driver's license not be a member of a jury that would potentially convict somebody or decide a case in a civil matter? And I didn't get an answer. All I got was this bill allows people to drive. I assume the non-answer answer means that there are no protections. So, Madam President, if this bill were to become law, we are going to have a scenario where somebody is here illegally, could potentially sit on a jury and decide the fate of Minnesotans. I have a huge concern with that, because that is a trial not by a jury of one's peers. And I know Minnesotans would not want people here illegally to be sitting and members of juries potentially convicting Minnesotans and deciding their fate. That is something that is well outside what Minnesotans expect, and this is a reasonable amendment and amendment to the amendment. And Madam President, I would ask for a roll call on both the amendment to the amendment, the underlying amendment, and I would encourage members to vote green. Thank you.
There will be a roll call on both the A64 and the A62. Discussion? Senator Latz.
Madam President, just so everyone is aware, the judicial branch sets forth the qualifications for serving on a jury, and Rule 808, paragraph B1 requires that a prospective juror must be a citizen of the United States. They'll be screened out in the process of the jury selection process. So the proposed amendment is unnecessary and redundant. I might also suggest, might be non-germane, Madam President, since it's relating to jury service and the underlying purpose of the bill has nothing to do with jury service. So I would challenge its germaneness under Rule 35.2.
Senator Latz has raised a point of order for the A64 amendment. We only have one at a time. Is that correct? Senator Latz, I'm asking for a response.
I'm sorry, Madam President, what's your question?
You raised a point of order, and
Yes.
I understand I'm not speaking loud enough. You raised a point of order. I was asking, is it to the A64 so that we are all on the same page?
Yes, the A64 amendment, Madam President.
Madam President, advice?
Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if I read the amendment correctly, this is talking about adding this language into the driver's license application, and therefore it would be germane.
Madam President, advice.
I am ready to rule, and I rule that the point of order is well taken.
Madam President, I would like to challenge the ruling, please. And I would ask for a roll call.
Question before the body regards the decision of the President, and the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? The Secretary will take the roll. A green vote upholds the decision of the President, a red vote to overrule the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. We're under a roll call. Members will be at their desks. Senator Kunish, on those voting remotely.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes aye.
Senator Mitchell votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Maquaid votes aye.
Senator Maquaid votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port, sorry.
Port.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 nays, the decision of the President is sustained. We are now on the A62 amendment.
Madam President?
Okay, just Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. A roll call already having been requested, I would just ask members to vote green on the underlined amendment.
Point of order.
Senator Latz.
Madam President, I challenge the germaneness of the A62 amendment under Rule 35.2.
The President rules that the point of order is well taken. Any other amendments?
Madam President, have you ruled?
Yes, I did. I said it.
Oh, then I would ask for a decision to challenge the ruling of the President and ask for a roll call.
Senator Lucero, I'm going to grant that, but we had paused. I had asked for other amendments, and technically, your comment at this point asking, challenging the ruling is out of order, but I'm going to allow it. I think all of us are having difficulty hearing one another because of the good folks outside the chamber. So the ruling of the president has been challenged. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the president. A red vote is to overrule the decision of the president. The secretary will take the roll. Senator Kanesh reporting on the remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Mitchell votes to uphold the decision of the president, so she votes aye. Senator
Mitchell
Mayquay
votes aye.
Mayquay votes aye.
Senator McQuaid votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. The secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 29 nays, the decision of the president is sustained. Further discussion of House File 4. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Mohammed yield for a question?
Senator Mohammed, Senator Pratt, I can't see her, so if you just step a little bit like that, thank you very much. And she says she will indeed yield.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mohammed, you've stated multiple times this evening that the objective is to extend driving privileges to undocumented immigrants, and your motivation is to make our roads safer. Did I recite your objective correctly?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Pratt, that's correct.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Mohammed yield for another question?
She will yield.
Thank you, Madam President.
The noise from outside just filters through here, and sometimes I just don't understand what you're saying, and I apologize.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mohammed, we've discussed that the intent is not to enable fugitives, fraudsters, anyone else to commit voter fraud, ID fraud, or financial crimes. Is that correct?
Senator Mohammed.
Madam President, Senator Pratt, that's correct.
I'm sorry, say again.
That's correct.
That's correct, she answered. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Mohammed yield for another question?
She does.
Thank you, Madam
And
President.
it's beginning to look like hand signals or something is better than even speaking. So she nodded yes. So Senator Pratt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mohammed, are there any other objectives to your bill other than what we've just discussed?
Senator Mohammed.
to allow people to drive safely, which would accomplish the goal of them getting the driver education that they need.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mohammed, your bill includes language that would modify the state ID, which is not a driving, which does not confer driving privileges. And therefore is inconsistent with what you've discussed earlier on the floor and just now. Does, in fact, your bill modify the state ID, which does not confer driving privileges?
Madam President, Senator Pratt, you and I actually had this conversation extensively, and I will repeat the conversation you and I had, which is if somebody's driving on the road and let's say an accident happens and a police officer pulls them over, we want to know who's on the roads. So we need people to get driver's education. We want them to have an insurance, and we want to be able to identify who's on our roads.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, everything that Senator Mohammed just said is all contained within the driver's license, the driving permit, learner's permit. But the state ID is not it does not permit anyone to drive. There is no driver's education, there is no test, there is no insurance. They are not permitted to drive. It is not a precursor to driving. That's what the learner's permit is. You get a Minnesota state ID when you do not intend to drive. So, Madam President, I would offer the A39 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 4, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 8, delete Section 9. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. After we drafted the A39, we noticed some deficiencies, so I would like to offer the A43 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend the A39 amendment to House File Number 4 as follows. Page 1, before line 3, insert. This is the A43 amendment.
And Madam President, so Senator Frentz can enjoy his drink of water in his clear, unadorned, and resealable bottle, I will request a roll call on both the amendment and the amendment to the amendment.
There will be a roll call. Senator Pratt.
Senator Pratt. Thank you, Madam President. Your volume got much more audible there for a second. Madam President, we have heard time and time again in answers to questions around additional concerns with the use of what this bill permits, that the only objective, and Senator Mohammed just stated it just a second ago, the only objective of this bill is to provide driving privileges to people who are undocumented. We've raised a number of concerns that it could go beyond immigrants without legal status. We already know, I said it earlier, Senator Dibble confirmed, that immigrants with legal status can get a real ID and can do everything pretty much that a citizen can do. But when we're talking about the state ID, it is not about driving. It is not about making our roads safer. It is not about getting your kids to school or getting your kids to work. It is simply an identification card and does not meet the objectives stated by the chief author tonight. So, Madam President, Senator Mohammed and I have had numerous discussions about this. I'm hoping that she'll have looked at my concerns and agree that we should delete Section 9 on page 8, which talks about the non-driving identification card and then make the additional changes to ensure that we are only talking about the driving privilege and no other privileges. Thank you, Madam President.
Discussion. Senator Latz.
Madam President, I appreciate Senator Pratt raising this question because it gives us an opportunity to clarify the purpose in the bill of having identification available, even if they don't have driving privileges. Members, you have been provided on your desks this evening a packet of communications from law enforcement agencies relating to why they support this bill. A number of those agencies in their written communications specifically identify the value of having non-citizens have identification cards that they can rely on when they, that law enforcement can rely on when they encounter them. For example, the Metro Transit Police Department writes, as police officers, we encounter people who are injured or otherwise in a condition where it's difficult for them to communicate their identity to us. This bill would help more people gain access to an identification card and in turn could help a police officer who is working to assist them. Members, the Cold Spring Richmond Police Department Chief Bloom writes, it will also be easier for us to identify people if the need should arise. After saying they believe that having people obtain a driver's license or identifications will serve that purpose. The Scott County Sheriff's Office writes, this law will help. It is important for law enforcement that residents have a state-issued identification, which includes their address and photograph. Under this law, residents would be able to obtain driver's licenses, which would allow officers to more easily identify the people they are encountering, whether it be to identify people in medical emergencies, victims of traffic crashes, or individuals in criminal investigations. The bill would similarly aid other law enforcement efforts and criminal prosecutions by giving us more and better information about the people who live in our communities. So just the identification element of the driver's license or the state identification alone would serve not only a public safety purpose, but it frankly could, it will allow law enforcement to more easily and successfully aid individuals that they encounter in their role as law enforcement, or I suspect also as other emergency responders. So for those reasons, members, the identification element of House File 4 is a very important component of it, and I would urge you to oppose any amendment to change that.
Any other discussion on the, which one is it, A43, Senator Pratt, final comment?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, most of those letters that Senator Latz discussed referred specifically to the driving as well as some of the other benefits. But, Madam President, we've referred to, this bill has been referred to time and time again as driver's licenses for all. Tonight, as we've discussed this bill on numerous occasions, the only objective that the author has put forward is that we are trying to make our roads safer. And, Madam President, I feel like there's been an attempt to mislead the people of Minnesota as far as the depth and the breadth of how far this bill goes. We asked about voter registration. The purpose of this bill is to provide, is fulfilling our duty to provide safe roads and give people the privilege to drive. We asked about
Madam President.
jury duty. Go ahead, Senator Latz, or Senator Dibble, sorry.
Senator Pratt.
Madam President.
Senator Pratt. Senator Dibble. Where are you standing, Senator Pratt?
At my desk.
You're not standing up here, are you?
No, Madam President.
So you can't call on Senator Dibble. Senator Dibble.
Madam President, I would just simply call attention to the issue of impugning motives, Senator Pratt said that there was an attempt to mislead on this bill, which I think is out of order in debate.
Senator Pratt, we're going to ignore that, and I'm going to ask you to continue.
Thank you, Madam President.
We're ignoring your comment, not his.
Thank you, Madam President. We've been told time and time again, as we brought up our amendments, the author and supporters of the bill have told Minnesotans, don't be misled by this, don't be misled by this concern or that concern. This is just about driving. Madam President, Section 9 on page 8 and the additional references in the 843 amendment go specifically to the identification card, which is not a driving card, which is not keeping our roads safer, is not the objective that the author has just reiterated to me again, as she's done on numerous occasions, as well as the other proponents. And if there were more objectives, as Senator Latz laid out, I asked specifically, are there any other objectives to the bill? And I was told no. So, Madam President, I'm not inferring anybody's motive, but I am saying, at least to me, to the people of Minnesota, don't be misled. This is more than what the authors and the supporters have told you it is. And that makes me question whether or not there are hidden agendas around the issues that we've raised. Madam President, if this is truly about a driving privilege, then members, we must adopt the A43 amendment and the underlying amendment. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A43 amendment to the A39. Senator Kunesh on the remote voters.
Yes, Madam President. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
Senator Mitchell votes no.
And Senator Mayquade votes no.
Senator Mayquade votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Without the A43, the A39 does not work, so I will withdraw the amendment.
The A39 amendment is withdrawn. Secretary will give House File 4 its third reading.
House File Number 4, a bill for an act relating to transportation, modifying requirements for a non-compliant driver's license or a Minnesota identification card, and making related changes.
Senator Latz.
Madam President and members, thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion tonight about making our roads safer and providing a pathway for easier identification of persons as they encounter our law enforcement. I want to talk for a moment about, well, a number of points here, primarily related to public safety. The fact is, our non-citizen residents of Minnesota have lower crime rates than citizens of Minnesota, and they've got good reason. It's because they want to avoid contact with law enforcement, because they don't want to be deported. So when we're talking about applying for driver's licenses and identifications, we don't need to be concerned about whether we're going to be facilitating criminal conduct in any way, much less concerned about that. And these amendments that were listing all of these criminal convictions and other lists of conduct that people may be on it was the first series of amendments on this bill, really have nothing at all to do with their citizenship status, or really have nothing to do with their application for driver's licenses. If it had, then those principles would apply to driver's licenses for everyone, citizen or non-citizen alike. The fact is, when people apply for a driver's license in Minnesota, they go through their classroom education, they go through their behind-the-wheel education, they go through at least 40 hours of driving supervised by an adult licensed driver, just like all the rest of us who want to get a driving privileges in Minnesota. I'm going through that right now with my own 15-year-old. And it is a learning process. And the fact is, once you've gone through that learning process, you learn the rules of the road, you get taught by certified instructors as to, you know, good practices, bad practices, how you turn. You know, these are important ways in which we protect each other's safety on the road. It's also well documented that those who are licensed drivers are more likely to be insured drivers. So when accidents do occur, the other party involved in the accident is financially protected in a much better way than if they are hit by an unlicensed and uninsured driver. They are also, a licensed driver is far more likely to stop after an accident rather than flee. Fewer hit and runs, which also means not only can you hold them accountable for what happened in the process of the accident, but again, you can verify more likely insurance coverage and provide the financial resources for the victim of the accident. A question was raised during the course of the discussion about how driving privileges for non-citizens would help reduce crime in Minneapolis. And I'll give you the answer, and it comes up in the context of some of the law enforcement support I'm going to provide to you. Law enforcement will be able to reliably identify occupants of the vehicles that they stop, and that is going to help reduce crime. And you don't have to believe me on that. Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association supports this bill, and they write in the packet you all received on your desks this evening, this bill provides a process for verifying everyone's identity and give law enforcement a greater ability to protect the public's safety. The Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association supports this bill as an important public safety measure, and they say it will provide verification of everyone's identity, giving law enforcement a greater ability to protect the public's safety. And this is after they talk about making the roads safer for everyone, as requiring a written and driving test to obtain a license, ensuring that all drivers are certified to drive, no doubt will lead to fewer accidents and could lower the rate of uninsured drivers. The St. Louis County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Ramsey, provides similar documentation. I encourage you to take a look at all of the documentation you have on your desk. It's not only the MPPOA and the Chiefs of Police, but the National Latino Police Officers Association, the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Chief, Stearns County Sheriff, Hennepin County Sheriff, Hopkins Mayor and Police Chief, Cold Springs Richmond Chief, Sauk Center Police Chief, St. Louis Park Mayor and Council members, Metro Transit Police Department, Richfield Police Department, Ramsey County Attorney, Shakopee Police Department, St. Louis County Sheriff Ramsey, and the Columbia Heights Police Department. Members, I have already gone over the voting-related information I intended to share with you. And so I'm not going to go over that any further tonight. But I really firmly believe that people who are licensed to drive, who are insured, are safer for all of us. All of us, who, when we drive home tonight, when we're on the roads, when our family members are out there. And the fact is, the folks who are not citizens, the ones who are putting roofs on our houses, over our heads, the ones who are cleaning the dishes, cutting our lawns, cooking food for us in the restaurants, who are in some of the slaughterhouses around the state, putting turkeys and chickens on our store shelves, and so on. They're doing that for all of us. They're an important part of our economy, and they're an important part of our quality of life. And they have families too. And they are, frankly, a very important part of the economy, especially in some of greater Minnesota communities. The fact is, they're driving anyway. They're driving because they've got to get to their job, they've got to get their kids to the school, they've got to go to the community events that they go to. And that's just the reality, whether we like it or not. They're out driving on the road. So from my standpoint, I'd rather have them trained, educated, driving as a licensed driver and insured than none of the above, but still driving. So purely from a self-interested standpoint and for the concern I have for all of your safety and the safety of your families and the people in your communities, this is a good bill and we should pass it.
Members, I do have a list of people who have asked to speak, but first, I want to apologize to Senator Pratt. I spoke too sharply. I hope he'll accept my apology. Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members, for one more robust discussion on an important bill. I rise to ask members to vote yes for this bill. I'd like to speak to the business aspects. But I think I'm looking at something that I have not seen in my 7 years in the Senate, which is I think we're going to see the minority party vote against a bill that has the specific endorsed support of the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. Those of us who pay attention to business in this state know that the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce represents over 600 companies and over 500,000 workers, men and women who help the state's economy go. And the letter on your desks is from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce endorsing the bill as it's written. I'd also like to point out to members that as we talked about the amendments and what the minority party brought to the bill, the groups that have supported this bill, and in the business category that includes not only the Chamber of Commerce, but the Insurance Federation of Minnesota, Agri-Growth, Minnesota Pork Producers, Minnesota Milk Producers, El Burrito Mercado, the Cooperative Network, Sunrise Banks, and Mercader Central, all those groups support the bill as written and as brought to the floor by the chief author,
Senator Zainab Mohammed. I want to thank Senator Mohammed for the work she's done. I want to thank her for allowing me to serve as an author of this bill, in which I'm incredibly proud. And I want to remind people, these are the things people in our districts have asked us for. My district held not one but 2 town halls for driver's licenses for all, and they were packed. And I want to thank the people that came to those events and showed the support and why this is important. This is about dignity, it's about safety. But for the business aspect, why do businesses want driver's license for all? So people can get to work safely. Why do we want safety on our road place? So less people can get in accidents, less people can get hurt, and less people get killed. Those are good things no matter who you are. Those are good things no matter what direction our state is going. And as these businesses ask you to vote yes on the bill, I'll just take one example from one moment in my week. It's no secret that southern Minnesota is a nation leader in pork production, and the pork producers' dinner was in my district on Sunday night. Went there. These are the most conservative folks in my district and across southern Minnesota. Many of them had lived on the land for over a century with their family lineage. They raised these pigs, and that's their industry. Pork is a $4 billion a year industry. First of all, they've long said, we need workforce. We need driver's licenses for all. But what I noticed is that Minnesota Pork was at this dinner and put a big presentation up, and to my pleasant surprise, across the screen in front of the entire place. Legislative priorities of Minnesota Pork, driver's licenses for all. Members, agriculture is asking you to vote for this bill, and why? So that men and women can get to work safely. That's what we want, and we want to drive that economy. And if we want to be treated well, we have to treat people well. And I'm asking you to vote yes on this bill because it makes sense for us from a public safety standpoint. It makes sense for us from an economic standpoint because Minnesota businesses are asking you to vote yes on it, and because it's the right thing to do, I'll be a yes vote on this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Well, I'm going to have a slightly different perspective than Senator Franz. Anyway, you know, I've stood up here. We desperately need immigration, okay? But it's legal immigration, just like your grandparents and great-grandparents came here to, so that they have the protections of our current laws and are treated humanely rather than putting themselves at a disadvantage. But let's just look at the more benefits we give to reward illegal immigration, the more we incentivize those immigrants to go through a gauntlet, ladies and gentlemen, that dehumanizes them. Let's just look at some of the things that happen. Their women and children are raped and killed. Coyotes charge them between $7,000 and $10,000 to cross the border. We're enriching cartels with millions of dollars as we provide benefits to draw in illegal immigrants. Secondly, illegal drugs are pouring across our border. According to my research, in the United States and also right here in Minnesota, we have lost in the last 2 years over 150,000 people, young people mainly, to fentanyl, pouring over our border. Members and Madam President, that's 3 times more than the Vietnam War in the last 2 years. Over 150,000. And you're incentivizing that and cooperating with the Biden administration, which is not enforcing our border laws, not vetting these people, bringing in criminals. And again, when these coyotes bring them across the border, they drop them off in arid areas. Men, women, and children die of dehydration. In one particular case, and some of you remember this, a van had illegals packed right up to the top of it, got in a serious accident, and men, women, and children were killed and maimed. When you give benefits for illegal immigration, you incentivize that behavior. Think about that, members. That's what you're doing with this bill. We need to incentivize legal immigration. We need to get, legal immigration gives us, we need to give people a hand up, not continual handouts. And when they get here, if they get here, they're put in a position where they can be exploited. And they're also put in a position where they'll probably be on their knees dependent on government for the rest of their life. I want them to come here in a way that they can become a part of the middle class and experience the American dream and build a better future for their children and grandchildren. You're going the wrong direction. Think of this also. We're not vetting them for public health. We're not vetting them for crime. We're not vetting them for bringing terrorists in here. Madam President, this is a disaster to keep giving out benefits like this. And members, the Biden administration, in my opinion, is doing criminal behavior by not enforcing our border laws. And I also believe that doing this and exploiting these people in this way versus legal immigration is a white supremacist and racist approach to those individuals. And that, unfortunately, this bill cooperates with that philosophy that the Biden administration is promoting on our border. I care too much about those people to vote for this bill. I want to bring them here legally. I want to vet it. I want to protect the citizens of the state of Minnesota, and this just incentivizes the current system. I'm sad to say it's a disaster for the state and for the people who are going to be drawn up here illegally. Please vote no. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President. Oh, members, this coalition around this bill, I have to say, I'm glad that we've already had a couple of members speak to the support from law enforcement and municipalities, the support from the chamber and the business community. I'm just going to talk briefly about the support from organized labor. Organized working men and women in the state of Minnesota. We have a very impressive list of supporters explicitly supporting this legislation. And colleagues, we've all received a packet you should have on your desk of the letters from organized labor expressing their support for driver's license for all, including the Minnesota AFL-CIO, AFSCME, the Carpenters Union, LIUNA, SEIU, the St. Paul Regional Labor Federation, the Minnesota Nurses Association, and the Southeast Minnesota Area Labor Council. Members, in our society and in our state, unfortunately, for many people, especially those of us who live outside of the metro area, up north, as I do, or south toward Rochester, over around St. Cloud, up in the northwest of the state. Driving is not something that's sort of extra, right? Unfortunately, we haven't prioritized public transportation in the way that we should have for recent decades. So driving truly is a necessity. It's not something that you can just decide to do or not. It is the way that all things get done, unfortunately, in our society. So people will drive. They will drive. Parents will always make sure that their kids can get safely to school. I'm going to just note some inspiration here from this letter from SEIU, which is just right on point. Parents will always make sure their kids can get to school during the polar vortex or a very cold spell. People will always drive their parents to the hospital if they're having health issues. They will always drive to work to make sure that they have enough money to pay their bills and to provide for their families. And just so we're clear, the current law doesn't change any of that. What the current law does right now, as it is, it denies people the chance to go through the process of testing and getting a license like everybody else. We heard some great argument today that I also thought was right on point. We have people asking to go through the process to have a legitimate, lawful license. Law-abiding residents of our state, our neighbors, our friends, our family who are saying, help me have this and do it the right way. Colleagues, this is about honoring their humanity. This is about more than just what's good for business, what's good for safety on our roads. All of those things are very important, yes. But it's deeper than that. It's about honoring people's humanity, their ability to provide for their families, their ability to live a successful and fulfilling life here in this country. I want to thank Senator Mohammed for bringing this bill and for championing it in the Senate and leading us this session, and for Senator Bobby Joe Champion for having championed this legislation as well and helping usher it through now. I also want to thank the scores of people who bust in today to the Minnesota Capitol and have joined us for hours in the rotunda, cheering us on, asking us to do this, celebrating the fact that we are doing this. They came in a blizzard, and they've been waiting for us to finish our work here, to deliver, to do the right thing for them. I want to thank them so much. Hearing their celebrations, their music, their dancing has been hugely inspirational through these hours of debate. And all of the organizing and all of the work that has led up to this moment, it is that community, the community of people who've been organizing around this for years to make this happen. So thank you for demanding that we deliver and do what is right and find the best part of us and deliver on that. So members, let's do what's right. Let's honor the humanity of our neighbors, ourselves, our family, our friends, and let's vote yes proudly and celebrate this moment. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I am disappointed in what's going to happen here shortly. It's been 34 votes all night long against the minority. We've seen no compromise, both in committee and on the floor. So I think that's what one-party control does, is promoting no compromise. And folks, I like compromise. I think that's the best way to get things done. I don't think that any bill is perfect. And to not take one amendment that would simply make one modification to this bill, substantial, other than a technical, is disappointing. This bill in front of us tonight is way more than public safety and making drivers safe on the road. Way more. The bill in 2014 might have done that, but this bill, as we've commented, is way past public safety and making drivers safer on the road. We've had a lot of discussions tonight on amendments on elections concerns, and this bill never went to the election committee. Never. Didn't get referred to election committee. But based in committee and time spent on the floor, I think we've had about 4 or 5 hours of discussion just on elections, and it didn't go to that committee. That's disappointing. The number one amendment tonight that I think would have made the most sense was Senator Howe's amendment on delaying this until Real ID was implemented. Huge national security issues, and they were ignored here tonight. That would have been one simple amendment that would have made a lot of us much more comfortable with this bill. And I hope all the Democrats and independents across the state watch what's going on tonight, because I have a pretty good debate back and forth across the line with many members in my district, both Democrats and Republicans. And I've talked a lot about it and heard a lot about it in the last several weeks. And one of their comments was, this isn't what I voted for. And they were Democrats. So I think what people want is us to compromise and make the best bill for all Minnesotans, not a bill with zero input from over 48% of our state. I've been told many times for different instances, a driving license is a privilege in Minnesota, not a right. And we're moving away from that. A driving license should be a privilege. What we're doing, or what you're doing this evening by voting in favor of this, is encouraging illegal immigration. And my family came as immigrants, and they came here legally and abided by the laws. And I can promote that. But when we're lowering ourselves to not abiding by the law by creating this legislation to circumvent the law is upsetting. And then, Madam President, lastly, asking on Senate decorum, when this bill does get passed, I hope that the people in this Senate chamber abide by the rules, at least for this, and don't show the clapping that we've seen in other bills. Again, we have rules here. You've been good at abiding by those this evening, and I hope that gets done here as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Umo Verbatim.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring attention to the letters we've received specifically from our faith communities. You'll see a letter from Minnesota Catholic Conference, the Muslim Coalition, Jewish Community Action, and so many more. And these groups all stand in favor of this bill, and they urge us to vote in favor of human dignity. Many of us have ancestors who arrived in Minnesota with the same hopes that our undocumented community has today. Hope that we will welcome them, embrace them, and allow them to live their fullest potential without fear for their safety. I know that's a hope that my mom shared when she came to this country. It's a hope that my great-grandfather shared when he came to this country. And something that I fundamentally believe is that every human being has sacred worth. And if you're guided by your faith, you may say that's because we were all made perfectly in the image of our Creator. You've heard many reasons why you should support this bill. That it keeps our communities safer, keeps our roads safer, law enforcement supports this, right? That it will help people get to work. We know that our labor and business leaders support this. But I'm asking you to support this bill simply because it's the right thing to do. I'm asking you to reach into your faith, your guiding principles, whatever really moves you, to recognize that this is the right thing to do. Undocumented immigrants are our neighbors, our coworkers, fellow worshipers, they're our family and our friends, and they're Minnesotans. They're worthy of love and safety and respect. Today, we can restore their access to driver's licenses so that they can go to work, take their kids to school, access health care, and attend services at their places of worship. Today, we get to tell undocumented Minnesotans, and again, they are Minnesotans, that you do not have to wait any longer. We love you, we see you, we hear you, and today we're not just saying it, we're actually going to prove it when we pass this legislation. And I want to thank our faith leaders for reminding us that this is just the right thing to do. I want to thank Senator Mohammed and Senator Champion for carrying this bill. Most importantly, I want to thank all the organizers who are still here with us in the gallery, outside of the chamber. They've never given up this fight. And they've had to hold leaders accountable for these mistakes, for this, for a right that we need to wrong, for this stain that has been on our state for 2 decades. Never gave up that fight. I'm so proud to be in this body to support this legislation. Let's restore access to driver's licenses because it's the right thing to do, and I urge members to vote yes.
Senator Marty.
Madam President, I'll be brief. This is an important bill to help our neighbors to be able to drive, improve safety. I think everybody else has made the arguments well, and I just want to thank all the advocates and Senator Mohammed and Senator Champion for bringing this to fruition. I think we're going to make it finally happen tonight.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And, you know, we worked this bill, I think I've seen this 3 or 4 times in committee. And every time we tried to make this a bipartisan bill. And tonight I'm disappointed because I really wanted to vote for this bill, but I'm not going to be able to have that opportunity because we didn't make this a bipartisan bill. This bill was, it was your way or the highway, and that's kind of the way it turned out. And I'm disappointed in that. I truly wish we would have been able to work together to get a bipartisan bill that everyone could support, that we could have done the duty that I think we owe both to the state and to these people and to our country. But that didn't happen. We're going to get the driver's license to these people, but we're not going to do what we need to do to keep our country safe and to close those loopholes and to provide the information to these folks that will help us in the future. So with that, members, I'm disappointed. I had hoped and maybe in the future we can continue to work and improve this situation and improve this legislation. But tonight, some folks will be extremely happy, and I truly hope and pray that what I'm fearful of doesn't ever happen. But the door is left open, and I truly believe this weakens our national security. And we could have done and protected our national security and provided these driver's licenses all in one fell swoop, but that didn't happen here tonight. And with that, I just pray that what I fear doesn't occur. So thank you very much. It has been a great debate, and I believe that this debate will continue. Thank you.
Senator Houschild.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take a moment and talk about my region, the Northland and the Iron Range. Up on the Iron Range, we were really founded by immigrants. It's what made our region so strong. And to really exemplify that, and I think how it connects to the debate tonight, I would like to read some excerpts from a letter from somebody that I look up to and whose family I checked in with to see if they'd be okay if I read it in the context of tonight's debate. Before he passed, Representative Tommy Rukavina, arguably the godfather of the Iron Range, wrote a final editorial printed in the Tower Timber Jay in 2019. And I'll paraphrase that. He was receiving care at the University of Minnesota Medical Center at that time. In that letter, he talks about the nurses that served him day in and day out in that hospital, whether they were Somali, Hmong, Japanese American, but all of them had a little bit of a different accent, much like to him the old Croats he used to listen to on the north side of Virginia up on the Iron Range. He talked about the housekeepers who would be in a hurry to clean his room and help serve him. They were Somali, Ethiopian, perhaps Liberian. One was a male. He was from Ethiopia and had left there due to tribal conflicts. He had a master's degree, was going to school to become a pharmacist. He had 3 kids getting a college education. He told Tommy that his dream was that those kids would grow up and do something good for their country, that country being America. He talked about his transplant doctor who was from Brazil and his oncologist who is from India. So to him, it was puzzling that some of his friends and children on the Iron Range had forgotten that their children and grandchildren, that they were the children and grandchildren of immigrants themselves, and that they were treated just as badly as today's immigrants. He goes on to talk about a story of finding a burning cross up on the Iron Range that was in response to intimidations of Slovenians and Croatians because of them being Catholic, and the Finns who were considered radical at that time. He talked about how in a book that he found near that cross, there were many prominent names on the Iron Range of families all across the region that he kept private his entire life. He said that he would hope someday the descendants of those people that were currently creating so much hardship for the new immigrants would learn that people are people no matter their color, religion, or country of origin, that they are good people coming to this land of the free for the same reason as their ancestors did. He ended his letter with this, and I hope these words ring true as we end debate tonight and vote. Hate helps no one. Love solves everything. I think Tommy Rukavina is smiling down and thanking Senator Mohammed for her great work on this bill and thanking President Champion for his great work on this bill. Thank you so much.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam President. So I was raised by my grandma and grandpa. They were immigrants to this wonderful country, fleeing the totalitarianism and the communism and the fascism and the Nazism and the anti-Semitism, all those isms that were engulfing the European continent and plaguing the world, led millions upon millions upon millions of people to come to the New World. And my grandfather came here, and before he got to Ellis Island, he saw those words. Well, he didn't see those words, but the words at the base of the Statue of Liberty that so many immigrants saw when they came here. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send them to me from your teeming shores, the tempest-tossed. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. So when I was a kid growing up, my grandfather came from Germany, and my grandmother, she came through Lithuania. She came from Lithuania. And she would take me in a taxi to get my hair cut, and she'd take me in a taxi to get groceries, and we'd go together in a taxi to get my clothes. And I never thought anything of it as a kid growing up. I just thought that's what old people did. And so one day she died, and my mother sat me down, and she said, you ever think about why your grandmother never drove anywhere? And I thought, no. And she goes, well, she didn't have a driver's license because she was an undocumented worker. Some may call her an illegal alien. I called her an American. Because when I was 5 years old, this undocumented worker to the New World gave me a milk glass. And on that milk glass was an engraving of John F. Kennedy, who had just been assassinated. And on the back side of that glass, to this undocumented worker, this truly dignified woman, were the words, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. That's our challenge, members. What can we do for our country? I think we're doing an amazing thing for our country tonight. I truly, truly do. And I hope all of you vote yes, so that all those grandmothers out there can give their grandchildren a ride to their math tutor and to their dance lessons and to their baseball practices. Thank you, Senator Mohammed.
Senator Pratt.
Madam President, it's no secret that I disagree with the premise of weakening our documentation standards for many reasons. The author stated on numerous occasions to my direct question, the objective of the bill was to keep our roads safe. Yet this bill does much more than confer the privilege to drive. It compels the state to confer identification. Despite the author's insistence that this is about keeping our roads safe, it's not true. That's not the only objective. By including non-driving state IDs in the bill, we get a sense of what the true purpose is. By design, the state ID does not permit the holder to drive. It is not a document that would lead to a driver's license. It does allow a holder to qualify for state benefits. It does allow to be accepted for same-day and mail-in voting. It does allow someone to be trained, to travel by air without a real ID until the real ID is enacted. And it is not, as I mentioned, like a learner's permit, a bridge document that someone gets before they drive. And this is not new information. In fact, the author even said we had had this conversation before. But if you listen to the debate, it was hidden until the very end. During our discussion on whether or not we should wait to implement until we got the full federal enforcement of real ID to travel, I made the comment that many immigrants already get driver's licenses. Senator Dibble confirmed that for me. We hear that this is about allowing immigrants to drive. Immigrants are already driving. They can already get a legal driver's license. And Senator Dibble ran through the list and he said, the only difference is they don't have to prove legal status. Members, Senator Drazkowski walked through all the steps that it takes for someone to get legal status. We tried to put the undocumented immigrants that this would confer a driving privilege and an ID to the same level of documentation that a legal immigrant has to go through, and it was defeated on a party line basis. Madam President, conferring legal status, providing legal status, is not just an extra piece of paper. It shows, it proves that someone has gone through the U.S. government and has been vetted and background checked so that we truly know who their identity is, what their identity is. And why is identity important? To open a bank account, banks have to comply with something called Know Your Customer. When it comes to this federal requirement, banks have to know who their customer is in order to identify money laundering, prevent criminal activity, and implement counterterrorism financing prevention. And Madam President, as we've discussed tonight, this goes beyond just immigrants that are here without legal status. This will be available to fugitives from other states and to fraudsters who can go ahead and commit financial and other crimes. I thought it was interesting because as we were having the debate, Senator Mohammed at one point said, "Bad people do bad things." And she's right. It doesn't matter if you're here with legal status, here without legal status, or you're a citizen, bad people do bad things. This bill relies on attestation. We're relying on the word of someone and not going through the proper verification. We had amendments to do the proper verification. Those failed on a party line vote. We were told to trust Minnesotans along the process in committee. But bad people do bad things. And members, bad people lie. In my experience in fraud prevention, I know it's easier to prevent fraud than it is to identify it after it occurs. Republicans have tried to prevent fraud tonight. And I'm stymied. And we've been stymied at every path along the way, as Senator Jasinski has laid out. When I was discussing the bill with a DFL colleague a couple of weeks ago, I raised a concern, and they said, "I'll need to check with the advocates." Bills are being passed by Democrats that are being decided by special interest groups in back rooms. We're not working together. We're not collaborating. That can be the only explanation I can think of why no significant amendments have been accepted on any of the bills that have come through. Madam President, I remember the good old days when the Senate used to have its own hearings and make its own decisions and its own markups on the bills, and then we would go confer with the House. We don't have that discussion. We don't have that collaboration anymore. So without my vote, this bill is going to pass. And it could have been a better bill. Even though I'm not going to vote for the bill, I feel a duty and an obligation to bring my experience to make this bill as workable as possible. And it's been defeated on a party line vote. And so I'm going to paraphrase my some of my Democratic colleagues. Minnesotans should not be misled or confused. By including non-driving IDs, this bill does much more than confer driving privileges. It does much more than try to make our roads safe. Minnesotans need to understand that. Not all of the objectives, in my opinion, have been laid out tonight as far as why we're going for this bill. This bill needs to be vetted better. Members, I urge you to vote no.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am an immigrant. I come from a brown country. And as a fellow immigrant, I would like to first apologize to the people outside, to the people upstairs. First, for taking so long to get here, but mostly because I know how hard it was to listen to the things that were said today. It was hard for me, and I know it must have been significantly harder for them. Because somewhere along the way, we forgot that the people outside and the people upstairs are our neighbors and our friends and the colleagues of our children in our schools. The people that have been confused with terrorists today are the people that, by the way, lost their lives and their families' lives at disproportionately higher rates than any of us because they were the ones in the warehouses and in the grocery stores and in the hospitals during a global pandemic, keeping us fed, giving us our groceries, while many of us worked from home. Those are the people today that have been confused with frauds, terrorists, drug dealers, sex traffickers, and criminals. We spent the day talking about the southern border as if the United States only has one border. Someone even said, let's not give them driver's licenses so they can perpetuate their crimes. We talked about how we don't believe the Latinx community when they speak to us, and how we automatically assume that they are illegal. And throughout all of this, we kept calling them these people. I think we're doing it wrong, right? Our job here is to make people's lives easier, to ease suffering and to ease struggle, to keep people safe. Our jobs are not to make people afraid to go to work, afraid to drive their kids to school, because what good does it do any of us when our community members are afraid? So we have been sending out a very strong message today to our fellow community members, and I'm urging you to send a different message to our proud Minnesotan neighbors and our community members, and to vote green on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I will vote yes tonight, and proudly anticipating this for many, many years and working to make sure that we would have this opportunity one day. I'm very, very, very delighted that I'm a part of this body tonight and able to take this vote. I want to thank Senator Mohammed, Senator Champion. I want to thank our colleagues from the other body, some who are with us, former members who are with us, and of course the Minnesotans, the Minnesotanos, the Minnesotans who are in the gallery and in the rotunda, for all of the work that people have done to bring us to this important moment. I recall a conversation I had at a gathering in a home in Kandiyohi County many summers ago. There were probably as many people stuffed into that home in Willmar, Minnesota, as are in this chamber tonight. It was a packed house, so packed that you couldn't all fit in a room. So people were gathered in rooms throughout the house, and gratefully this homeowner had a microphone and a little sound system, and it was a discussion. And we talked about this issue, about driver's licenses for all. And it was, at times, a heated discussion, maybe somewhat like we had this evening, where people were saying out loud the things that they didn't understand, the things that they objected to. They were using language that would make other people uncomfortable. But one by one, there were people that worked at the Genio plant who talked about why it was important for their colleagues to have a license, why it mattered for them to drive safely to work, to get their kids to school, where they were challenging each other on what's working and not working about our federal immigration system. And I remember this woman who came in at the beginning, and she was so unhappy that the legislature was considering this law, driver's licenses for all, then finally saying, I didn't understand the immigration system was so broken. Well, of course people are looking for relief. And what I watched over a course of an hour was a house full of Minnesotans who went from positioned, divided, to perhaps not convinced, but open-minded and willing to consider the question in a different way. And conversations like that have happened over and over and over again across the state of Minnesota, which is why we're here tonight. Because people have listened to one another, they have considered one another's lives, they've considered what it would be like to drive in fear when you've got your kids in school and you got to pick them up. what it means to get to work and home, especially if you have to get your kids. Minnesotans have moved on this issue, which is why we're here tonight. And when I think about immigrants, Latinx immigrants, Black immigrants, when I think about immigrants who live in Minnesota, they are Minnesotans, and their fears and their dreams are just like that of every Minnesotan, documented or not. And most importantly, immigrants, Black and Latinx, are part of the fabric of Minnesota. Minnesota is their home. Minnesota is our home. And with our action tonight, we're going to make our lives together a little safer, and some lives more secure, and lives with less fear. And when I think about the work that I am called to do to improve the lives of Minnesotans, I can't think of a more important vote to cast. And I will proudly vote yes tonight and join with Minnesotans in joyful celebration. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President, members. Madam President, members, this is why we do this work. We do the work for the reasons Senator Murphy just said. We have the opportunity to make lives more secure, to make Minnesota lives better. And that's what we have the opportunity to do here tonight. I did want to just deal with a few issues that were debated this evening that I think a little bit of the record needs to be set straight. We heard a lot about Real ID. Members, in 2000, I have the slip of paper, I looked it up, all of this great, here it is, great defense of Real ID. Well, in 2009, this chamber, in a nearly unanimous vote, but one, and the chamber across the hall, voted unanimously, so all legislators in the building on Senate File 738, House File 988, which directed the state of Minnesota to not comply with the dictates and mandates of Real ID handed down by the federal government, passed. Senate File 738, Chief Author, Senator Limmer. Madam President, members, it's true that the Real ID requirements have been put off a few months. So, in fact, this discussion about Real ID is kind of a moot point as we stand here today. And we made the point earlier that Senator Mohamed's bill has very high standards of identity, very high standards of proof of residency. The federal government has decided that for now, given all the security measures implemented, that we're pretty safe, and they haven't seen fit to require Real ID for purposes of air travel. And all the other things that we heard about, members, all the specter of access to benefits, access to voting, dangers of community safety, the lack of security for all these documents. Well, if those things are true about this proposal, they're true about all the other forms of identity that we offer to gain our driver's license, our identity cards, and the like. So I would invite that legislation from the minority party, if that's actually a valid, closely held, sincere concern. But members, I did want to talk about much of what has been touched on. The fact is, whether you agree or disagree with how folks got here to Minnesota, they're here. How they got here is a worthwhile discussion, but that's not what we govern and legislate. That's a federal matter. Absolutely, we need to have that discussion, but people are here, and they are our neighbors and our friends and our coworkers. They shop in our stores, they pay taxes, our kids play together. The fact that we have these, 5 different stacks of letters from all these organizations, law enforcement, labor, business, faith community, community organizations, tell you that this is a positive and good step to take to make life better for all of us and life better for a lot of people who are watching what we're doing tonight. I wanted to read or just excerpt a little bit from what we heard from Mercado Central. Undocumented community members contribute to the well-being of our state. They are essential workers, farm workers, mechanics, construction workers, caregivers, volunteers, making up 5.2 million essential workers, of which nearly 1 million are dreamers, whom we all support on a bipartisan basis, who we think should have the ability to attend school and pursue a future because they've been here since they were little kids. Depriving workers of a means to reach their jobs and take care of their families is misguided. It also makes little economic sense. And it goes on to provide the economic benefit of taking this step today. But members, I really wanted to just talk about a community that I know, many of whom are out here today, and I invite you to get to know them as well. Attend Incarnation Church some Sunday morning. English services are at 9 o'clock, Spanish services at 11, 38th Street near Pleasant Avenue. Used to be my district, unfortunately not anymore. Latino church, headed by Father Kevin McDonough, who has served as our chaplain many times. And you will see a vibrant, vital, joyous community of families and kids, people upholding the values we all cherish. Family, working hard, striving, being a part of community, supporting each other. Their church had a fire a short time ago. They banded together to make sure that that congregation and that building and that structure could still remain, working hard to maintain that faith community. These are things that we all cherish. These are values we all hold dear. To separate people and put them at the margins in such a way as to not even be able to interface and interact with the police when there are issues of crime in their midst. That doesn't keep any of us safe, members. So please vote green. This is a positive bill. This is an opportunity. This is why we get elected to do this work. And then I just want to conclude, Madam President, by thanking Senator Mohammed, who took on an awesome bill right out of the gates. It's really hard to do. Senator Champion, who was by her side every step of the way and has carried this bill for all those years, and he has the tie for me to prove it when I was way oversubscribed and needed an awesome champion, Senator Latz, who has provided so much support and knowledge and legal advice, and of course the indomitable Senator Torres Ray, who's with us here in the chamber tonight. And I'm so proud she can be here with this final passage and this final vote. Thank you, members. Please vote green.
Senator Herr.
Madam President and members, I'm happy to be in the midst of this battle of civility to pass driver license for all. Tomorrow we will see a different light when the bill is signed to law. Another history made, licencia para todos. And I appreciate Senator Mohammed, Senator Champion, Dibble, Senator Mann, friends, Senator Latz, and many others who defend this legislation. On the other hand, I'm saddened to see that this entire night, I hear lines of amendments, one after another, kept pointing back to 9/11. And that if this legislation passes, it's likely for us to reopen room for foreign terrorists to enter our country like before. Well, it was 9/11, but our reaction led us to punish the wrong group of people instead of the real terrorists. And let it not be fear itself, as I reminded by FDR. It has been 23 years. And I would believe our national security is more complex and more advanced than then. In the progress of 23 years, we have overcome so many obstacles, crises, catastrophes, and a deadly pandemic. Our nation would have advanced even further if we have not blocked the progress of one of our most industrial communities of America, our Latino brother and sister, the undocumented, as some may say, for the harms caused by foreign terrorists. I doubt that any enemy of our nation will attack us the same way, using the same method as before. This is not a fool me once, fool me twice, shame on me, and such. With the advancement of our national security, America will never integrate ourselves. This is a new era, new conflict, but we can only hope and do our best so that we don't repeat the same mistake of hurting people, hurting families, communities, hard workers. And I commend Senator Muhammad for remaining very calm as many xenophobia amendments came her way. And she continued to reiterate that this bill, House File 4, is for road safety, driving equality, and will boost our economy, and I agree with her. It's long overdue. Tonight, my compadre, in large number, are outside, watching for the positive outcome of this legislation. And tomorrow, mañana, my compadre will raise their head high, again with dignity. Mi vecino, vecina, mi familia, licencia para todos, mañana, mañana, y hoy. Gracias.
Senator Fate.
Thank you, Madam President. I first want to say, I'll try to keep it brief, but I want to say thank you to our author, Ms. Zaina Mohammed, as well as Senator Champion for their hard work on this. I know Senator Champion has been working on this for a very long time. I know you're extremely proud to see this finally get done, and I'm proud to see Senator Mohammed pick this up and run with it and make it a reality. I also want to say thank you to our former legislator, Patricia Torres-Ray, who's here with us today, who worked tirelessly on this as well. Our current legislator, Senator Latz, who offered a lot of advice and a lot of heavy lifting on this to make this a reality. I want to say thank you to Representative Gomez, who was here earlier, who carried this on the House side. A lot of people put a lot of work on this, and it's been a long time coming. And tonight we heard a lot of reasons why we should not support this, that it was a bad idea, that we are opening ourselves or exposing ourselves to danger, which is a flat-out lie. It's not true. We heard that it is a public safety issue, Madam President. And to that I say that this is being supported by a broad coalition, especially those that some of the minority members have looked to as a guiding light. This is being supported by law enforcement. And this is simply about allowing folks to drive safely and navigate our roads legally. And if you care about public safety, you would support that. You'd want to know who are on our roads, and you'd want to support them in that. And our immigrant community are not here to break the law. They're asking to drive legally. They're asking for a driver's license so that they can obey the law, they can drive their families to school, they can do what they need to do. And they want to do that, and again, legally. We also heard that this is a national security issue, which again, that is not true. The fact is that our communities are much safer with our immigrant population. They contribute immensely to our state, and we're all better off because of them. And you heard my colleague, Senator Dr. Mann, speak about the contributions they made, especially during the pandemic, doing their jobs and risking their lives, doing jobs that no one else wanted to do. And they should be commended for that. We heard them being called terrorists. We heard them being called drug dealers. We heard a lot of insults. We heard that they're a threat to our national security. And that's a flat-out lie. You want to know who the real threat is, Madam President? I'll give you a hint. They don't look like our chief author. They don't look like the folks up in the gallery. They don't look like the folks out in the rotunda. They look like many of the members that sit in the front. And you don't have to take my word for it. According to DHS, Madam President, the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race, not our immigrants. We are safer and we're better off because of them. This has been a 20-year-long battle and injustice, and we're here to right a wrong. And I urge a green vote from our colleagues. Thank you.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I feel like I was just called a racist white man. That's not appropriate, because we should be here getting along with each other. I was not raised that way. I was raised to treat people equally and with respect. And I don't think we should be saying those things on the Senate chamber floor. I find that very disrespectful. I'm not going to go back and debate everything that was talked about tonight, but that was not called for. We didn't call anyone terrorists. We said that we're afraid that this could lead to that. We're not calling a group of people terrorists. We're not saying that they're going to create these acts. We're just looking out for everybody. That was uncalled for. I wasn't raised that way, and that's just ridiculous. And now we're hearing how people think about us, and that's very disgusting. Thank you.
We'll now proceed to closing speeches unless someone feels so compelled. Before I call on Senator Champion, then Senator Mohammed, then Senator Johnson, then Senator Dietzick. Any objection? Senator Champion.
Madam President, I am going to be brief because I often talk about how important it is to get to the vote. But I will say this, that the journey has been long, but tonight makes it worth it. I've heard many different comments about what hasn't been accepted, and I'm not going to regurgitate those things. History is already and will prove itself. But I know that from the very beginning, when I started carrying this bill, that I tried with a number of people to consider what would be appropriate in order to get the bill through. And we negotiated, and we talked, and we convinced people. We did it all. To wait until we get to the day to vote, and none of them voted for it. We had to pass it alone. I'm not going to spend much time on that because I've had the benefit of seeing some things. I've had the benefit of seeing families, children, moms, dads, sons, daughters, grandmas. Some people call them Big Mama, grandfathers and aunts and uncles, all here being committed to this fight. And to me, that's extraordinary because you get a chance to see people's heart because guess what? Through challenging times, you get a chance to really see who's really committed to it. And they've been committed to it. Through rain, sleet, snow, almost sounds like the postman, but it's the people who've been diligent to this issue. Rain, sleet, snow, sunshine, and unpredictable elements, they've been here to see this day. The Supreme Court said the other day that the legislature can speak. And we will allow the legislature to speak. And it's been great because usually I've been at the table by myself and talking about everything, but then I got a wonderful partner this year. When she came in with her smile and energy and tenacity and determination that we were going to do this together. And we've been doing it together. Sitting at those tables and strategizing and talking about things, but I got a chance to see Senator Muhammad really grow and evolve, but guess what? More than anything, she wears her love on her shoulder and on her sleeve. And so we've been great partners in co-authoring, and I conclude that we are better together. And we are asking for your support with a green vote. A green light usually tells us that it's time to move forward. So even when we talk about this in the context of driving, with your green vote tonight, you will tell all of our fellow Minnesotans, move forward and come out of the shadows because you matter. They matter. And what we do in this chamber matters when it comes to improving our lives. So join me and join us in voting green.
Senator Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a good day. It really is. I am so grateful to be in this work alongside all of you, both sides of the aisle. Grateful to the people of South Minneapolis for choosing me. And so grateful to our Senate majority. In November, Minnesota sent a DFL Senate majority because they were tired of gridlock and feeling like the legislature wasn't doing enough. And I think in the past few weeks, we've shown that progress is possible. And tonight is an example of that. To my friends across the aisle, I have had good, bad, easy, hard conversations with so many of you, both privately and publicly. And I think I've remained respectful in those conversations, no matter what. And I've remained authentic to myself. Because this isn't about me or you. It's about the people. It's about the thousands of people that their lives will be transformed because of this bill. And I will also be brief, but to the members who've worked on this before me, Senator Dibble, Senator Latz, thank you. You have both been so incredible to me as a brand new senator. I've learned so much in these past few weeks, and I know some members from across the aisle are like, this is a huge bill and you're a freshman senator, why are you doing this? Because this affects my life every day. I have family and friends who've been affected by this issue for decades. And I ran on this issue. I talked to people in my district, I talked to people across the state, and it's a bipartisan issue. Whether we want to say it's not or it is, you get to choose how you want to vote. But Minnesota is telling us that this is a bipartisan issue, and the right thing to do is to vote for it. This has been 20 years in the making, and I think I've got 5 extra gray hairs in the last 5 weeks than I've ever had in my life. And it's because I've been thinking about this moment. And when I think about this moment, I think about the people. Those of you who are watching, those of you who are outside, those of you who drove 4, 5, 6, 7 hours and are here in the middle of a winter storm, thank you. This is your work. This is the people's work. To the Driver's License Coalition, the brave and dedicated and beautiful, and as my sister, Representative Gomez, likes to say, messy, messy coalition, I love you guys. And I thank you for choosing me to be a part of this. People outside, people here, they don't trust politicians. They don't trust people who hold power because they've been disappointed time and time again. Both sides of the aisle have disappointed them. But I hope that I hope that they will be able to build a little bit more faith in the fact that there are people here who are here to do the right thing. And there are Republican members who've done the right thing before, like Representative Hamilton, who I've been speaking to over the last few weeks. And I know I've spoken to many of you who are like, I am almost there. I just need this. The thing you need is a political stance, and you don't need that. This is the right thing to do because the people are asking for it, and it'll change their lives. And I know that members from your own party might look at you sideways. It might be hard few weeks. All you have to do is click a green button, and you're going to change so many people's lives. And that's what matters. Thank you to the leadership of the Senate for moving with urgency on this bill. When I won, I said I wanted to carry driver's licenses, and I had no idea who even carried it before me. But man, what a privilege to be able to do this alongside Senator Champion. Thank you. Thank you for choosing me and for letting me be a part of this and for teaching me. And to my predecessor, Senadora Patricia Torres Rey, who is in here and who has cared about this issue deeply for decades. I hope you're proud tonight. It's a good night. Thank you, members. I hope you'll vote green. Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. We're winding down after a long day. I had a speech here prepared, but quite frankly, I've heard some things tonight that I am shocked is being said in this state capitol, in this state Senate. Look, folks, we brought forth good faith amendments throughout the night. There are holes in this bill We're not calling groups any names. What we're saying is we need to protect Minnesotans. It doesn't matter what your race, your color, your creed, Norwegian, Polak, Somalian, you name it. Look, folks, we have concerns about this, and yet when we bring those concerns up on this floor, tonight we were called white national racists as a whole party. Look, we represent 49.5% of this state. You're calling 49.5% of this state racist because they want to protect Minnesotans, because they have concerns about a bill? Is that what we do now in the state Senate? Folks, I am incredibly disappointed. This is a place we come and we have ideas, that we respect those ideas, we debate those ideas, and yet not one amendment was taken. Not one idea was considered serious tonight. Not one opportunity to voice the concerns of 49.5% of Minnesotans. We had a lot of stories. We heard a lot of stories tonight about how great this was for individuals, how great this was for a particular group here or there, but we represent all of Minnesota. Does this protect all of Minnesota? Does this help all of Minnesota? Some aspects, yes. Other aspects, we see that there can be improvements on. We are here to help. We are here to work on these bills bipartisanly. We come in good faith to do that, and we have demonstrated that over the last 6 years, but now as soon as we are one vote down, all of a sudden, 49.5% of the state doesn't matter anymore. I'm incredibly disappointed. You know, the question rolled around in my mind all night as we heard this, as we saw our amendments get pushed down, as we saw people get called names over here on the minority side. What does it mean to be a Minnesotan? What does it mean to be a Minnesotan anymore? And then I realized at the very end, the question isn't what does it mean, but what does it matter to be a Minnesotan anymore? Because according to this bill, it doesn't. According to this bill, if you can come over and break federal law to be here in the state, we got a prize for you. We're here for you. Look, I believe in immigration reform. I see our businesses cry out for it every day. I see our farms cry out for it every day. People across Minnesota understand we need reform in our immigration system. But what does a bill like this do? Folks, what this does is it slows down any sort of incentive for our federal government to make substantial changes that will bring people across the board to help our businesses, help our communities. Folks, I cannot believe the comments that were made on the floor, especially in these closing comments. I hope that's something we can discuss later on, Madam President. That is not worthy of this institution. I look forward to more debate with the majority party. I look forward to more compromise with the majority party, more discussion. I hope this does not poison the well. But we have some growth to do here on this body. We need to come together. We need to serve Minnesota. And this bill does not do that, Madam President. So I'd encourage members on both sides of the aisle to take another look at this. And that will require voting this down. Madam President, I oppose this bill, and I encourage members to oppose it as well.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Madam President. As chief author, Senator Mohammed and others have said tonight, this is not a new issue. This has been around for 10 years. I remember the discussions in Judiciary Committee 10 years ago. So when this bill came back up, I compared it to that proposal that I'm more familiar with from 2013. I followed up after reviewing it with Senator Dibble, with Senator Champion, and with Senator Mohammed to get more information on why it changed. Why did they make this bill? What was some changes that they made, and why did they do those changes? They addressed my questions on that bill, just like they did this evening. 18 other states and DC has similar legislation. So again, this is not a new issue. We couldn't have gotten to this point without a dedicated group of co-authors who have worked tirelessly on this bill. Senator Mohammed, Senator Champion, Senator Frentz, Senator Dibble, Senator Mann, and a lot of other co-authors from past years. Thank you to them. Thank you to several others, including many of you tonight who asked questions, who offered amendments, and who've worked on this bill. And I want to thank you all for the thoughtful debate. It got heated at times, but I think we did have a good discussion on some of the issues. I also want to thank many of the organizations who never lost faith. They continue to push to get this done, including hundreds who are here with us today at the Capitol. And I want to go back and thank Senator Mohammed for standing up for these people across the state. This bill will benefit them, and it will provide them and their families dignity and safety of having a driver's license. You all have some letters on your desk, including letters from many religious organizations. The Joint Religious Legislative Coalition, they believe in the command to love your neighbor. And that requires us to provide basic dignities to our neighbors. And this bill does that. There's a letter from rabbis from across the state who mentioned that this is of great moral importance so that every individual is treated with respect and dignity. And there's a letter from the Minnesota Catholic Conference. They write in support of this bill saying it is long overdue and there is an urgency to act. And tonight we are acting. Or I should say this morning we are acting. This bill does many things that will benefit the state. It lets people drive and drive safely. It will help our economy. And that's why our hospitality and tourism industry support it. That's why chamber organizations support it. That's why labor organizations support it. And those labor members also support it because they want to be safe while they're working on our roads. And this bill is about public safety. It does protect all Minnesotans. That's why it is supported by a broad coalition of law enforcement agencies. Again, you have a packet on your desk. You've heard others talk about tonight. Scott County Sheriff's Office said that this will help ensure that individuals who want and need to drive will have to learn the rules of the road. The Minnesota Chief of Police Association and many others said, we believe it will make our roads safer. And the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association, they are the largest association representing public safety professionals. They support this bill because it is an important public safety measure. They also say that this bill gives law enforcement the greater ability to protect the public's safety. I heard this bill a few times called extreme. I simply ask, what is extreme about listening to law enforcement, trusting law enforcement on public safety issues? Madam President, members, let's do the right thing. Let's help Minnesotans. Let's pass this bill. Let's provide safety and driver's license for all. I urge a green vote.
Members, before we cast our votes for final passage, I do want to thank you for your representation of your views and of the people of Minnesota. I also want to acknowledge that we have guests and visitors in the gallery. There are still some here. And I respectfully request that they show their respect for this body by remaining silent. Secretary will take the roll on the final passage. Members will be at their desks. Members will be at their desks. We're on a roll call. Senator Kunish on remote voters.
Madam President, Senator Morrison votes aye. Senator Port votes aye.
I know. I was distracted. Senator Kunish, if you would begin again.
Definitely. Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Mitchell votes aye.
Senator Mitchell votes aye.
And Senator Mayquade votes aye.
Senator Mayquade votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. We'll now proceed to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interests. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Westrom, 11:10 to 11:25. Senator Skowski from 11 to 12:20 p.m. Senator Coleman, Duckworth, Eichhorn, Housley, Jasinski, Johnson, and Weber, 12 noon to 12:20 p.m. Senator Abler from 5:30 p.m. to 6:10 p.m. Senator Liskey from 5:30 p.m. to the end. Senator Westrom from 5:50 to 5:55 p.m. Senator Dame, 6:30 to 7:05 p.m. Senator Weber from 6:40 to the end. Senator Abler from 11:35 to 11:55. Announcements of Senate interest. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, February 24th marks the one-year anniversary since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. If you remember, for those of you that were here last year, Senator Housley had a bill to show our support for Ukraine. I got a letter from the Minnesota Ukrainian Advocacy Committee and their community on this one-year anniversary of Ukraine's fight for freedom and independence. They would like to thank us from the bottom of their hearts for their support. So I just want to share that with all of you. Also, members, there's been, last I checked, 5 to 6 inches of snow. There'll be a small window, so I hope you all have safe travels home, where there's a small window if there's no snow, so have safe travels home. We might be in, and I'll be discussing this with Senator Johnson later, I'm thinking, because we're not having session tomorrow where we're going to hear 2 bills, and then Thursday we might have session Monday, and then short bills Tuesday and Wednesday that should be non-controversial, and then Thursday we'll figure out what we're doing. So again, I thank you for your patience and your flexibility, and have a safe travels home. And with that, Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until February 27th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The Senate is adjourned.